Hey, ladies and gentlemen, I know a certain someone who has been dying to get the Battlements stage underway. It's me, but also I'm joined by Neblime. How are you, dude?
Hey man, look, I've been dying too. I've been waiting for this. I just watched the hype video. It was so awesome. If you haven't watched that, you must go watch it now, or you're banned from the Discord, or banned from the stream. Just go watch it, goddammit. Yeah. It's really good.
I'm glad that Neblime has taken a liking to it. It certainly got me hyped when I was looking at it. You know, it's so funny because it takes it took maybe, I want to say 2 nights of work. So like 6-hour chunks or whatever, right? And then really, it was a lot simpler than I thought it would be. But it was because I was like, well, even while I was at work, I was like thinking of it. I had the right song in my head, and I was thinking like, yeah, we should just do pace, and then find the cuts for the commentary inserts, and Shambler's gonna do the Nexus. Oh my god! And then
yeah, well, that's always how it goes in video editing, isn't it? If you know what you're doing and you just don't have a passion for it, you kind of just go through it real quick.
It can happen. Yeah.
Where's the hype video? He says. I'm going to link it in chat. I can't believe this person doesn't know where it is.
Oh my god, it's Grant Kakazu. I should know who that is because he's actually a player, but I can't remember his name. I think he's a newer guy. Is that your TopRamen? Is that who it is?
Oh.
I think it might be. I don't know. And then I see Stefan here, but I don't know who Stefan is. He's been in around.
Welcome, Stefan. Welcome, one and all, to the stream.
There it is. There it is.
We're here to get Battlements started. Oh my god. The gauntlet is over.
I know, and what a gauntlet it was.
Dreams have been shattered.
Yeah.
RIP, some people I really wanted to make through did not make it, but some people who you might not expect to have made it as well. The fresh blood is in.
That's right. Yeah, we can have since we have a little bit of time before we get into the first group, which is of course going to be Zergless Zoo, Hamster, Newt, and 3 Crow. I will take a little bit of time here to say, again, RIP for sure to some of the people who I thought would make it through. I think you have to throw Biddy B before he switched over to Zerg. I thought his Protoss was looking sharp. He could definitely hack it in my head. Obviously, the other big name here is Benno, who's somebody that you had backed. Those two in particular not making it through are a bit of a surprise. And I also got to say Grunch. Obviously the brother of Herbmon. So I thought maybe we'd have some herb representation, even if distant family or whatever. But he was looking pretty sharp. And Moonhunter just bopped him 2-0 in the lower bracket. So it was not I was very surprised about that outcome. I'll say that much. So
yeah. What's interesting, correct me if I'm wrong, but only 2 people here were in the previous Ascension. Is that right?
Yes.
Is that qualified from the gauntlet, I mean?
Yeah, it would have been 3 Crow and the Beaver. Those are the people and they're technically first-time qualifiers because previously they were just invited back, right? So if you look at it from that perspective, there's only the 4 returning people who accepted their invites. Veek7 and iSarcasm aren't here because they decided to decline. So we ended up having 8 people from the gauntlets, which is fine by me. And that results in, we obviously see the groups here. And another thing, Neblime, that I was able to do with the scheduling that we had here, and we will be doing this across 2 days for the first time as well. The one thing that I would look at and say is we have 1 returning member from the Ascension 7 playoffs. Hamster, yourself, Hupsaiya, and Shambler. Those 4, are in each a group separate from each other. Then we have an upper qualified player, so Newt, Art of Turtle, Tacocake, GeneralAnakin, and then we have a lower qualified player. So all 3 of the, all of 4 of our groups are made up of like 1 of each from those categories, which I think is interesting as a way to work it in, because you'd have to say that maybe the people who qualified out of Group A and Group B in terms of the upper bracket, they were the ones who looked best or maybe on the hottest of form recently. But there's some cases where maybe that seeding isn't always the truth either, right? Because if you think about it, like, okay, if 3 Crow defeats GeneralAnakin in the lower bracket, but then GeneralAnakin wins in the upper bracket, is that because GeneralAnakin really improved? Or is it because the Gauntlet B was just a little bit weaker? And I was a little bit initially thinking maybe Gauntlet B was just a little bit weaker, but honestly, we had some brawls to close things out to get our lower qualifiers in. So I feel like, there's people who came out from the lower qualifiers who might be able to make it all the way to the Throneroom stage. In fact, I'll go out on a limb and say there's some people who are maybe less likely to qualify to the next stage, by which you have to win. You have to win enough matches to be second in your group at least in order to qualify into the next stage. And I think anybody could conceivably do that across this whole tournament. I don't actually think there's a person who like on its face is just, it's not possible for them to qualify. Like the two most unlikely candidates would actually be the returning people, Three Crow and the Beaver, who based on their group draw, it looks a little bit rough for them. Obviously Three Crow has struggled against Newt, and I don't know how much practice he has against Hamster in the mirror matchup, but still it's a mirror matchup versus Hamster. Three Crow has all sorts of wacky strategies, and he's got experience versus Newt. And I told him that this is what his group was looking like, and he was like, well, time to roll up my sleeves because I got to beat these people eventually. So at least on the mental game side, he seems to be doing all right. And on the Beaver side, yeah, of course he struggles versus Protoss, but he qualified over Benno in a 3-2 best of 5, where he actually was down 2-1 and had to come back later on in that series. Eventually, Neblime and I will cast that, of course. And he's also, one of his most commonly practiced matchups is versus Protoss, and one of his most commonly practiced opponents is GeneralAnakin. So, seeded into a group with that, I think there's a real chance he could fight for second place, if, assuming Hupsaiya shows up as strongly as I would expect him to. So, I do think the way that everything has predicted or projected, I honestly don't know if you can count anybody out from this whole bracket.
Well, it's going to be tough for some people more than others, I will say, but that's always going to be the way. But I agree with what you're saying. Every group, every player has a shot here, for sure. But look, I want to say about Three Crow as well. I wouldn't have credited him with much of a chance, but he really proved himself in the gauntlet coming through, showing that he's still got it, you know? So I shouldn't underestimate him. He is in the group of death, let's be honest. Hamster and Newt, are you kidding me? In the same group? That's crazy. So Three Crow's got his work cut out for him. But, I mean, if we look at the others, I'm just going by the bottom player here, right? jakulangski, I think he easily has a chance against Shambler and AOT, right? That is probably the most even group, is Group B, I would say. As to, we have no idea who's going to get out of there.
Okay.
In Group C, I mean, TopRamen, look, I've been saying he's really good, and he has taken games off me, but I gotta say, I'm gonna do my best to just 4-0 the group, so we'll see how that goes.
I'll say, really quickly, his best matchup, according to him, is versus Zerg, and he played, before he played Moonhunter, he was playing against Grunch. I thought, oh, he's getting some TVT practice in. No, every single one of those games, Grunch was Zerg, trying really hard, didn't get a single win against TopRamen. So I don't know, man. His versus Zerg, and he's in a Zerg-only group, like, I think he stands a pretty good chance, too. You know, he's a scary opponent. But, I mean, as you say, trying your best to 4-0, and what you do in practice is different than what you do on the stage. So, you know, there's always that little wrinkle.
Well, here's the thing, right? I think if it comes down to Tacocake versus TopRamen, I've got to give it to Ramen, though. But I would have said that in the gauntlet, but I've been proved wrong. And Ramen, you know, lost some games I wouldn't have thought. So who can say, right? Yes, still, either of them could go through. Then we have the Beaver 99, GeneralAnakin. I mean, that's going to be pretty close as well. They've already clashed in Gauntlet as well, and the results were surprising again. So I can't really say anyone could get through him.
It's definitely a different look, right? Like the fact that we have, it's a little, that's where the brotherly blood name comes from. That group is the fact that, you know, they're not actually brothers, but they might as well be from how long they've known each other. And getting that draw is a little unlucky. You know, you can, there's just the way that the scheduling works out sometimes. I initially had a very different setup where I was going to have the Beaver 99 and Jack had to swap places, essentially, due to some scheduling issues. And originally, it was swapped out the other way. So that would have been a very different look as well. But either way, though, the way that things go, I think we can be happy with this. I think we're going to have a nice little event. We should talk a little bit, though, about the maps. What do you think? Yeah. You know, going over.
Do you have the graphic up? I think I can just remember the list. Look, I know it starts with Axiom because oh, you do have it. Nice. Every time I go in the list, I'm like, I'm hosting a game. Axiom's at the top of the list, so I click on that. Dude, it's just the best map we have for Cosmonarchy. There is no doubt. You could argue that Axiom is a little bit sort of defensive and choky because it has a few narrow areas where you can obstruct your opponent's movement into not so much your half of the map, but more like your third of the map. But I think it's balanced with enough alternate paths and open areas that it gives a really good variation in the tactic you can use. Also of note, it's fairly open to drops compared to some other maps. It's got a narrow main area, can be a bit tough for those Terran players in particular, because I feel like Terran struggles a bit more with fitting all their stuff than the other races. But what is there to say, man? We've seen so many games on Axiom. It's a really good map. It's going to produce really good games.
Yeah, I think Axiom is probably, I mean, it's the group stage starter again, just like it was in the Invitationals. So you can take a look at that map and be nice and cozy on it. We haven't determined our first round matchup in Group A yet. It'll be one of Hamster, Newt, and 3 Crow, of course. We'll do the classic pick a random number between 1 and 100 and do it that way. Essentially the 3-way of flipping a coin. But on the Axiom side, yeah, I think the interesting thing about it is that so far we haven't really gotten in deep into any really long games yet, right? So I haven't really seen, the only long ones I've seen are actually like a really old TVT between Shambler when he was still playing Terran and Newt, and it went to air because they had locked out a lot of the map. I thought that was kind of interesting, a little evocative of the old school Brood War Starcraft 1 TVTs and stuff. However, on the rest of the map, it seems very fluid. You can use all those different pathways. I would say the same.
I played like 10 games versus Newt that went to tier 3, but they all desynced. So
of course, yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Now
let's talk about Derelict, right?
Yes,
yeah, you updated it last minute to Derelict 2.
That's right.
Which keeps the spirit. There's a lot of significant changes, right? In the middle, you can't just mine from the treasury very easily. You got to go a long way round up to high ground, and there's like a neutral ministry instead, which you could infest, by the way, if you're thinking about that.
Oh, yes.
But it's not as advantageous in the early game to mine there, and I've tested it, and you need 6 workers for full saturation, which, you know, is not that much once you get to tier 2. It's sort of like, I can just spare 6 workers. But look at the 12 and 6 spaces. They don't have a narrow ramp on each side. Instead, they have one broad ramp, so it's a bit harder to defend. The third is a little bit more open as well. The 3 and 9 high ground has sort of moved out a little bit. And the bottom right and left has this low ground neutral ministry as well, which you can't access by ground. So it's all got a lot of different changes, and I can't wait to see how people are going to adapt to those. And honestly, the story is not yet written on this map. We don't know how it's going to go.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, it looks like a lot of positive changes with regards to the middle of the map and the way that the side paths are a little bit more, you know, I would say you can have a little bit more fluidity. There are a little bit more like small bits and bobs of cover, like these compound towers that are scattered around the map, and the idea is that they sort of serve to break up very large armies, but now you can still path very large armies through the middle directly, so there's a little bit more stuff there. Yeah, Biddy B cooking up some changes and meditating on the map and improving it, at least on paper. That's what it seems like. I don't know how much we'll see the neutral anchors used that cover these new 11.5 and 5.5 bases that he's put together, but there's a chance that those end up coming to fruition. We'll see about that.
Now, Fata Morgana,
yes.
This is the map where, Pro, you're very cruel. You got your 2 competitors, you just shoved them in a closet, you threw a knife in, turned the light off, and said, "Have at it!" Because this map is close quarters, it's very choky, it's close by air. We have seen, in Ascension, I believe, the Stockade get floated over and landed there.
Yep.
Oh no, it can't have been Ascension, because it wasn't in Ascension, was it? But
no, it was
anyway.
it must have been the Winter Invitational was the first time this map was shown, yes. So that was an underclass event, admittedly, but yeah, of course, you get up to shenanigans.
On this map, I expect violence. I don't expect anything too pedestrian on Fata Morgana, because it is a up-close and bloody map for sure. In contrast, we have Germination, right? I would say this map is a little bit experimental because it's gone with the 3rd available within the same high ground as the natural, right? Yeah. Which we have seen on Sideshow, which we'll get to, but it's a little bit even more defensive because you have less of an area to worry about. It's even got an inside air mining base for those tier 2 workers, stuff like that. So
yeah,
it's sort of a
conceptually, you
map.
Could go up to 4 bases just on tier 2, right? And not really need to leave the base. So practically, Absolutely. I would imagine this would be a really good Terran map, but everybody tells me that it's not. So I'm not 100% sure yet. We'll have to wait and see. Hey,
look, TopRamen got his name sorted out. That's nice. Yeah, I mean, add it to the list of maps where I've lost to Newt and TopRamen, though. So, you know, anything is possible. This is to Impetus. You know, I like that the revisions this map has gone through really much, very much. But I'm going to say as well, this is a map that's been around for a little while, so it's certainly proved itself to be a exciting map because everyone keeps playing on it.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, I think it's probably one of the more, and I don't mean this in a derogatory way, but it's probably one of the more plain maps that we have, where you kind of look at it and it just unfolds logically, where you know, okay, well, I'm going to spawn in the corners, and there's a bit of a wide path to my ramp, to my natural, but I go to my natural, there's a very obvious follow-on decision tree of which base to take as my 3rd. I like that there is a choice, by the way, but for the most part, you'll take that open ground one, and sometimes you'll be taking the high ground one instead, and that will meaningfully impact in how you change the way that the armies path throughout the rest of the map in mid-game. And I do think that this map is probably one of the maps that supports the largest army sizes, like, as fast as possible, if that makes sense, because the distance isn't so massive, but also the even though there's bridges to kind of choke you up, they're wide enough that you can fit big armies, and the center of the map is very open. So based on that, it doesn't really feel like you need a lot of tactics, which doesn't mean that you don't benefit from having tactical, depth or whatever to your strategies, but you don't need to worry about like very particular things. It's not like, actually, funnily enough, Sideshow, which is up next, where those very small pathways were added to the middle of the map, and that does require you to micromanage your army movements a little bit. Otherwise, your big armies are going to get kind of choked up there and could get, taken advantage of by your enemy, we can say. So I think Impetus is very, by comparison to some of the other maps, it's a lot more simple with its layout, and I don't think that's a bad thing. I think it's actually a nice little mirror to hold up to the rest of the map pool. Definitely.
Well, that leads us on to Sideshow. Now, Prinogo, it's your only map in the pool, and I don't like it. How does that make you feel?
That's how it is. That's how it is. Hey, you told me one day that you liked all the maps in the map pool. I guess you must have forgotten Sideshow was in there.
Yeah, I guess I was hoping you wouldn't put it in. Look, I think it's pretty defensive map, and that always is benefiting Zerg, so in my opinion, quite imbalanced. And against Protoss, Terran versus Protoss, I think that also benefits Protoss. So, in my opinion, it's going to be pretty skewed results on that map, but we have to see. It's always possible to win a map if it's imbalanced. You just have to have a strat for that one game, right? And it's not to say it's so ridiculous. I just think there's a lot of things that make it harder for some races than others. But it has had that adjustment to the middle, which is very positive. I think that's a great change. And players have played it enough by now. I think that they will have strategies to pull out as well. I just expect as well we see some sort of totally games holding that third and using those ramps as well.
Yes, yeah. I would imagine that the way that the matchups will break out is that I think ZVP tends to be pretty good on Sideshow, and I also think that obviously all the mirrors are fine. The question is whether or not...
Put me on anything. Put me on Bloodbath for mirrors, man.
I will say that the way that the map breaks out in the early stages of the game is where I think a lot of Terrans in particular fall apart because they don't necessarily know what the game plan has to be, right? And so that's a little bit of a different one.
Overhang map. I guess Titanforge sort of is, but it's kind of wider. But Sideshow has that narrow overhang that you can cover with one static defense structure.
Yes, it's a very small choke, and the trade-off there is that your third base is comparatively open with 3 very wide ramps into it, and also the lower resource count on the third. So you can take a second base very safe. You can hold it very safe. You have very minimal build space. If you want more build space, you need to exit out of your choke, and then on top of it, and if you want more... and that's actually, funnily enough, the build space thing mostly seems to be hurting Terrans more than anything, even though Protoss, in theory, would have some build space requirements. They tend to... try to close the game before they get into that situation, whereas the Terrans...
It's time to make the Monument of Sin bigger, man.
Yeah, exactly. And then once you hit the sort of tier 2 level for Terran, they immediately explode in needing more build space. So I think one thing that Terrans could try to do if they were trying to optimize to the inevitability of presumably playing this map, something that they'll end up having to do is really figure out what their base layout, what their SimCity is going to be. And I've been kind of critical of a lot of players' SimCities, regardless of their race, where they'll block off their natural ramp between their mineral line and their ramp with like a gateway or something, and then have to destroy it later if they want to liberate that pathway. Obviously, for Terran, you can technically just lift it off, but it still does end up catching people off, I think, more often than not. So we'll see if that comes to fruition. Of course, we are going to be shifting gears to the final 2 maps in the pool, the first of which is the Purgatory, one of the more recent additions alongside Germination to the map pool by Veek7, of course. And I think this one is... I think it's like the opposite of Impetus in some ways, where I don't know that it's as straightforward, although it looks a little deceptive in that way, where it's like, yeah, you just go down the middle of the map. But there's actually a lot of flank potential on this map that so far has been a little underutilized.
Well, it's always the way to look at it, though, is on a map like, if you look at Impetus, where there aren't many ramps, you have flank options, or you look at a map like Purgatory, where yes, you have flank options, but there are ramps there. So even if you're saying, yes, there's ways to go around, they're harder than they otherwise could be. And I think Purgatory also quite a defensive map. I haven't really played it enough to say much about the balance on it, I have to say. I'm not really sure how it's going to shake out. But I definitely expect we're going to see either games end early or go along there. If a player goes into the game deciding that they're going to just defend their half of the map, they have ways to do that, and that can definitely be a strategy.
That's right, that's right. Well, we are going to move into Titan Forge to discuss it, and I think that is definitely, has so far anyway, been a defensive-ish map where you can kind of isolate things, but also a map that is a little bit living and dying right now in the meta of how people are playing by those middle ramps. So it'll be very interesting to see how it is. Obviously, the map was expanded to the right recently-ish, so that's one wrinkle in it compared to what it was last seen in a Battlements-style stage of one of the previous tournaments. But in the Gauntlet, ever since the Gauntlet started, it's been the wider version, which adds a little bit more gameplay there, but still something that you can try to control.
Most maps, two-player maps that is, have a dynamic where they usually will split more or less in half. Either that or there'll be like the side each player has and a no man's land where another player can really take the bases. But Titan Forge, it has the majority of the map will be in control of one player. And so it's up to the other player to try and like break out and take map control. And those ramps can be deadly, as we've seen. We've seen, I think, several casted games where holding the ramp has been key. And I think everyone knows that by now, so they'll be ready to play around that. We got all sorts of tricky things like that high ground that hits the third. We have the gas hiding away on the sides that you can use, possibly with artisans or stuff like that. It's a lot of interesting features, right? So I'm excited to see what people are going to plan for that map.
I do think that the way that Titan Forge will be game planned for is probably going to be to try to like deny the people to take the safe natural, and that will come down to a lot of early game action. So it's kind of interesting because I'm sure Shambler designed or thought of the map initially as something where you can take all these bases and yeah, you can have this rich back and forth where I can contest the third in the top right and the bottom right by that high ground there that allows you to attack the Nexus with like a Goliath or a Maverick even with the cliff advantage. But the way that I've seen it play out more often than not is that you just try to deny your opponent access to the top strip of the map and then see if you can stab out towards the middle. And a lot of fights can be had back and forth to the middle, but if one player entrenches in that position, it probably is close to over. And that's where eventually, you know, that not in this tournament, but in future tournaments and in the future of competitive maps, we won't have buildable ground right about near ramps in the central arteries for a good distance before you can get to buildable terrain, which is an adaptation that we've been slow to make because I was curious to see if it was really that necessary. And I think that it's good that people are incentivized to build forward outposts, particularly if it's going to be production. Like, you know, I've long thought that captaincies on the front lines would be really useful for Terran, for example, because they get like madcaps right there, which are great defensive tools. And on top of it, they have really nice walls that only cost minerals. So it seems like it would be a good idea. But then you charge forward and think to yourself, okay, well, what if instead of doing that, they just keep building static defense? Well, you know, that can be pretty prohibitive at a certain point, and you don't necessarily want all of your maps to be unbuildable everywhere. But if you can, you know, just add a couple of tiles around the cliffs, I think that allows for some play, some run-bys, some surrounds to the defenses, where if they're right up against the ramp instead, it's probably not nearly as feasible. So that's something we'll look at for the map design. But for now, this is open season as far as building your structures around there. We have not made that adaptation yet. It's up to the players to figure out how they want to navigate that.
Well, we haven't really seen it be tested that much, I feel like, so far, and this is I guess the proving ground to see if that kind of strategy is going to be dominant here. I mean, people know about it by now. And about building production on the map, I feel like the only person who's actually really pioneered that is Shambler, in that one game against me, actually, on Nitro Valley, where he overwhelmed me with some Hatteros in the middle of the map as well. So these strategies, I feel like, have yet to be fully realized, and that may mean it's even more of a problem if ramps are too defensive that we don't even know about. But I'm looking forward to see the abuse that the players are planning for the maps, I guess myself included.
Yeah, very, very interested. We will set our sights on Group A, Neblime. Zergless Zoo, Hamster, Newt, and 3Crow. And we have our first matchup. It will be Hamster and 3Crow. Total Protoss death as Protoss fights Protoss. You know, listen, the Protoss tutorial came out, and I think only 3Crow played it. I don't think Hamster did. So obviously 3Crow is going to win this. What do you think?
Well, look, man, not to say that the tutorial isn't fun and everyone shouldn't play it, but Hamster don't need no tutorial, man. He is a beast. He's always been a beast. He's saying last Ascension, like, oh, I'm not very good, I won't do very good. Then he's in freaking second place. So
I know, yeah, every single time. He's
not to be doubted. People in chat saying that 3Crow is probably our most veteran player in Cosmonarchy. Is that true?
I think because he was around before it was even called Cosmonarchy, and the other people who were around at that level didn't really play it from a PvP standpoint. They played like with the versus AI games and stuff. We had a much more casual crowd back then for the most part. So, you know, technically it would be like myself and Veek, but I don't participate in the tournaments.
Doesn't count.
Yeah,
that doesn't count.
Yeah.
But yeah, 3Crow definitely a veteran. He's very experienced, and he's proven this gauntlet that he's still very skilled as well. He's not fallen off. Look, Hamster's the kind of guy that there's no one you can say he can't take a series off them, right? He's a huge threat. He's a contender, honestly. Like I said, he's second place last time, so you've got to be afraid of that. But 3Crow definitely is a tenacious player. Definitely has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. But I swear to God, if he builds pylons in his opponent's base for no reason, we gotta like default the victory to Hamster. To be honest.
That's right. That's right. So I have hosted the lobby. There's the people filling in the background. Hamster and 3Crow are about to be taking to the stage. And I believe we do have a little bit of an opportunity for a group intro video, or not video, interview, if they are interested. So I'll go ahead and let them know if you two want interview. Jump in. Very high-tech way to tell them.
Yep.
See about that. We'll take 5 minutes to talk to each player as they like, and kick things off in style, as we often try to do here. And if they
while we're waiting,
sure, yeah.
Let's talk about the group as a whole.
Sure.
And what results we expect. Now, Hamster I've already talked up a bit. Newt, I always say, is going to be like the next, maybe champion, maybe second place. We'll see what I can do. But he does tell me that he struggles against Protoss a lot. And I haven't actually seen him play Hamster very much. So I don't really know what that looks like. But I don't know if it's just like how Hamster says he's not good, Newt says he struggles. Who knows? Maybe he can actually crush him. Maybe he does get crushed like he says. I'm looking forward to seeing it. But you've got to put 3Crow as the underdog here. Despite what I'm saying about his experience, I think these other two players, Newt and Hamster, are very mechanically intimidating. So I'm expecting Hamster goes out first and Newt second, I will say.
Okay, so you're thinking Newt will not be able to overcome his Protoss demons, and that 3Crow will
the self-fulfilling prophecy will be fulfilled, yes.
Yeah. Fair enough, So it looks like we are probably going to skip the interview portion, as our players are eager to get into the game, and hey, that's fine by me. We like a little bit of gameplay, and I will just ask them to say when they are ready so that we can get into Axiom for the first matchup. It is Protoss versus Protoss. Hamster versus 3Crow. You're saying Hamster should be the guy on lock to get out in first place, top seed. And I think, yeah, that's probably true. I would say that's probably true. The main thing I would say also about Hamster's play is that he likes to experiment. He likes these fun strategies. And he has some winning strategies that he deliberately doesn't use. Sometimes just because his opponent doesn't like them, which is really funny to me. So we'll see. I did sort of name drop that. I said, I hope you're up against Newt. I hope you have your Demiurge drops in order.
Oh,
so
yeah.
You know what? We're getting into a Hamster in the top right, 3Crow in the bottom left. Let's see what this PvP has to offer. We are starting off in the Battlements stage here for day one. It's Group A, baby.
It's the first game of Acropolis, really. I don't count the gauntlets, man. That's just the warm-up. This is it. This is where the rubber meets the road. Absolutely. We're starting. 3Crow made a pylon in his own base. That's amazing.
Yeah, all right. Listen, that's better than his opponent's base.
You could still do that. We're even starting on Axiom. What more could you ask for?
Well, 3Crow wants that pylon for sure. He's like, hey, Hamster's making a pylon right now. I can sense it. I need to go make a pylon with him.
3Crow with APM spam. Oh my god. So
yeah, listen, he's
we talked about it a bit
Mm-hmm.
With the sort of mechanics difference here, I think 3Crow does rely on getting an edge in the early game here, because if you're just playing sort of a back-off macro style, I think Hamster is just going to pull ahead. Now, so to say 3Crow can't pull that off, and he has done in previous games, although I don't believe we have a casted 3Crow versus Hamster, do we?
No, it's been a long time, and never in the PvP matchup. So this is actually a first between these two, as far as I understand. Well, they could have maybe done some practice games, but I'm not aware of that.
We did not mention that Hamster has switched races, right?
That's right,
yeah. Zerg for his second place in Ascension, so who knows how familiar he is with Protoss. Now, it's very standard at this point to get the 2 gates. It's a very common opening we see. And in PvP, I don't think it's advisable to go to the Nexus very fast, so that's pretty normal. But we see 3Crow still saving up here. Is he going to throw down a gate or a lattice even?
There will be a lattice.
There's a lattice.
Okay, so here's another thing, right? Earlier today, 3Crow was dueling with Hupsaiya, another Protoss player, awaiting in Group D. That'll be day 2, so If you came here for Hupsaiya, stick around, but he's a little bit ways off now. The thing about him is that he does like his gateway into Lattice. He has some idea. Hupsaiya has some idea for doing that versus Protoss. So I think 3crow's lifting that strategy in the hopes of confusing Hamster, overwhelming him with some kind of bizarre strategy. Might even be looking for a little bit of a proxy here towards 12 o'clock.
Okay, we do have Legionnaires coming out, by the way, and one will just be able to sprint across and get a scout. That's one of the best things about opening Legionnaire first. Zealot, on the other hand. Now, how many Legionnaires does it take to kill a Zealot? I feel like 2 Legionnaires would do the job.
It could be, because you can't really micro against Legionnaires. They always just teleport.
Especially
to
not with a melee unit.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. But, you know, I think by the time that second Legionnaire actually makes it across the map, we'll have the second Zealot, and I think 2 Zealots beats 3 Legionnaires, so that's where you're going to run into some weirdness. Now, a Hierophant coming, that's the first gas expenditure for Hamster. Got to keep an eye on that, because as Protoss, you typically have less units. There's an idol going to be used for 3crow, so that's worth noting, because that will be great for crowd control. But the cool thing about the Hierophant in this matchup is that you pick individual units and slow them down and then execute them, right? We even saw GeneralAnakin do this against 3crow to get early advantages, and it was only through 3crow's understanding of the tech tree that he was able to avoid death there. Now, it looks like the Legionnaires are going to start to fall away, the idol revealed. And I think if he can get maybe 2-3 of those idols, he can probably move across, despite the fact that there's all these Legionnaires. There's a chance, you know, Zealot idol.
You got to be careful here, because the Legionnaires really want to jump on that idol. It is in the front right now, and they're not super tanky, right? Compared to their cost and how much DPS they're adding, the Zealots really want you to take the hits. And as you say, you can't really micro very well against Legionnaires. So here we go. He's going to jump right on it.
That's
he knows what the value target is.
Doing a little bit of splash. 2 Legionnaires have already gone down. They have taken an idol. Cost efficiency, sure, but the 4th Legionnaire here not doing
How did that idol hit that shot, man? An idol has never hit a Legionnaire even that fast before. What the hell?
Well, they home in now and have for a while.
They do? I didn't even know that.
Yeah. Losing a worker there, that's a little unfortunate, because Hamster just finished his embassy, and up until this point, I was impressed. 3crow actually was worker up on his opponent. But he is going to go ahead and proxy a gateway at near the 12 o'clock position. He'll have a closer opportunity to reinforce. I think 3crow does want to move on the offensive. Losing that 1 idol, though, I think that matters a lot more than the scribe.
Definitely. But I have to say, Hamster kind of playing into his hands a bit. Getting these units like Legionnaires, Zealots, and even Ecclesias, I think are more vulnerable to the idol than Dracodons would be. I think pure Dracodon would probably be the best here, maybe with some kind of front line for the Zealots. But either way, I think this is sort of squishy enough that with enough idols, you do a lot of damage. Now, he really does need to use that proxy gate more. Although he is spending his money, I can't criticize too much. He's spending what he's got, and he is supplementing the production a little bit. But yeah, this is very aggressive. But it's only 1 gate, so it's not necessarily completely committed, and he is still making workers here.
Yes, he is indeed. And, you know, with this embassy, it actually first was spent on making a witness anyway, so it's not been used to create, like, a capitalization there. I will mention the rally point onto one of these idols. 3crow is going to go ahead and keep all of his military floating in from the side. He's got 2 Legionnaires he's not going to be using with this fight, so that could be a really big missed opportunity. If this is a tight fight that 3crow narrowly loses, you know, you could say maybe the melee that was missing was actually the source of why he ended up losing that, but it's not to be right now. Just zoning his opponent away. Getting up to 4 gates is Hamster, so we'll have the superior military production.
Well, we see the fight starting here. Now, the thing is, the Hierophant doesn't actually have much DPS here. The Idol's going to do a lot more, but there's a lot more melee, it looks like, for Hamster. It looks like he's going to overpower. The Idol's getting really great damage in here, but not enough to even the odds. Another Zealot showing up. He's trying to kite, but the Zealot's just way too tanky in the end. So just get out of here. Oh, now the Hierophant paying for itself.
There we go.
He splits the slow. Really nice move there.
Yeah, big fan of that, and even going to lose all of the gas put up in some more residual idols. What's the play now? I think you know, when you know your opponent is going for a lot of Zealots, you can pivot into Dracodons instead to pick them off. Again, no Legionnaires. Maybe that would have slowed him down, because it's all single target here for Hamster. So any extra bodies would have slowed things down quite a bit, right?
Is this the plan all along, that he baits him into coming across the map and the 4 Legionnaires are in? Although I don't know how much damage 4 Legionnaires can do. Well, hang on. If they get the pylon, the single pylon, and Hamster's army is busy attacking, well, I don't know if this was the plan, though, because it really doesn't look like 3crow going to hold his base. He has a Warden coming up. It's going to take a minute to finish, but a Warden doesn't actually do that much. He's only got a handful of units. Even the witness for Hamster sees how weak he is.
I know,
I think he poked in with a Legionnaire.
He did. Yep. He just wanted to see what was going on there, but he's not going to get the counterattack in time. Oh, 3crow, you're being real ambitious there. Picks an Ecclesias, but that's just going to proc the Ascension there. So we're going to see Hamster charge on forward using that movement speed boost. Warden finished, doing some pretty good DPS to the very wounded Zealots. And now the Focus Fire coming in. Is it going to be enough? The Ecclesia's keeping that one wounded Zealot alive for so long, enough to kill the Warden. And the production here is only making one Drakiden and one Idol.
And the Legionnaires have yet to be committed. It looks like Trico will hold off, if barely. Yeah, that Drakiden going to be the superior unit here, despite the debuff. So he holds off. Now here comes his Legionnaires, but I think he's missed his window a little bit. If he can get in on that pylon, it's still possible. What does Hamster actually have? He has a significant force attacking, but if that could be cleaned up, he could depower everything here.
Back at home, Trico's lost all of his units, though. That's a big problem. So the Zealots even finishing, I feel like this Legionnaire attack is not going to do that much. But hey, it could. The double embassy here, a bit of a greedy play. We've got Protoss inside Protoss bases, and we could get down to an elimination in our first derby here.
It looks like, and yeah, they're going straight after those Scribes. They're going to have to run. I think this will be a base race, although I think it'll be very in favor of Hamster. Well, he is repowering just here, and the Zealots are hard to deal with when you don't have surface area.
Oh, the drill!
Look at that drill! The Sim City absolutely huge for Hamster here. I think he's actually going to clean this up easily.
Yeah, the drill was really the miraculous part there, and that is going to force 3-crit to GG. He's got nothing left, only the 2 Legionnaires, and all of his Scribes have fallen. A tight game, dirty. Yeah, but look at that.
Yep, I like the strats from Freako. It's a good thing to attempt, but you got to say it's not that refined, maybe not that well practiced. He missed the best time to send Legionnaires in for sure.
Yeah, but you know, that was a lot, I would say that was a more respectable way to lose your first map than, you know, like, 3Crow has the strategies, he has these ideas, and I don't think his mechanics were lacking in that one, really. He could have microed a little bit better at the fight in the natural, but the real missed opportunity, I think, was, like, the fact that he lost that initial idol took a lot of the teeth out of that timing, and maybe he wasn't used to attacking with that missing idol, right? Or maybe he wasn't used to that at all, and it was all just a plan of, like, hey, here's what I can do because I saw Hupsaiya do it or something. You know, I don't know exactly what the read is there, but that's going to be the opener going the way of Hamster. 3Crow falling with the opening match. It's what we predicted, but so far so good for our underdog as far as his performance is concerned. He can definitely think, all right, let's figure out what's up next, right?
Newt is saying, please no, to start sovereigns in chat. He's going to get his time in the spotlight now. Hamster's claimed his first win. Now it's up to Newt to bring him down. And who gets to pick the map? Newt does he not?
That's right, yep. He'll have to pick between Derelict, let me see if I can remember them all, Fata Morgana, Impetus, Germination, Sideshow, the Purgatory,
Titan
and
Forge,
Forge, and I think that's it. Yeah, that's right, because Axiom was the first one, so.
Okay, yeah.
Easy clap. A map by Week 7. Dude, in the hype video, I was really tempted to whisper a map by Week 7 right after Fata Morgana because I thought that would have been funny, but I didn't think of it until
it's great that we have so many maps by different people. I mean, obviously 3 of them by BDB, 2 of them by Week 7, but I mean, like, you know, you didn't have to make them all. Some people getting in there and adding some cool maps for us to play on.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, I've got a lot in the oven, but I haven't been able to finish any of them to the standard that I want them to be finished, and so. It's nice that I don't have to be the main engine behind that because I've obviously been very busy in the lead up to this, doing stuff that's not even related to Cosmonarchy entirely. I was casting some Counter-Strike, which was a nice return in some ways and is good for the checkbook, but not so good for focusing on what I'm really passionate about, which is this. So we will end up seeing Impetus come out, and yeah, just another map that isn't made by me. I appreciate all the contributors to the project. Appreciate you guys. Shout out Biddy B and Veek and Shambler for Titan Forge as well. Big fans, big fans. Hamster taking to the stage yet again, and it will be Newt to take him to task. Lobby is up if you'd wish to join us.
Yeah, I'm on my way. Australian is just coming into play, you know.
Sure, yeah. Oh, yeah, I forget that everything I say to you is delayed and then played backwards, upside down and stuff. So.
Yeah, I mean, I'm used to reading upside down, though. That's important.
That's right, that's right. The only upside down clown emoji we have is Lost in Australia, so... There's the chat talking about some interesting. So I didn't even ask you about that.
Apparently, the last few games we played have been unplayably laggy, and you know if I'm saying that it's bad because I'm used to lag.
Yeah, well, he's lagging with Jack, who's also from your neck of the woods, I guess, tangentially. So you know, I think the last time I called you guys neighbors, you were like, "What is that? That's not true." But
a bit of an ocean between us.
It's like a sea. All right, it looks like our players are ready. We will get into this one. Shout out Hupsaiya in the chat. Can we get a Hupsaiya Zerg in the chat? There it is. It's already there. Big fan. All right, we're jumping into things. Nice. We've got Newt in the bottom left of none other than Impetus and Hamster in the top right. I almost said Hupsaiya because, of course, I wish I was watching Hupsaiya right now. But Hamster's a pretty good Protoss as well, so we'll see what he can do. If you guys also wish you were watching Hupsaiya, you can join us tomorrow. He's going to be playing.
Interesting map pick from Newt. I think you don't want such an open map versus Protoss. I think that's a bit tough. So that says to me that he's planning some kind of like, you know, mobile army comp. I don't know. I don't think he's very keen on bio, so it makes me wonder what he's thinking here. Did he have something in his mind when he picked it, or was he just thinking like, oh, I played Impetus enough, I know that map very well? I don't know.
Yeah, it's a curious one because we talked about it. I even mentioned that I think it's very simple as like on its face, where how you play is kind of telegraphed by the layout. Of course, I don't even need to tell you what Newt's doing. He always goes with Fulcrum first. Staunch anti-defender, a staunch attacker of bio.
Yes.
Not a fan of it at all. But yeah, this map is very open. It does give you a lot of opportunity for just engaging in different times and stuff. I would say that we're probably going to see drops out of Newt. Also, though, this is the map that Hamster bullied this man on with the Demiurge drop. So, you know.
Oh, is it indeed?
Yes, this is the one that I've seen. Obviously, he did it to Akko for the first time, and I was very surprised that anybody would even think of that. But he did do it, and he did it to him, and that was on Derelict. So a little bit of a different look for it, but apparently Hamster can do it no matter what the map is. I'd love to see him drop a pylon and with the Envoy and try. I don't even know where you can do it. I guess you can only do it like right above the overhang into the choke.
Yeah, so not really that ideal a spot. Yeah. This is not the map for that, I don't think.
Yeah, wait for the Purgatory.
And you know, Hamster hasn't really shown that much eagerness to use that outside of like when he first discovered it. He tried it a couple games, but I think he's keeping it just in reserve. Now, you are right. It looks like it's going to be a Cyclops drop. I would not be surprised. And, you know, this is something Newt himself had been saying he thinks is really, really good. So I think Hamster has to be on the lookout for it. Well, he's not making any Cyclops yet. I guess he's waiting for something.
There it is. Yep. Yeah, he wanted a... I'm not sure what it was. It might have just been the mineral count. It does cost a little bit. Yeah, Hierophant's not bad here, especially for anti-drop, right? Because you can like tag the transport, and then you can also, on top of that, get your units in place or whatever. You can also use it to catch vultures, which are going to come in. We will see at least one scribe death. Oh, actually, he turns around.
Legionnaire going around the side deliberately. Maybe he wants to get the scout, and he will be able to if he just runs right in.
Yeah, I don't know. That's curious that Newt was so cautious with the vulture. He was really certain something was going to pop out and kill him, and didn't want to.
You have a really tough time if this first vulture dies for nothing, and then Protoss just comes across the map and starts attacking. That's going to be really difficult, right? So I think it's fine to be conservative. Oh, he's going to find the Legionnaire. Bit of a misplay by Hamster that he didn't sprint right on in. This scout could have been absolutely critical to this game, and now he's going to lose this. He's not going to see anything. Is he even going to confirm the Cyclops? Like, you see a couple Cyclops on the ramp, you might be thinking about...
No, he's not going to get in there. Man, okay, that's a sixth sense. Sees that there's nothing here. He knows there's a scout. That's why he pulled back more than anything. Wants to make sure the scout doesn't happen. Yeah,
very important here. And honestly, that's one of the best things about opening with the Vulture, is that you can completely deny scouting, at least in the very start. Now, if Hamster is just sitting at his ramp, this probably is going to be catastrophic, but it depends on the reaction time.
He's got awarded already! What?
Ooh, he knows. This is what I was saying.
He must have had a... Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, so go on. What's Newt doing?
Yeah, Newt himself has been saying that this strat is really good, so he's sort of giving away that he's going to go for it, I think. Now, the war's not going to be quite done in time, but the fact that it's coming up quickly will put some pressure on this. Hamster still just on his ramp as well. As long as he reacts quickly, I think he's going to be fine here.
Yeah, and he's got an embassy, so any worker damage that he does take, remember there's no quarry here for the Terran. So,
oh, I didn't even know that.
Yeah, that means that he needs to do damage here to even be even, right? He should be able to focus down this. He hasn't killed a single scribe yet. Focusing down the warden.
The thing. If the units drop and there's warden there, they just automatically target that. Oh, he's gonna get it with
the my god. Forcing the unload because he just cannot get it. I don't know if we're gonna see anything. That vulture doesn't have a mine in it. So a little bit of economic disruption. He'll kill a single Draconin because Cyclops are really good, but besides that...
I was about to say, because Cyclops is so bad, he didn't kill anything.
No, I got him. Dude. I already got the lines.
At all. For Newt, as you say, he didn't kill a single scribe. There's double production up. It looks like a Nexus is going to go down soon because he's actually rallying scribes. Oh, actually, no, never mind. he changed his mind. But I think he probably still will go for a Nexus relatively soon. He's got the army lead, everything going Hamster's way to begin with.
Yep, and it's a narrow worker advantage, while I think we'll end up seeing Newt just do a double quarry. He is harvesting a lot of Vespene from his natural already, transferring a couple more workers to make that happen. Palladium on the way. Stockade for a Vestry. He will be going into the like Goliath Phalanx cleric composition that he does love so much, but he definitely wanted a little bit more from the Cyclops drop to open things up.
You know, I haven't seen Hamster play versus Protoss much, but against me, at least, it's quite a recent addition that he started adding a lot of Phalanx in. I think Protoss, they're very good because they can bully the Dracodons away from kiting you too much.
Yep.
And if stuff like Architects comes out, at least you have some kind of answer. It's not a very good answer, mind you, but at least it's something. Now, Hamster hasn't really been going for Architects that much. We'll have to see what he does go for. I think he really likes the Prostration stage a lot.
Interesting. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, Pariahs are an option, but without any sort of like movement with the shield restoration, I think you probably need to mix them with Patriarchs or maybe Potentates. Not 100% sure on that one. Probably only good versus Zerg. But the way that I'm seeing most people go for the comp is they definitely like Architects. But Hupsaiya has been trying Patriarchs versus Terran. Not sure if he'll be trying that in the tournament itself. He'll have a little bit of a different look in his group. We'll see what Hamster wants to do now that the game is developing. We've got the Wraiths scouting around.
Witness I question making this many, because he knows his Hierophant's out already. There's already a Warden in the main mineral line. There's an Embassy, of course, if you want witnesses. I don't know if Wraith is a good choice here. I mean, it's fine if you make 1 or 2, I guess, and even just making 3 to, like, pick off workers, but he's continuing to produce them. Going up to 4 now. I can't help but feel like it's a little bit of a waste, but we'll see. Maybe he can get mileage out of them.
Yeah, it's a possibility. Second Embassy. Hamster did this in 3 Crow's game as well. He was that confident. And apparently he just really wants to do it here too. Okay. 4 gates. It's 2 of them by the main added in. Wraiths will go ahead and stick their head. This is on a patrol over here with the Dracodon Hierophant. So I think it's he might just fly directly into it. It looks like he's going to narrowly avoid it. Maybe he can harass the pylon, right? You know, that's pretty much all he can do here though. He's getting some
barely avoids death there. Definitely would have lost a Wraith if he ran into those. But I guess he gets the scout this way at least. Trying to depower.
Yeah, up to 5 Wraiths.
Seal even. Okay, I don't know if that signals he's done with Wraith production or if he's really doubling down. He just wants to get the stack with the Ancient on it to keep trying to pick stuff off. Phalanx Vulture only right now. Man, imagine if I'm still going for the Stargate and was making Gladiuses. Could be deadly.
Yeah, this is a curious composition here from Hamster. He's going very heavy anti-ground, and he sees 4 gateways, so of course it makes sense. There's even a 5th one on the way.
Yeah, and that's the thing. The Wraiths can make sure there's no Stargates coming up, and he won't get blindsided with that kind of thing. Even the Ancient now, if you'll scout that, is even better.
Look at the Ancient chasing the Witness. He can pick it off with the Wraiths. Yep. That's clever.
It knows there's no hope. He doesn't even try and run it away because he knows he can't outrun that.
Get to show off the fancy new cloaking stuff that DF put together for us. Love the new visuals.
Very awesome. Man, still just going down on gateways here.
Yeah.
Are we going to see any kind of tech, or is he just going to mass up? I mean, honestly, if you look at Newt's composition right now, if Hamster has plenty of like zealots or whatever, I think he would be pretty strong against that. Now, Wraith's looking for a kill here. One Warden on that side is not going to do much for you, I have to say. He's going to be able to pick off scribe after scribe, but he does reveal his position, although Hamster looks like he wants to go out. Okay, yeah, he needs to.
Yeah, I think he was just thinking about stopping that. The Ardent Authority's on the way. I wouldn't be surprised if the first unit is actually a Positron, just as insurance versus the Wraiths. You know, it's pretty cheap. You need to get 1 or 2 of them.
That's the thing about Positrons. They are squishy and their damage isn't great, but they are cheap splash, so they can be good for that. But, I mean, the Ardent's in a fairly exposed position. How many Wraiths have we got here? Okay, we've only got 6, so it's not going to be very easy to kill that.
He's still got the Hierophant and the Dracodon, so if he sticks around here for too long... Now, the Hierophant does get its on-hit blocked by the Ancient Shield, so this becomes a lot more powerful when you factor that in, but he's not able to secure the kill onto the Dracodon, instead cheating his focus fire onto the Hierophant a little bit.
Yeah, well, definitely, Newt is getting a lot of mileage out of these Wraiths, right? And the main army's starting to move out here, but at the same time, Hamster gets the confidence to move out on the map. If he can slow that one time...
I know, yeah, it even lost its shield, but not going to be enough.
Looks like they're setting up for a clash here. Newt feels like he has the power to go forward. You know what? He does have just a lot of DPS here. Hamster needs to be careful. His melee units may evaporate here, but there's no lines down right now. Can he get the splash? He pulls back after taking a bit of a hit.
Yeah, listen, this is where you really want those Zealots to make connections onto the Vultures so that the Phalanx Splash just kills them. Just like StarCraft 1, man. Just like Brood War. You want to use the splash damage of the Siege Tank, the Phalanx in this case, against the Terran army. The Wraiths are only here as a little bit of annoyance, but as they continue to build up, they might be able to focus fire things like the Ecclesiasts. There's not great anti-air over here.
Phalanx don't want to fight in that choke.
Yeah, starting to
Hamster's got to think like a Zerg here and set himself up for a surround is what he wants to do. That said, look at this. Hamster spreading out a bit. This might be the moment. Is Hamster going to pull the trigger? Looks like he is.
Yep, and the Zealots are going to take the initial shots. The Phalanx is getting engaged upon. There's only one unsieged Phalanx not currently in contention for death, but the Cleric's keeping it alive for so long. It looks like we'll still just have the one unsieged tank. Everything else starting to fall apart here for Newt. His Ant Seal is gone. He's only now going to go ahead and deploy that. He has another one behind the ramp. So the bridge will still continue to be the choke, but unfortunately all those Zealots staying alive. The Ecclesiast did so much work to keep Hamster's army alive.
Yeah, and also they did good DPS there in the end after the Zealots were dead. And, you know, Hamster able to reinforce a bit here, going to send Hamster retreating, sorry, send Newt retreating back. And what does Newt have going on at home? We don't have tier 2 yet.
Oh, no. He left a tank out there in the middle. That might end up costing him. I mean, these small mistakes can add up, and there's even a third base being set up. Hamster looking for top left as well. And at the same time, Newt, on the other hand, only is now getting his quarry onto that treasury expansion for the third.
Can he hold this? Oh, it's going to be tough. I mean, he's got the tanks. There's an Architect out, but I think it's just enough to hold on for Newt, so the game will go on. By the way, Beaver in chat to confirm the Architect does only attack ground on release. That's a bit of an older change than some others we're seeing here. But yeah, look at this. Hamster going to take a 4th, even it looks like. Just really going to turn this advantage into a probably decisive lead. Looking very good in this game right now.
Yeah, it has to be said. He's reposted the first attack almost with prescience. I don't know how he knew it was coming, but he knew something was fishy. The way that Vulture didn't commit up the ramp already was enough to give him a bit of an inkling. Now we've got Goliaths trying to staff these anchors. It's a lot of surface area to try to defend, but you can kind of funnel them in across 2 different pathways. However, we are about to get a Zealot bomb.
Goliath. Anchor and Goliath is not a very impressive combination. Yeah, as you say, there's Envoy. Or the Witness even checking there's nothing there. Yeah, every worker lost will be painful here.
Oh, yeah. Well,
maybe it's only 1.
It might only be 1, but at least it's causing some lost mining time. That will absolutely give Hamster even more of an economic advantage. And look at this. He's going to go ahead and whip the move out at the same time. He might even pick a
splash damage could be dangerous for the units here, but it looks like the Phalanx was just far away enough. The Zealots will get cleaned up without further incident. The poor Clerics here, just about to get pounced on. Or they do pull back.
Very nice. Listen, they're actually really good for that. The spotting here. He's allowing the Phalanx to take a couple of warning shots, and that will also be warning for Newt. Like, hey, the enemy's at the gates. This Envoy never got moved, by the way, so it's still just hanging out, spying on the worker count.
You know, it's an interesting dynamic because the Phalanx is really loud. If it takes a shot, you're going to know it. Well, here we go. He's going to commit. The Architect's going to get hit by these Phalanxes, so he needs to be careful. They are tanky enough to fight the Phalanxes a little bit, but you do not want to lose those. A couple Zealots get killed, but man, come on, they're here to get killed. That's their job.
That's right. Their life for, I guess we don't have Ire in Cosmonarchy, but something like it. Another drop, this time in a Cantor. That's right, natural. 3 kills, not the end of the world. Great stuff from, honestly, even though there's so many Masons dying here, that was a really good reaction from Newt. I've talked about this before. The way that you react to these kinds of Cantor pops is you hit the stop key on your workers and then tell them to move. You want them to decollide so that they don't clump up. And even though the Cantor is different than it used to be, that it's not the Reaver, it's not the way that the Scarab works, it still has the same rule associated with it. You don't want them clumping up.
Yeah, this Goliath trying to bully away the Envoy. It looks like the Acantor will get killed, but 16 worker kills, I'm going to say that's pretty worth it.
Oh yeah, they even did a little bit of damage to a couple Goliaths, in fact, so. We do have an Atlas on the way for Newt. I think he wants to pivot into captaincies when he can, but his third base defenses are looking very lacking, allowing Hamster to be, maybe posture, really depends on how he gets his front line in. He does have a couple of Zealots, and they're not exactly in the best of spots. These Masons idling, the Vultures as well, allowing for a little bit of a commitment here. Anchor starting to fall.
I think there's enough mass here for Terran that he will push this back. The Architect's going to get their damage though, and maybe what Hamster does is just trades away the front line. Yeah, that's the move. He's just going to trade away the front line, then pull back, while the Architect count will continue growing. And as these fights continue, they'll do more and more damage.
A little bit awkward here for Hamster, losing a couple more. Not the end of the world, only a couple of Zealots. He's actually got 10 Zealots sharking off to the left side, Witnesses all over the place, keeping eyes on things. Instead of having any Watchdogs for defense, Newt has decided to just have a couple of Goliaths in the natural in case there's a redrop.
Yeah, well, they're better than a Watchdog because they attack air and ground. Look, this run by, I don't think going to get much done. Even the mine's still there from the early game, going to absolutely deny this. Bit of a loss there for Hamster.
Yeah, that could have maybe had some more impact after he attacks at the same time. Atlas is now done.
Ooh,
Argosy coming.
Argosy is on the way, yes. That's going to be very dangerous because whether it's the Solarians or the Empyreans or whatever else, it's going to be quite hard for Hamster to deal with. He's already in this position where he's quite pushed back. Now, his tier 2 is, you said it was coming up, or it's finished now.
It's finished now,
so,
yeah.
Hang on, attack coming in here. Only 4 Architects, and they're getting distracted, but can he kill that Treasury, actually? Only repairing with a single Mason, but he changed his mind. I think he could have actually killed that.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. Bit of a missed opportunity, but he loses his Zealots and falls back, StarCraft 1 style. Wants to only trade versus the Phalanxes when they're in danger of dealing friendly fire. 3 more Architects rallying on down, and we've got 2 Envoys to scoop up all these Zealots.
A few, poor engages from Hamster here, to be honest, from Newt's point of view. Maybe he wants to move out soon. He doesn't know about that Argosy, but he wants to put the pressure on to deal with that, and he kind of is getting to the point where he can almost fight this army, but the Architects could do a lot of damage if they can kite back and constantly taking shots. That's a lot of Architects.
Well, there's 6 Zealots just got unloaded, and they're starting to wreak havoc here. One of the Envoys has gone down. The other one probably not long for this world either, but will get bullied away. We're starting to see a heavier commitment into Anseals, but no, Newt has bit way too hard on this attack. There's just 6 Zealots, and he pulls his entire force out of position. He will lose his 3rd and a lot of the Masons there as well.
Yeah, unfortunately, he finishes the job he started and takes out that Treasury. The thing is about the Zealots is they're annoying, but they don't kill stuff very fast, so you need to react that harshly. Man, those Architects do so much damage every shot. The Anseal's getting out of position here.
It might not matter, though. Hamster's busy elsewhere. He's not even realized that his force is being chased by all of these Goliaths, and the unsieged Phalanxes as well, adding a little bit of DPS themselves. A couple Architect shots still left, but there's only 4 of them. Yeah. Make that 3 as soon as this one falls on the back. Zealots trying to desperately charge forward in. Yeah.
4 more Architects can get out, and he's making a Didact, by the way, not an Empyrean or anything like that. Man, Hamster wants blood, and I think he needs to get it.
Yeah.
Chasing this still.
The Phalanx could siege at any moment, but it doesn't look like Newt wants to even try. A couple of fadeaway shots from the Architects. I do like offering up the 1 Goliath there for just a moment to, you know, basically avoiding the missile splits in that situation. Yeah, and well, we still have 9... or 8 something like that for the Architect count. It's very, very high still. And the Anseals are leaving the rest of the base.
I'd love to see some Gorgons here, but unfortunately it looks like he's not going to have time. I think he's going to crush through. Well, down to just Architects again. Can he pick them off? They are just going to do so much damage.
Yeah, and it's a round of Zealots now out of the gateways, so they're going to peel off to the other direction. There's not really anything to hold them off. There's an empty anchor, and that's it. There are some Goliaths on the ramp.
Didact is going to be the strat here. I don't know if Newt even knows about this, actually. I'm not sure he's been exposed to this before. So this might come as a rude shock that he's like, wait a minute, how did that Didact get in my base?
I love that he lifts the anchor to save it, though.
Yeah, that's nice.
At the very least. He does have a lot of Anseals, so there's a chance that he can detect it, but...
Well, what path is Hamster going to take here? It looks like he's heading over towards the left. I lost them. They're too stealthy.
Yes, right here by the 3rd base. They just exited the 3rd base.
Oh, yes, I see him. Yeah, so he's going to go all around to the side, and honestly, okay, the Atlas is there, but if he goes right on the edge, I mean, even if he doesn't, I don't think the turrets will quite stop it. I feel like he's going to be able to sneak in here. Although I wonder if that Atlas positioning is intentional. Maybe he does know about this. But meanwhile, just on the ground, on the front line, Newt's still under the pump.
Yeah, this is a real tight situation. He's trying to build another treasury so he can take bottom right. Little does he know there's Zealots all over the place. Empty anchor still just being a nice little... I guess a bookkeeping utility here for Newt as he keeps tabs on how many Zealots are just charging the ramp trying to kill that 1 Phalanx on the Overlook. There's a lot of Anseals. I mean, 4 Anseals can definitely help versus the Architects, but not when there's 9 of them. There's so many.
The Didacts are in the base. They're starting the recall. That Azazel sees it, but what's he going to do? He's just going to try and defend that Phalanx. He lasts all of 2 seconds. The Architects are in the main now. He just gets out of dodge. Doesn't want to fight the main army. He'd rather kill your buildings for free.
Yeah, the Goliath's going to see if they can make up the ramp, but that's almost certainly not going to happen. He's on top of the production. No more add-ons for the Fulcrums. Looks like Hamster's off to a 2-0 start in the group.
I don't know why that Magister's there. He's just helping out. But yeah, pretty convincing win by Hamster. GG.
GG indeed. Well, now that, you know, that's a nice little showcase of the different things you can do. I think Hamster was ahead for most of that game, unfortunately for Newt. The drop not going his way in the early stages, if you think back to that. And on top of that, even beyond that, it did slow his economy up a little bit. after the economy stage, you get into a nice little spot where you've got the 3 worker queues, the 2 quarries, and of course the ministry. But your composition doesn't necessarily trade super well versus the zealots. And then I think the drops from Hamster, it was like a slow whittling, but we never really saw an opportunity for Newt to get out on the map, right? And that was, I think, really where Hamster was allowed to take 4 bases. He actually had a 5th base starting to mine gas by the time the Didact started to fly across the map. So just to show you all of the things that Hamster was trying to keep tabs on, did still float a little bit of money, we got to be said, but, you know, he's winning the game, so not much else.
Well, a couple of things to put on the table, right? Even though the Zealots kind of didn't do any actual damage in the main, they're just constantly a distraction, and they are kind of tanky, they're hard to deal with. And the thing about Goliaths is you have a smaller number of units, because an individual Goliath is very expensive, so it's harder to divvy up units to defend from stuff like that. So I think it was a really good play, honestly, of Hamster just constantly be kind of shoving stuff in. Even though it was super inefficient, he knew he was ahead, and he was just buying time for his lethal tech to be ready.
Yeah, lethal tech is the right way to describe it. Protoss, of course, reigning supreme. And 3Crow will go on and select Derelict for his next return to the field.
Will he leave his opponent as a smoking Derelict? Now, I wonder if either of these players have actually played Derelict 2, because it's just been updated now.
Yes, it's a different look. I mean, it even says Derelict 2 in the map name to remind people that it's a little bit of a new version. So.
Yeah, I mean, you notice fairly quickly you're playing on it, but I don't know if you haven't played on it much, you might not be aware of those corners or whatever else. I think I might have played against it on Hamster sometime, not entirely sure. So hopefully they know what's up.
Hopefully, hopefully. Waiting on Hamster's ready. We have it. We will go on to our 3rd match of Battlements. And, you know, that was a nice little macro game we just saw, but I'm sure 3Crow is just so very desperate to get the cheese going. We've got 3Crow in the top right, and Hamster reigning with a 2-0 start in the bottom left. You can see him checking out those corner bases, by the way. He's looking at all the different... his camera was all over the place. So yeah,
so he knows that.
Let's talk about this map changes. Right now that we're actually loaded up into it, the middle is a burning ministry. Easy to destroy if you don't want it to be there, and obviously easy to make burn down as well if you so desire. We've got the anchors covering these. BDB referred to them as 5.5 and 11.5. I would probably just call them something else. I'm not sure exactly.
5 and 11. What's wrong with that?
Yeah, well. Yeah, because I guess you call the corner bases 4 and 10, right? So that's fine. Yeah, exactly. That works for me. Anyway, those bases, the 5 and 11 bases, are obviously in a spot where they have the anchor.
And they just call it like the inner 10 and the inner 4.
Sure, yeah.
I'd say the other ones.
Yeah, yeah. So, but the bottom line is this base, the 5 and 11 didn't used to exist. So they are brand new.
Yes. So we have a bit more money available. And, you know, with the fact that there's neutral ministry and the fact there's an anchor, those outer corners are a little bit more attractive. But we'll see if the game gets that far. Oh, they're going to hit in the middle. Oh.
All right. There it is.
Yeah.
Big smooch.
Have that on like a soundboard. Hit the button. Newt, to let you know, if Hamster wins this, you play him again. It still has to win 4, doesn't he?
Yes, that's right. Yeah, the format for that hasn't changed. I have toyed around with the idea of making the... number of games needed to win to advance in first place higher than 4, but up until just recently I thought we would still be doing all 4 groups in one day, so I was like, I ain't doing that. we might not make
the time. Alright, this is Lattice again.
Okay.
Kriko is not deterred. He thinks Lattice is the way to go. You know, I think the idols have a lot of mileage. If you can get enough of them, I think they will decimate melee, but it did not work out in that last game, so let's see if he does anything different.
Yeah, let's see. It's just going to be the Legionnaire start for both players, actually. 3Crow not investing into the Zealots early on.
I like that he's playing it safe, checking for proxies or hidden scouts or whatever. Oh, double gateway Lattice. Okay.
Yeah, this is interesting. I think he wants to spike up to, like, Mass Legionnaire and spend all of his gas on the idols. That's my read.
Well, we will test which is better, because it's 3 gateways versus 2 gateways and a Lattice. Which will come out superior? Sim coming out. Now, it's not very good against Legionnaires, that's for sure, but... in a sort of mid-size engagement, I feel like they sort of fall by the wayside and get forgotten, and then suddenly they're duplicating. You go, hang on a minute, why is his army so big?
Yes, yeah. Yeah, so for people who don't know, the Simulacrum is a specialty unit for the Protoss, where as soon as it breaks, it takes hull damage, right? Its shields are broken. At that point, it starts to multiply, so it takes 5 seconds to finish, or maybe it's 4 now, to finish the multiplication. We've got a little bit of a cheeky sideshow happening over here. 3Crow moving on.
This is going to be bad for... 3-Crow, though, because I feel like these 3 Legionnaires will kill both the units he has, and his production slacked a bit because he doesn't have any money. Well, let's see what he can make happen here. Yeah, no, they're going to crush through. He's trying to micro away, but what are you going to do with Legionnaires? I guess you can sort of run away. Goodbye, Simulacrum.
Wait, hold
on. Has to bring back
on.
His sneaky units.
There it is, there it is. Okay.
Oh my god, how did it get away with that? How did it get away with that?
And here come the 2 Legionnaires from the backstab. You thought this was an empty, defenseless base. You were wrong. But honestly, at this point, Hamster is getting very cost-efficient trades right now.
Yeah, getting those 2 units is really, really key. I mean, I can see the concept for 3-Crow. I don't mind the idea of trying to be sneaky there, but it was not the moment to do it, unfortunately. And these Legionnaires are going to get out of here, get their shields back.
Yeah, that's right. They didn't even take any hull damage. How's that for you?
They can't split. When are you going to add the Simu-Legionnaire?
Ah. Well, that will be called the Purifier.
Ah, perfect.
Hey, honestly, you haven't. We've had a lot of Protoss and we've had a lot of Legionnaires, and you haven't even said it once. So I got to commend you.
I'm doing better. I'm doing better. I'm trying to break the cycle. You know.
Yeah, I shouldn't have even brought it up.
Hamster. Yeah, that's like I'm a recovering alcoholic, and you're like offering me a drink, man. Don't do that. Hamster continuing to make these like melee units mostly, and 3-Crow actually making a vassal here, hopefully just for scouting. I would like to see him continue to make idols, because like I was saying, I think if you get enough idols, they will really crush these Legionnaires. And Hierophant's usually coming in as well. Obviously not much use against Legionnaires in particular.
No, it's really funny because Hierophants work really nicely in conjunction with Legionnaires because you let the Legionnaire catch the unit that's slowed. But they don't really work very well versus Legionnaires in a mirror, so it's, you know, neat how that works.
With 3 idols here, I think it would be a mistake for Hamster to attack up here. There's enough melee buffer. I feel like it's going to be easy for him to hold. The Vassal might even spot this coming in.
Yeah, the Vassal will, and the other thing that he can use the Vassal for... I'm surprised no Protoss has done this because they're pretty cheap. But you can actually just kill your own Vassal for the speed boost, so that could be something that 3-Crow is thinking about. But
it's so fleeting. It's so fleeting. Is it really worth it?
I think, I think it probably is. All right, Zealots are going to accept the initials. Here. Yeah, the Idol's getting a lot of splash damage dealt. The Zealot's also just melting through this front line. Almost immediately, Hamster tucks tail.
Yeah, really interesting positioning there from 3-Crow. Since he put his melee units to the side, all of Hamster's melee units came in a blob, perfectly in position for the Idols to destroy them. So really nicely done by 3-Crow. Even the Hierophant, once again, claiming its due.
There we go.
Even the Vassal helping out.
There we go. Okay. Well, he doesn't continue the offense, and I feel like actually he could have maybe threatened there. We've got an embassy right now and a nexus, so Hamster is ahead in economy, but is behind in terms of military. If you look at the military count, 3-Crow has more units, and only one of those is kind of like a throwaway vassal, right?
Yeah, the embassy is going to be the decisive factor here, I think, and we will see Hamster pull ahead. Now, he's moving out again here. Now, this is Derelict 2, not Derelict, so there is no big overhang to put Warden to cover the choke. This Warden will still be helpful, though, because Protoss, of course, can always retreat and recover shield, so this kind of thing is very strong.
Yeah, but he can just step in here and destroy the Nexus, at which point you only have one base for all your workers to be saturated in. It doesn't really matter. Yeah, I think so.
Can he pull that off? It's difficult, because your opponent will come and attack you and bait you back to the rear, but half your units will hit the Nexus, half your units will hit the enemy army. It's difficult to get a good engagement. Prostration stage on the way, and it's coming for 3-Crow, not for Hamster.
Yes, I like that. Okay.
He is going to try it, though. He's going to try it. Let's see. I think that number of idols...
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
No, I think it's the only move here, but it doesn't look like 3-Crow wants to commit towards it. Scared away by the Warden.
Out.
Yeah, he has actually.
Ooh. Man, both players going back and forth
here.
Very threatening.
Well, I guess he thinks maybe the prostration stage will be his deciding factor. I wonder if it's for potentates, actually, because I've theorized before that you can use them for their high single-target range damage and just shred the Protoss units that normally would take a step in and be like pretty beefy in these fights, right? So, like Drekadons, right, would end up melting in that situation.
Pariahs are always going to be a decent option, because they can always get in there and do some damage unless they're absolutely getting gunned down. But I don't know. If he doesn't have a embassy, so nothing's going to drop. It is going to be a Pariah coming out. There's only one Hierophant, so this could potentially be effective. Now, it looks like Hamster's almost certainly going to go for Vagrants and or possibly Barghests here with the double Roast Gallery coming out. He's a big fan of Vagrants, and I think they are pretty good with the DPS there. Yeah, really falling behind on workers here. Needs to be careful, doesn't get too far behind.
And that's because of the embassy on the second Nexus long being finished here for Hamster. And because he didn't commit to attacking that Nexus and neutralizing that advantage, 3-Crow will definitely have a rough time of it. I feel like he probably could have reinforced. There's the one thing that is a little bit rough about that is that your opponent, if they're cheeky, can just send a couple units out and start interrupting your reinforcements and just kind of contain you inside their natural and then eventually overwhelm your force. So it can be a risky maneuver, but I think you know, at this level of play, it seems like a pretty good move. Now, the Vassal going down does get the scout off on the rogue galleries, kind of knows what he's up against, realizes, okay, you've got an embassy, you've got more workers than I do, but your tech is not nearly on my level. I've got a second pariah on the way, and I'm sitting
going to go for the engagement.
Uh-oh.
Looks like Rico is not game to fight.
He should defend this idol. He really shouldn't allow this to go down.
It looks like it's going to get away, but barely. Man, they have a really funny-looking shuffle. No Barghest yet? There it is. Just came out. I was wondering where it was.
I guess it'll help out a little bit with the melee-on-melee fights if you can position it on top of these Zealots, but 3crow's very, very keen on smashing the Barghest when they come in. Now, he did look away from his army for just a moment. The Zealots now getting shredded by the Pariah, which is going to start to get onto the front line. Now, the Ecclesiasts are still here in the back, and they are going to get a massive amount of boost from that Barghest, which only now goes down after the frontline tank is already decimated.
Yeah, it looks like there wasn't really enough melee for 3crow. It got destroyed by the help of that Barghest. And at home, like, his naturalism is saturated. The worker production's fallen off. I think Hamster has taken a decisive lead here. There's a Mind Tyrant coming, but I don't think it's going to be super helpful here. A Maelstrom in that fight would have been decent, but now the scale of the units is too small. I think Hamster's going to smash through with an A move here.
He could, but if he is just as passive and reticent as 3crow was earlier, there's definitely an option for 3crow's Mind Tyrant to swing the fight. You can take a couple of Dracodons. It'll look like GeneralAnakin TopRamen all over again.
Well, Dracodons are no Goliaths, though. There's a difference there. Oh, he's going to come up this ramp. Yes, he is. Only a Pariah to try and hold here. Is it enough? Pariahs are pretty tanky, but they're not that tanky.
No, and the Charlatan giving everybody 1.5x damage on that bad boy. The Mind Tyrant is about to finish, but it's on the front line. It's not being protected. I don't even know if it'll get a spell off. 3crow's got to start using that. Targeting off onto the Zealots first. No, the Hierophant. Now the Dracodon. Just firing off a bunch of them. He's out of energy now. He's got to think about that, but he is still turning the fight.
Yeah, it definitely did a lot there, and honestly, Hamster probably should have just ignored the mind control units and gone for it. Okay, he's going to try and kill it now, but another control happens. Oh, it's getting very low. Can he pick it off before the shields come back? He's running through the worker line.
Yeah, he's going to get some good damage dealt to the workers here, but starting to take over some of the Ecclesias, the supportive units, right? He's just out of energy. He doesn't have much more.
I've been sleeping in Mind Tyrant, so that did a huge amount of work.
Yeah, still not being committed to. Takes the Charlatan of all targets. Will end up going down. The Zealot's slowly being picked apart, but he's lost so many workers. I think despite the play, it was remarkable, and Hamster was not keen on responding to it fast enough and wisely enough. But I still think that he's definitely got the advantage. Coming in with another army, cleared house at the natural. Not that there were many workers to kill anyway. Who's still almost losing that Tyrant to the one Zealot.
He's able to make these attacks and still keep up the macro at home.
Yes.
And you see, even 3crow, with so little workers left, is banking so much here. Whereas Hamster's happily producing more and more units. He's even adding
there's still one Zealot still in the mid. He didn't even notice it. Still killing workers.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, Hamster just wants to put the nails in the coffin. He's going to show up with like 30 Vagrants, man.
Yeah, the Ecclesiasts were a big pickup for Hamster in that melee fight, and also the fact that the Barghest allowed him to just completely ignore the... Like, the Zealots, they have 1 armor pen and 3 armor while their shields are holding. So the Ecclesiasts keep the armor, the shield armor up, which keeps the armor values increased, and then the Barghest gives you armor pen, which gives you the ability to ignore the Zealot armor once they lose their shield. So you can see it's like double whammy for the army there. 3crow trying to maybe think about taking... I would say he's going to go straight to 12 o'clock here. And then
that's going to be in play to try and get back here with hidden base. I mean, okay, how much can Mind Tyrants really do?
He's got 2 of them now.
They're going to have to do a lot.
Does he have the hot hand? Needs to start casting it. He's very, very slow on it. He's not doing anything. Where's his... He's starting it now, but the one Mind Tyrant goes down before the spell can even connect. Yeah.
He's just fleeing.
Oh, that was a big capitulation there from 3crow. I really thought he would be able to just start rapid firing him off, but I don't think he had it. For some reason, for one way or another, froze up. Or maybe he was just trying to spam click it and couldn't make it happen.
GG.
He'll tell us later, but that will be GG. Hamster,
all right,
1 win away from exiting in first place as you had predicted.
Yep. Not surprised by the scores so far, although, you know, 3crow not showing a bad performance, but I don't know if the lattice is the way to do it. The lattice is sort of being disproven before our very eyes.
I think there's some argument for it, and I'm sure that, you know, if we end up seeing some PvP from maybe somebody like Hupsaiya, who I think is trying to is probably making a good case for it on his own. He seems to be a fan of the lattice, and at least in that matchup, I think there's an opportunity there. There's a potential chance there. But let's see what.
Well, you can always say, you look at a game, you can always say like, well, you know, the strategy didn't work. maybe another player could make it work, but at the end of the day, you gotta take the wins as some kind of data, you know?
Oh yeah.
And I feel like that showed the idols do have weaknesses. They have strengths, they have weaknesses. I wonder if manifolds are better, you know, because they're pretty cheap to spam out.
Yeah, they are. Their gas cost is going to eat into some of your other stuff, but I think the biggest argument for them is actually the fact that they're hit scan. They instant hit, right? So there's no projectile travel time or anything like that.
Quite the opposite of the idols there.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. So.
All right, so Newt's going to get a second chance. What map will he pick? I think it was borne out that Impetus perhaps was not the best pick because he had a hard time fighting those architects and stuff getting in there.
The Germination.
Or ban Hamster.
Well, Germination starts with the same letters that Gerbil starts with, and Hamster, Gerbil, I don't know.
Illuminati confirmed.
Do you remember? Of
course.
For some reason, I think about that a lot.
Yeah, well, it's because it's real. I don't know what I'm saying. Aliens are real. You've seen the X-Files.
There it is. All right.
Aliens are real. We get to watch them fight each other right now.
That's right. That's right. All right. Let's see what happens as we get into our fourth match. This could be the qualification round for Hamster. He stayed up late for this. And here he is in the top left of Germination. It's Hamster. Bottom right, it's Newt.
All right, Hamster. We saw that worker split.
You're
here being casted live. We saw that.
Crazy stuff. Crazy stuff, I tells you. Hey,
now
I'm looking forward to this one. I think we could see a Newt victory here.
Come back, you reckon? Look, I was thinking, you've got to go for a drop on this map. This map's way better for a drop, but he already sort of gave it away in the first game that he wants to do that. Will Hamster still be on guard for it? Will Newt go for it again? We'll have to see. He's just mining that gas, so send me a Fulcrum again, almost certainly.
One thing I have noticed about Hamster, and I want to give him a little bit of props in case he watches back the cast, is his SimCity with the gateway placement and stuff has been a lot better. So I think even this one, if it goes to the right of the pylon, oof, chef's kiss. He used to be blocking the ramp here between the worker line transferring down and all sorts of other stuff, and just that would make drops a lot more punishing. And I think that players are starting to realize, yeah, we shouldn't be building right next to the ramp like that.
Definitely. Look, last game, no, sorry, the game before against 3Crow, the first game, his SimCity was actually critical because it let him get those Legionnaires into that choke location, drill on them, absolutely crush them. So Hamster definitely utilizing that kind of stuff as best he can, and later on as well, being able to fit a lot of stuff in is important. So if you're getting rogues galleries, they're not as small, not as money dense as Monuments of Sin, that's for sure.
I love that we have... You know, some things in StarCraft are just evergreen, and annoying the worker building the structure in PvT is exactly that. So we still have a lot of Vespin here, so I still think it's probably a Starpad follow-up.
Ooh, okay, but only one? I guess he's only mining from one gas, but where is that Starpad? We're waiting to see it.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure what else the gas could be for. I mean, it could be for a quarry, but he's still building workers and still queuing them as well.
Yeah, no, I don't think he's going to go for quarry here because he would have already cut it off. You don't want to. You want to make workers at the expense of workers, you know.
Yep.
What's going to come across? One Legionnaire here, not going to try and come across by the way, just holding the ramp. I think anticipating a very early Vulture run by. There is that star pad, so he could go for Wraiths here.
It's double.
Yes,
yeah.
I thought it would be. Yes, I thought so because he was backing up so much gas. He's going to try and do it with Wraiths here. Now
this is how he qualified. This was his qualification strategy. Remember against 3Crow, he did the Wraith play in the game 3. So.
That's true. Oh yes, I forgot they made him Gauntlet, right? So this is sort of a rematch, or at least it was versus 3Crow, if he gets to play against him. Which one way or another, actually, he has to play against him, no matter how this goes.
It'll be next game for sure. So whether Hamster's already safely into playoffs, into Throneroom, or what, we'll find out.
Very conservative. That Vulture there keeps it alive. Very important because he does need the defense at home, right? When you're playing these mass race strategies, the worst thing is if the opponent's army runs into your base. So these mines can be very helpful for that. And he can make more Vultures without spending any of that precious gas. I wonder if he's going to stick with 2 ports here or he's going to go more. You can definitely support 3 ports on this one base. You can actually support more, but you want to expand sometime.
Yep. Absolutely. Yeah, it's funny how like you initially think, man, the gas harvesting rate is so slow, and then you put 6 workers on there and suddenly, wait, hold on, I can do things.
Well, the thing is, the Starpad itself costs so much gas, but the Wraith really doesn't.
Yep.
It's only 25, so you can spam those out. Embassy already up. Honestly, Hamster seems pretty well arrayed against this. He can get that witness. He'll know what's going on. Can get that static defense. He's already got Hierophants here. He's looking pretty prepared. Ooh, an Anchor coming up too. That means Hamster's really committing to staying on this one base.
Yeah, I mean, you can always lift it and move it elsewhere, but, oh, coming up with a Palladium as the follow-up, so not investing into that third star pad. You know, we could see, like, a drop of some kind, right?
I think this will be like what we saw in the other game, where he'll do a bit of harass with it, but eventually going into that Phalanx probably with Goliath again. Just going to sort of change the order of things a bit and get the race sooner, the expansion later.
Seems like it. He's getting up to 6 Wraiths as 4 of them are leaving the building. Palladium just about finished here as the Legionnaire Scout is going to move across the map and find no base. Or the Vultures will bop it beforehand. No, it looks like they're going to slink back up. So, you know, they might dive on it when the mine hits.
If he did stick them out in front, he could have saved the mines for later, because you don't want to waste them in this one Legionnaire. This one Legionnaire does not matter.
Ooh, look at that! The timing!
Yeah. Perfect catch. What's Hamster's reaction? He's got a lattice. I don't know what use that's going to be here. Idols will be decent, I suppose. Does throw down the Warden, and they're going to fly right on top of the Hierophant. Needs to be very careful there.
Yep.
Did that slow work correctly? Because that Wraith seems to keep up with the
You got to have the Hierophant inside the inside a minimum radius around it, yeah. So.
Just like Gladius, I guess, in a way.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So.
Okay. Well, he's trying to look for a kill here. Sees no expansion. Unfortunately, Hamster a bit out of position. Not respecting the fact that Newt's kind of going to one side than the other. Did not anticipate this. He's going to get a few scribes. It looks like it.
Yeah, he's got that magic number to one-shot scribes, although right now he's only found 2, and he will end up being warded off.
There's Hierophants, though. Always going to get away. All right, the warden's finished.
You know, eventually, I think the number you said was 20 or so. You can start to just one-shot Drakodons after a certain amount of time. So
that's a very deadly number, right? For one-shotting Drakodons in particular, what would it be? Because they get 2 armor. What's Wraith armor pen? It's 0 now.
0, yeah, 2x5.
Thanks
so they'd be dealing 6 damage. You're welcome.
Not that impressive, right? So you need more than 20. You need 26, is it? No, 27.
Yeah, there you go.
Rough.
Listen, it's doable. You're telling me there's a chance.
Yeah, alright, he's coming in again. Needs to be so careful, though. Hierophant plus Idol could do a lot of damage. He does not want to lose that pylon, though. The Idol getting a shot in.
Nice.
Does lose the pylon.
Good snipe. Doesn't even end up losing. I was going to say a single Wraith, but no, he's fine. Well, no, he might lose some more. Oh, he'll take in a couple of Ecclesias on the way out. Ooh. Losing 2 Wraiths. I think if you pick that Ecclesias, it's worth.
You know, I'd like to see Hamster make more witnesses here. Just put them around their flight paths so you can see which way Newt's going to attack from. A Ministry comes up, by the way, not a Treasury, and it sort of makes sense. He wants to catch up a bit more on workers since his expansion's later. And honestly, all is going fairly evenly so far, I would say.
Yeah, cancelling that second Warden as well.
Yeah. We saw that too, Hamster, where we see everything.
Yes, very attentive, watching you only, Hamster POV.
Yeah, Newt has done nothing wrong. Ever.
The Witness, by the way, just having a cloaked unit nearby will force the decloak for proximity. So Newt should be aware that there's a Witness in his base, but it seems like maybe he slipped the net there and he hasn't figured it out.
Well, who watches their protection structures when the unit finishes, man? Who does that? Oh, I don't know about that dive. The Idol's going to do so much damage. This was 2 Wraiths for nothing there.
Yep. Couldn't even do scratch damage onto the Hierophant.
It seems like this has been pretty well handled by Hamster. He lost a few scribes, the sort of first waves in that one pylon. So he's looking pretty good, but economically they're keeping pretty well on par. I imagine some quarries will come up here.
Yeah,
and Newt will be able to shoot ahead. Yeah, there you go. Now, I'm wondering, is he going to do something different here? Because he's only got 1 Fulcrum. I'd love to see Phalanx Shaman here. Wraiths. You don't want to take this fight with the Idols there. I mean, he gets a Zealot, but he's really playing it dangerously.
Yeah, he doesn't have any healing yet. I mean, the Vestry finished, but it's not made anything. We've got 4 Phalanxes back at home for Newt, and his second quarry is about to finish for 4 production.
Tragic.
And you know, the other thing, too, is that there's a second embassy coming online here.
Oh, damn, okay. The Hamster knows what he's about. He just wants to get up in workers as well. So that's going to be both of them.
Yeah, it's looking like, oh, maybe Newt's getting a lot of harassment, but you look at the worker count in the top right, that is not the case.
Yeah, well, that's more about the fact that Newt hasn't had the quarries until now than how much he might have not killed. He has killed a few scribes here or there. You know, he's getting some value, but he needs to be so careful. Like, 1 bad engage, he's going to lose like half these Wraiths. Oh my god, this could be it. Ooh.
Well, he's trying to take the fight, but the Idol's doing splash damage. I don't know if Newt's clued into that just yet.
He needs a Witness there. Again, I feel like Hamster's really slacked on that. It's been a missed opportunity. If he had Witnesses around the place, he really could have shut these Wraiths down so much harder. He's going to check his third, it looks like, though. But that's going to be just as the race swoop in. He really needs to move the army out of this. If this Nexus gets cancelled, that's a big pick for Newt. And it looks like it might just happen.
Yeah, he's thinking about it. He's going to go ahead and focus it down. Shield's still holding for now. And now it's starting the... you can see how few wraiths they are actually. You know, he could have just held that there and then waited for Hamster to move forward to force the decloak if he wanted to maybe pick a couple units. Because he had that nice little setup where only one wraith was visible, but he elects not to go for it. Shaman is done, but not across the map. Yeah. It's not even deployed.
I'm so sad. We got to see more of that strategy. Maybe we just have like 10 Shamans plus tanky units.
Yes.
I want to see it.
If he deploys them here... Oh, I was going to say the witness would have been spot, but no, not quite.
Yeah, if only. It looks like he's going to set up a forward harassment position. I don't know if the time has sort of come and gone for that, because you could lose that Shaman quite easily if Hamster comes out a bit. And I see Hamster's army is very formidable right now.
Ancestral Archives to pad it up as well. That's about halfway done.
Newt moving out, but I think this is just a mistake. When we look at what Hamster has, this army is going to get crushed if he's not careful. He needs to get out of here.
His Shaman's going to get picked.
I hope he sees what he's up against and retreats. No, it looks like he's going to commit with the phalanxes, but there's so much Protoss here. Even only a few idols is enough to deal with those wraiths. The phalanxes are going to be left behind to try and tank.
Oh, no.
What can they really do?
Yeah, this was an ill-timed move out. The idea, I think, was that maybe Hamster would stay in his base because of all the wraith harassment, but finding 5 phalanxes, that's what Newt was building up to this whole time, and it disappears in practically an instant.
Honestly, it's almost game-ending, and indeed Hamster may make it so. It looks like he's going to come up on here, but there's really not much to stop him. There's a couple mines, but he even has a witness. Not really matter. They get the wraiths. He's going to crush through. It looks like we have confirmed a Hamster 4-0 here.
That's what it's looking like to me, Neblime. I am shocked to see the way that it all disappeared all at once, but I guess the second place will have to be decided in some more PvT action between Newt and 3Crow, because Hamster is getting out in first place.
Yeah, I'm sure Newt's very pleased to have to play another Protoss.
Hey,
I told you, man. Hamster's a beast.
Indeed, he is. Figuring it out, finding the timing. And that might even be a nice little blueprint for future, Protosses who go up against that kind of Wraith play that I know Newt is... I don't know if famous is the right word, maybe more infamous, depending on your point of view, but, a lot of people are aware of it.
Yeah, the Idol's definitely a key unit, right? The Hierophants honestly did not get as much done as I would have thought there. But the Idol certainly did.
I think they break up the diving in and out so that if your opponent does try to snipe at you, they kind of guarantee more kills. But yeah, because there's that one ill-advised dive in the top, right? So yeah, that's like one area where they got some power.
And it doesn't take much to start losing those wraiths. You really just got to keep building up the number. Look, honestly, I think the game was going okay if Newt stayed home, though. I don't think it needed to end. I think he definitely was doing all right.
Yeah, I don't think the game needed to close there exactly, because Newt did have the ability to macro up, but I don't know. He saw a timing somewhere. We'll maybe talk with him about it at the end of the group. First, we'll wait for 3Crow to select the next map. That will, of course, be one of Fata Morgana, Sideshow, the Purgatory, and Titan Forge.
So, right, it's a clean slate, right, from either player. So how does this work? How many games do they need to win to go through?
You'll need to see one player win 2 games.
Okay, so it's best of 3.
It's essentially a best of 3, yeah, that's right.
All right. Man, Newt and 3Crow on the line to get eliminated from Acropolis. Who will make it through? Yeah,
I mean, we have our predictions. We would imagine Newt's looking pretty solid here. I'll wait for you to hop into the lobby. That's good.
I'm sorry. Here I am.
There it is. There it is. Give them the readies. Okay, we are good to go. Let's see what's happening in the Newt and 3Crow side here, because this matchup should be looking a little bit more understandable when you're thinking about it, right? 3Crow and Newt, they've duked it out on this very map in this very tournament. I mean, I'm with you, Neblime. I think the tournament starts in the Battlements stage. The gauntlet is like, it's a very wildly different realm, right? But with Newt in the top left and 3Crow in the top right, Fata Morgana, the map that you described as locking the players into a phone booth and throwing them a knife.
Yeah, turning the lights off.
That's right.
It's quite narrow. Look at that. 3Crow not making probes. He's going to make a gateway.
8 gate.
Uh-oh.
8 gate. We've seen
Is he going to make a second one? Does he make a second one with it?
I don't think so, but oh, yeah, there it is.
Got to put those minerals back, can't we? So it looks like it's going to be Draconin then. I don't see what else you'd be doing this. And I like it. You just start pushing the pressure on really early. It's quite difficult to stop Draconins from just picking at you with their shield regen and their range. It is the Fulcrum again. Mines can put an end to this, but if Newt overextends, loses his first Vulture, that opens up the door to a lot of trouble he's going to have to deal with.
Yeah, you know what's so crazy is that the way that Three Crow is doing this is very reminiscent to me of what he did when he picked this map against Nicholas, XD-Man, in one of the invitationals. And he did this to him, and after winning said, I call that Fata cheese. So.
Okay. Is that what he's doing here now? Second gate comes up. Yeah. Ooh, is he just going to pump the Draconins? A simple plan, but a good one.
Well, he said that he feels like he has a plan for Mass Goliath, and that was something he was struggling with as Goliath Cleric. How do you deal with that? But it's not Goliath Cleric, is it? Starpad coming here for Newt.
Well, if the plan is you just kill your opponent before they make a Goliath, that's a pretty good plan.
Yeah, yeah.
Now, if it's a Cyclops drop, we could easily end up in a sort of situation where they both lose all their workers here. But if Rico comes across immediately, I feel like this is quite favourable for him, as long as he's putting the pressure on from the very beginning. And so far, the first Draconin is moving across.
Yep, and it's got a second one queued up. The second gateway also finishing. Three Crow doing very well to keep his money low. Thinking about dropping a third gate here. That might be a little bit too low, since the second gate's going to finish. He's not going to have any money for anything else.
He is going to go for Cyclops here, and I think that is not the unit you want, which in general is true, by the way. It's not that good against Draken. It's going to be hard to actually do the damage. And the mines will help, but as long as Three Crow is a little bit careful here, he's going to take one mine, but that shouldn't kill. He should be able to get away still. Well, let's see. She does move all the way down. Maybe he will get it after all.
Yeah.
Okay, I stand corrected.
I don't like splitting the damage there. Definitely a good idea to target down the Cyclops, because any bit of like higher ranged DPS that you can deal with is a good one. Now, since he sees the Cyclops, does he reckon it's a drop? The Trojan's still coming. He's going to return back home.
I feel like this is going to go badly now for Three Crow, though. Because he's pushed back, he's not right in his face.
Yeah.
I feel like he's going to move out a little bit on the map. Yeah, here he goes. And then the drop's going to swoop in and kill him, basically.
Yes, yeah.
I mean, maybe I'm predicting the end of this game too early, but even though nothing's really happened, I feel like Three Crow is in a lot of trouble.
Well, counterpoint, the Trojan is going to leave with most of the military that Newt has. True. Treasury starting. He doesn't have anything here.
Three Crow has to... Oh my god, he got a Warden. Three Crow has to absolutely commit, and immediately. He cannot hesitate. He needs to get right in there, but he's waiting. He's waiting for reinforcements.
Yeah, if he just charges up right now, he wins the game almost certainly. At the very least, he puts himself into a really nice position. His production mostly idle. The Trojan halfway across. I think the Warden isn't going to finish by the time the drop hits. So
if Three Crow turns around, he absolutely loses the game. There is no doubt. So he has to go in. I mean, he has units rallying out. If he micros his scribes away, he can still definitely survive here. What is the reaction?
Yeah, he starts to pull away.
We'll get away from that Warden.
No, you can't. You cannot clump up versus the splash. The Warden's started. It is up. He can take his 7 scribes, but he just needs to charge the front line.
He's going in. He's going in. The anchor's coming up, but he's already lost his window to some extent. The mine absorbed pretty well by the Hierophant.
If the anchor finishes, that's a little bit rough. The Hierophant not able to get in on the action.
No, he doesn't. And the drop is going to come back with the reinforcements. He's still rallying his units, though. This may well be enough. He just runs past the anchor, but he needs to be careful. He gets surrounded by Masons. He can still die here.
Yeah, the Zealot's not being in with on the front line with the fight. The Draconin goes down. We've got 4 Cyclops unloading. They were not destroyed by that Warden. We've got another Draconin from the low ground. Yeah, it's a bloody situation here. Three Crow trying his best, but he's not able to really snipe out those units. And he wasn't able to do that much economic damage, right? He only killed maybe 5 Masons.
Yeah, and he's not going to break through here now. Like I said, he needed to go in immediately, but he waited a bit too long and clumped up, unfortunately, on that Warden so much. And lost so much. Now he's on 7 workers to 17. He's trying to make the attack happen here, but he's not going to break through this anchor. I think Newt has this one.
Yeah, queuing up some more workers, but it's very late. He's got another one that he can throw back up to his main.
Oh, he's going to drop again. With a single Cyclops, though, against the Warden, that might just be a bit of a waste.
Yeah, I think it's just a quick scout, but Newt has to basically extend play for a little bit here because Three Crow doesn't want to GG just yet. I think it was a smart plan. The problem is that, like, losing all the scribes, but then also hesitating too much on the ramp, not reading the situation that it was going to be a drop. I think as soon as the drop shows up, you probably should just immediately just A-move and then try to micro your workers, right? Like, that's... You just let the A-move happen because your opponent can't have anything. And indeed didn't have anything.
I don't want to be too mean here, but this is why we would say that 3-Crow, despite being such a veteran, does not have very good odds in these tournaments. Because I feel like mechanically he's not that strong, right? He doesn't have that ready to go on that hotkey, that instant reaction to like 1A in. Even while he was in the Terran base, if he could drag that fight out a lot longer while producing scribes just with hotkeys, that kind of thing, right? The kind of bread and butter of how you play StarCraft and win. I feel like 3-Crow does not have these things, right? And that has come into play here. Now he's trying to rebuild. He's doing his best. Gets the embassy. He's still trying to stay in it, right? And there is no kill pressure for Newt for any time soon.
He's gone for Wraiths. There's 2 Wardens, you know, like, not really going to be able to do too much here. I don't know.
Yeah, well, he's looking for an expansion. He doesn't find it, so he's going to stay defensive. I think that makes sense. And Ansel will be a good choice here, just to keep tabs on what your opponent's doing. Because the only way you can lose here is something gets you by surprise.
Yeah, that's right. Well, with the Phalanx started as well, and of course a Trojan ready to drop. I don't know.
Ooh. Don't want to lose those Wraiths. Man, those Dragons are so low, though.
I know, yeah. They've seen some shit, Neblime.
Oh no, Legionnaire. Get out of there. Okay, just get out of there. He's not going to be purified today.
That's right, that's right. I was just about to say. You took the words.
I know you were.
Right?
Yeah. And you're expecting some really big all-in attack because he sees 3 gates and he thinks, man, he must have made a lot of units, but little does he know, he did kill a lot of scribes. I do like the embassy, though. Getting him back in it a little bit. Still double the workers for Newt, though.
Yeah, and unlikely to get an expansion up anytime soon. I think you play this out and Newt will find a timing. But
I think definitely Newt will just continue to scale and overwhelm. But 3-Crow might be able to pull something out here if Newt doesn't come and kill him. And not to say that that's even the right choice right now, even. But if he's not able to come and kill him, I don't know. There's always chances.
Listen, there's always the idea of a Benno-style 2-base Monument Ascent. You never know.
Yeah. You know, and I feel like Newt would be relatively vulnerable to that. I don't think he scouts super much. And you just kind of focus on the eye movement on the map, and it's close by air. You just fly that right in, right?
You know, something that I didn't factor in is I kind of thought there was already a quarry, but I forget that this build doesn't have the quarry in the main. So Newt only now getting a 3rd worker production queue means that there's a chance for 3-Crow to maybe add another embassy like Hamster or add another expansion more likely.
Well, he needs first, I think, or it doesn't really make sense because he's getting close at a saturation on this one base. I think 2 bases should be fine, should be able to hold that. But the problem is if a bunch of like Goliaths and Phalanxes show up, you can't really hold your choke. When it comes to the race, how did he know? He moved to intercept them.
He knew enough, but didn't A-move, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, well, half of the process is there.
He's got a witness now. He can send that across the base and figure out how screwed he really is.
Yeah.
Only, I mean, it sounds silly to say this, but only 11 workers is the deficit.
Yeah, I mean, it's not too bad.
Considering how this started, yeah.
Look, if 3-Crow comes down, puts down the Nexus, we're continuing with the game. If he doesn't, it's just a prolonged death.
Yes.
I'm waiting for him to do it.
Yeah, we've got to see him do that. He's been trying to keep his focus up. Obviously, for those who don't know, APM in Cosmonarchy is a little bit less forgiving. So the tracker here expects that you are, we're a little bit more, I guess, discerning about what actions we count. And we don't. There are some actions that we should probably count that we don't yet, like recalling camera hotkeys and stuff. But I don't even know if Remaster does that part. But it only takes into account the last like 30 seconds of play. So yeah,
we'll see what's going on in the Terran base. Yeah. It's a great relief when you get in here and you see he didn't go for tier 2. Because you'd be thinking, oh god, I'm so screwed. If you're on one base, he has tier 2. Although the Anseals are there, okay, he does turn away, very nice.
Yeah, there's nothing really that can attack it. There's just the 2 Cyclops and the Anchor anyway, so.
Alright, he's posturing for this expansion. He needs to get that going, though.
Yeah. He's got a lot of Dracodons, so there is that at the very least.
Yeah, it's tough, though, because if he gets stuck in his defending his own choke, he will have a terrible engagement. He needs to be on open areas to deal with these phalanxes. But at least he's going to hold off the Wraiths if he's right here. Again, as we saw, I guess it's pretty hard for Wraiths to pick off a Nexus with the armor and all.
There it is. Now coming down. I think it's probably too late, but we'll see how it goes. The worker lead continuing to extend. Newt adding a ministry. Being very conservative. He's just not. He's not in it to.
He knows he's ahead.
Yeah, sure. And he's had so many nightmares with Protoss as well.
Yes, definitely. Look, the thing is, Newt is pretty much at 2-base saturation now, so 3-Crow will just catch up until that 3rd base goes down. Now, I don't know if 3-Crow saw it with a witness yet. He could potentially just deny it just by sitting Dragons there, and at least Newt would have to push him back. Yeah. I'm waiting to see another production building from 3-Crow, because he's starting to build up that gas.
Yep. Oh, it could be Argosy at this point, right?
Argosy would be a great choice. Honestly, Argosy on Monument, I mean, it sounds like the noob sort of strat, but when you're in this situation, you got to go for something like that, I think. And Empyreans can actually come out relatively fast and start giving you a lot of value defensively. Say Newt's coming across and attacking with a big tier 1 army, Empyreans could actually save you. Now, you need to keep these Wardens up. Dragons need to be ready to respond here, because it's a bit of a loss losing 300 minerals when you're such poor economy, but Newt not going in.
He's unloading the anchors and moving forward to take total security at the 3rd here. He'll hold the choke that are these bridges. And you can't really build by the big one, but Turin can go ahead and turtle up here at the 3rd base, so there is that at least. Helps.
I was going to say, now that he has the Nexus, 3K not make any work, as he queues 5 at the natural, but does not use the Ember.
Yeah, I know.
Alright, the cannons did finish though, so he's going to ward this off pretty easily. It's still even getting damage there, you don't want to lose that, it's a lot of gas.
Yeah, and he's not making too many of them, right? That's where I was a little surprised that other people have been so slow to that, but TopRamen coming in as the a new Terran hope, perhaps, has been building armies that have like 8, 10 ant seals sometimes, and versus
Honestly,
Protoss, they just completely destroy the architecture.
He's a pioneer of just like concentrating them in one spot, and you just can't hit anything in that spot. You just have to give up and come back later.
Yeah, exactly. So, you know,
because honestly, at some point, they all start regenerating in turns, you know?
Yes, absolutely, yeah.
Okay, he wants to end it now. No tech is going to come up, but he's an Argosy on the way. But time has run out. Does he have enough here? I don't think he wants to be in this choke. I think he's going to be a bit further back, so he can get the concave. But it means Draconids will do a lot of damage. Vultures won't be super effective here. Okay, he does move a little bit back, but I'm worried he's set up in a blob instead of a concave, and he's going to have a hard time.
Yeah, I mean, the Vultures aren't going to trade super well versus this many Draconids, especially since there's a little bit of melee for the Phalanxes to deal some splash to. So, alright, Anso getting sniped. That's a pretty big pick. The Argosy is still a ways off from completing, though.
Yeah, he's starting to power through these Draconids. The Vulture's just distracting enough for the Phalanxes to get the real hits in. He's starting to get splashed here. I don't think 3Crow is going to be able to hold this one.
Yeah, he doesn't have anybody on the high ground either. Not that I think any of these Phalanxes are in the right spot to deal with that. The Clerics repairing the Vultures of all things. I don't think I've seen that yet in Cosmonarchy, so we're seeing new things every day.
Man, imagine if he had like 2 epigraphs, he could possibly kill all the Goliaths and wipe this.
Yeah.
But no unit being produced in the Empyrean. I was going to say the Argosy, but the Empyrean is on the way. Can he stall out the ramp? No, not that way he can't.
No.
Oh my god.
He can maybe throw a lot of corpses at it, but I think that's... I don't think this unit gets done. GG is called. All right. Well, you know, considering how bad the start was, 3Crow, I think he is playing... It sounds silly to say, but he's playing better than the last time that he's faced Newt, and his games versus Hamster inspired some idea that maybe he has a couple of concepts up, right? So
yeah, I think it's a good showing for him for sure, but you have to say at the end of the day, he's 1 game away from getting eliminated. Yes. So try as he might, he's not achieving what he needed to, though. But he could still win. It's best of 3.
Let's see what 3Crow wants for the map
that
could be,
right?
Yeah, the final one. If he,
I'm gonna be right back while he's picking, just so they have to wait for me in lobby.
There you go. There you go. And of course, while we wait for Neblime, we will take a look. You can see Hamster has won 4-0, undefeated in the groups, in the battlements. He's already to Throneroom. It was that easy. It was that quick. Newt gave him some games. 3Crow had some squeaky moments. Honestly, I think both of the games that 3Crow played versus Hamster were really scrappy. And I thought that was a joy to watch. The games against Newt so far, from both Hamster and 3Crow, have been maybe a little bit more on the straightforward side. But I do like that 3Crow has a game plan in any one of these missions, any one of these starts. He knows what he wants to do.
Yeah, in that last game, he could have won. It just didn't quite work out for him.
That's right.
Honestly, even if he just kept all his scribes alive with better micro, it would have been a much more even game. But it sort of worked out that he did the worst possible thing.
It will be Sideshow selected, so 3Crow maybe trying to take a map that is unfavorable for Terran. Obviously, the map that famously Solarians have found a lot of success in.
Does it suit 3Crow's style so much?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I'm not so sure.
Yeah.
On this map, Protoss just sits back and takes bases, denies Terran's outlying bases, and just slowly builds up. But I feel like 3Crow is not really adept at those long macro games, and Newt certainly is. Question.
Question.
That's the answer. The answer is yes, no matter what he asks.
Yeah, Newt was curious about the format of Battlements. For those who don't know, we do this King of the Hill style, where the winner stays on, the challenger, or indeed the loser in this series, will pick the next map until all of the matches are played. So if 3Crow slaps Newt back, then Newt will be able to pick between the 2 remaining maps in the pool, which are Titan Forge and the Purgatory.
Yes, there will be no next map if Newt takes it.
That's right. Contingent on 3Crow's play in order to find ourselves a dub. In order to find ourselves a 7th map.
You did mention, by the way... Oh, no, he's back. Okay, go on then. He has to pick Protoss, though.
He is Protoss. You looking
I swear it said random.
Oh, maybe he picked it as he's typed R. R is for random, obviously. I really want to see more random players. Let's get into it, though. Newt in the top left, 3Crow in the bottom right. If I didn't have to cast all this stuff, I would just sign up for the tournament as random myself and just see what I can do.
Oh my god.
Dude, you'd have to cast my games, Neblime, and you'd have to do so in the context of just being like, Pernogo here, is he ever going to harvest gas? He's on his 10th gateway. He will not stop building pure Legionnaires.
If you lose a game, you can never blame balance, though. You just cannot.
I could and then change it because.
True. You lose the tournament. And you just like completely nerf one race into the ground, whichever race eliminated you.
That's
so. Honestly, do you even want to beat Pernogo? You better let him win or nerf your race.
That's right. Yeah, I'll take my toys out of the sandbox.
I should have let Vic beat me in the last one so that the Hurricanes were intact.
Yeah, you can't mess with the developers. You know, it's so funny that you say that because there's a lot of RTS games and a lot of games in general where the developers aren't very good, and they're not top players or whatever. And I'm like, sometimes I think about in Counter-Strike Global Offensive, they had the sniper rifle that people were saying, oh, this gun's like you can just use it as a shotgun or whatever, and it's really powerful because of the way that like high skill players were able to reliably do quick scopes, and so they nerfed like the scoped movement speed and stuff to try to reduce that. But it's only because they just kept getting domed in matchmaking. It wasn't because of like, oh, it's actually imbalanced. So, you know, League of Legends does that too all the time. There was a cheeky little League of Legends dig in an Artosis cast video recently where he said, I love that maps are so different in StarCraft. Maybe I'm old school, though. Maybe I'm old-fashioned. Maybe we should have one map and just change the health of Dragon every now and then.
Yeah.
I thought that was pretty good.
Well, the thing about in League is they balance them out via the absolute multitude of different champions, right? And nerfing or buffing the stat, like he says, it's not as necessary as in a game like StarCraft.
Yeah. Well, imagine if you boot up a map and it's like, oh, in this map, SCVs have more health. It's like, what?
Wonder why they never did that, you know? StarCraft can handle that, obviously.
Yeah.
So, Draconin coming out here for 3Crow. Playing it safe. Is it just going to be a drop again? No, it's the Wraiths. This is his pattern. It's either Cyclops drop or it's Wraiths.
Yeah, that's interesting that those are the only two strategies he's shown so far. I'm sure he has more in the tank, but for whatever reason, he wants to keep them secret. Moving across the map with 2 Vultures, we've got Gateway into Embassy, into second Gateway. More macro-focused defensive build here for 3Crow. I think this is actually not a bad shout versus Newt, because Newt wants to try to beat you with drops and beat you with other silly things like that. Now, the Draconins aren't perfectly positioned versus the Vultures, but they'll probably be able to safeguard the Scribes.
Yeah, it's not a good trade to lose a Vulture for some stun time, man. It's
dude, he slowed the Ridge. That's just rude.
I think it's fine by 3Crow to let him in. I mean, if he's not too concerned about hiding what he's doing.
Yep. Yeah, you see the Embassy already finished. It's going to go for a Witness immediately. Oh, no, he cancels that. He's thinking about something else.
He really needs it, though. Oh, man. Ooh.
Rogue
now, what do you make from there to counter Wraiths? A Barcast good. Can they scale versus Wraiths?
I think what you actually want is probably Vagrants. You just keep them in the right spots because they instant damage that they deal. It's 1 less than the Dragon, I think. Maybe the same?
Well, that's a bit dicey then, because the Wraiths will be stacking up, trying to get picks on using their range, right? So you need something that can deal with that. And I would say the Barghest would be good, because it can chase them down in the air and get the multi-attack, but I don't know if it actually has the stats to trade with them.
Well, you could also just keep the Barghest for revealing them and never attack with it. Because
true.
You know, you can force them to... Though. Yeah, it does.
Screw up once, boom, your Barghest's gone.
Yeah, and it's not the cheapest of units. We do have a stockade coming. No expansion for either player just yet. If I had to specifically say, like, there's this one unit or one player that is likely to get the expansion first for a shocker, I would say 3-Crow might be doing it.
My gosh, he has a huge Artosis pile on here, man. He needs to back that up. I'm very disappointed he didn't get a witness. It could have been decisive here if he flew across, saw it was 2-star pad Wraith. He would have been in a really good spot. Now, none the wiser. The Wraiths are going to fly in. Now, he's got plenty of Dragons to defend, even already pre-positioned in the mineral line. Like
Charlatan.
The drops.
Okay. I guess.
Well, you know what?
Yeah, that logic makes sense.
The problem is if it gets picked off. It's a bit expensive, but yeah, could definitely be strong here. If only he had the idols as well, idol plus Charlatan would crush them. Here we go, he's coming in here. Dragon already ready to take the shots.
Picks one scribe. You know, 3-Crow can deal with losing a couple of scribes because he lost 3 there. He's got the extra worker production, you know, over his opponent. Yeah,
so that's true. Oh, another shot.
Doesn't really want to lose those workers, obviously, but he can deal with that. Now he's not doing it steadily from the embassy, so that's a little bit of a problem.
Dude, he needs to not be making zealots right now. He just saw that it's Rave, so he's making zealots. I don't know about that.
I actually don't mind it in theory. If you mass up enough of them, you can aim over across the map and they can't defend. So
yeah, I guess. I have my doubts. I don't think there's any world where 3-Crow is really getting up this ramp, man. I think Newt is adept enough at the defense. Okay, he does get another pylon, thankfully. I'm very relieved that he did that. Ecclesiast also, I think, is not a great choice because they just don't have the range. They're a bit squishy to get picked off as well. I think you just keep going with the Draconans and/or Hierophants, and yeah, the Charlatan is fine, Vagrants might be fine, but Zealots and Ecclesiast is not what you need right here. He's getting an expansion though, and I do like that.
Yep, he will have the expansion timing. I mean, the treasury is being made, but you know, it's going to land and then it'll have to build a quarry and all that stuff. So we'll see when 3-Crow wants to move out on the map. He doesn't have a Warden or anything, using the Draconans instead, which I do think is a good move. But, you know, as the Wraith count gets bigger and scarier, you do have to worry about that. Focusing on the Zella, that's a bold play, considering the armor.
Yeah, he's not really respecting these Wraiths, though, and I feel like he's about to get absolutely destroyed for it. Once they have enough to deal with these Dragons in the main, he's going to lose a lot of Scribes. He needs static defense. Okay, he throws down one odd position, but it might be helpful if it has time to finish. Okay, that's what he needed to do. Now I feel a bit better about this. I still want to see him continuing to produce more anti-air units, though.
I think you probably need like 3 Wardens in each base just to slow the and use like the gateway.
Well, he never made that witness, so he doesn't even know it's double pad, right? He really needed to scout that, and again, I feel like it's a big missed opportunity that he didn't make that. Now he's back in his base with no intel, really. He knows Wraiths have been made, and there's a fair amount of them, but that's all he knows. Ecclesiast coming out again. Another Charlatan, though. I guess Charlatan Ecclesiast is decent because the Ecclesiast attack relatively quickly.
Yep, so they'll be dealing, you know, 50% increased damage. It's not nothing.
You know, it's not like the Wraiths are heavily armored or anything. Ecclesiast can do damage to them.
Where's the reaction?
It's selected, but it's just sitting there.
Yeah, a little bit slow.
Charlatan still hasn't got a single attack off, by the way.
Yeah, that's 4 dead workers. I mean, 3-Crow still has the decided worker advantage, and now has 3 worker production queues, which you can't say about our boy Newt. He still doesn't have a quarry on his 3rd base, or his natural, rather.
You know, something I noticed, by the way, which I think impedes 3-Crow a lot, is the fact that he has all his worker queues on different hotkeys.
Yes.
I just noticed he did that. That's honestly a big error here, when he could be easily spamming them out. Oh, here comes the Wraiths again. Are they going to pick up an Ecclesiast? This is the problem with Ecclesiast, right? They're too squishy and too short range. They will just get deleted like that. Although, look at that. He goes real fast when they die.
Yes, that's right. That's why he
Zealots
put them on the front line. Listen, I still think this amount of Zealots, you can just kill Newt with this. Like that's full stop. You can just walk in and kill him. Like there's no defense from this. Like he is building clerics. He has 3 phalanxes that are going to help the Zealots kill everything. Ooh. All 3-Crow needs to do is move with this amount of Zealots, and Newt is dead.
I mean, if you move out on the map though, and the Wraiths intercept you part way and do a lot of damage as you're traveling, you suddenly are like, well, I lost all my Zealots for nothing. Now what do I do? Oh,
no, there goes that pylon. Although most of the gateways depowered, embassy depowered, warden depowered, that's going to need to be fixed.
Look, I agree with you that you can bust through this ground defense easily, but the problem is the risk of getting across there, and if the Wraiths are home, they will help a lot. Because how many?
Yeah, but you can walk away with the Zealots at that point, and then when you know where the Wraiths are, you can just posture with the rest of your army. But I think it forces the Wraiths to go back home, and then you're free to do everything else on the map. So
maybe he still only made a single pylon, by the way. He's not really, again, really not respecting this threat. 17 Wraiths now, man. This is getting serious, and he hasn't got any tech with any splash damage. Like, the ladder's finally being built. A few idols will help a lot. It may be the case that once he has what he needs to deal with the Wraiths, he still will have a middle army and be able to come out here. And he's keeping ahead on workers here. Yeah, that single pylon's going to take it out again, 3Crow.
Yeah, and the little chip damage that occasionally gets dealt to him is not really doing anything. You can see what he's doing, though. He's just going to move out on the map with the Zealots. It's a little late, but he is trying to go for it, especially with the Wraiths trying to commit to the attack. There's still 2 Wardens up here. Couple of them going
doing
down.
A lot of worker damage there. He's finally caught up. The Charlatan gets the hit in. That's his cue to retreat, but I mean, that was a really effective sort of hit and run. This pylon has not been rebuilt. Even workers come out here and build like 4 pylons and a bunch of cannons to defend those gateways.
Yeah, we've got coming down, probably coming too, yeah.
Yeah, as long as that engram has time to finish, which it may not.
Yeah, and well, the Wraith count is getting high enough, and with the Ant Seals trying to cover them as well, I feel like you could probably even dive for that. You'll need to do a little bit of fancy micro.
But finishes, man, 100%. It's going to be a big loss for 3Crow. I feel 3Crow's pain right now, because I know how hard it is to deal with this stuff. Oh, is he going in? Yep. No. Yes, no, maybe. Here he comes.
Sharking forward.
Yep.
The Warden not going to get cancelled. Tries to respond to it, but his units are not behaving. Not even targeting the engram right now. He's going to hit the pylon instead. Ooh. Oh, then he misfires a little bit. Yeah, this is actually a bunch of failed fires here, and another Warden even finishes in the meanwhile.
Big mistake, because that engram is so squishy and so valuable. Now this is really going to secure the natural for 3Crow. And Newt kind of had the chance to kill him, really, but I think has missed it now.
Yep.
And now the idols will start to come out, and eventually 3Crow will be able to contest these Wraiths. Now, is he still making them? Looks like he's still going, though.
I think the Goliath count here, as well as all of these clerics, is going to start to be pretty painful. Look at this. He's actually self-destructing the vestry.
With this many Zealots and a couple Charlatans, I feel like it's going to be not too bad on the ground. Yeah, that's a misclick. I do that all the time. I assume it's a misclick. Because what is it? It's C and the same key for the cleric.
Oh, you're not using grid. Oh, I guess Newt is also not using grid. So.
Yeah, maybe. Hupsaiya in chat probably raging right now. Or Veek.
Well, there's pylons being sniped here, yeah.
Yep, still has not set up any defense for that location. These 2 Dracons actually is free money if Newt decides to take him out.
He's going to go for the pylons instead. And engram being started. Right in their face, that's bold, but I think he maybe thought it was just a pylon, falls away. Not in a position to catch.
Newt how valuable it is and how easy it is to pick off those engrams building, because it would be huge, but he just leaves it.
I think he might end up losing a bunch of stuff here. The idols are here to splash. Ooh. Yep.
They do a lot of damage. And I guess that's pretty much the end of the Wraith harass, thankfully for 3Crow. He has repulsed it now by killing off a few of the Wraiths. Now,
as soon as he repowers his production, he can start really slamming out Dracodons, and maybe he can be a nice menace. But the move-out's coming for Newt.
I think he's in a good position here, but Newt has landed his 3rd. His Tier 2 is on the way. I think 3Crow's advantage is diminishing.
Oh, you know what? I think he did cancel it, but the overlay is just bugged, because it's not actually doing anything still. So...
Canceled what?
He canceled the order for the vestry to self-destruct.
Oh, interesting. Well, now it's just waving, I guess.
Now it's just hanging out. He's got the light show, the fireworks for his victory. Well, I'm not sure it will be a victory just yet.
The Zealots, the squishiest of units.
Oh my goodness!
There you go.
He doesn't realize it, but the shaman is right down there. He could walk in and just slap it. Yeah. Engram starting on the 3rd. Yeah, 1 engram on either base, making sure that there's double pylon protection for all of these. He's even adding a couple of wardens. So the 3rd base will come on at an okay timing. One of his gateways is still unpowered. I don't know if he notices that.
Yeah. Unfortunately, 3Crow kind of a step behind here, though. He's getting these engrams up to deal with the Wraith, but the Wraith time is over. Now it's going to be the classic mech ground army, the Goliath tank. The T2 is finished, but I don't see any T2 structures just yet.
Yeah, I think the idols are still okay versus vultures and clerics and stuff. Oh, there's a big chunky shot from the engram.
That does so much damage.
Yeah.
Oh my god, it almost killed all of them. One more shot would have killed like 8 out of 13 Wraiths.
I know, yeah, and the Ant Seal as well. There's another engram for you. You're on notice, buddy. Get out of my house.
Yeah, come and try and pick that one off. Man, he needs to get back to that shaman right now.
You know, it's so funny. He still could technically pick that one off, but you'd be really dancing on the edge of... total Wraith death. We got the
Wraith death. Yeah.
Bit of stuff coming in. Yeah, there's a lot of mech army moving across the map to link up with the Wraiths. But there's an embassy here at the expansion for 3Crow. His third base going to start to get saturated. He's obviously very far behind in
workers
this
fight, man. I don't think this would be a good idea. Where are the Zealots? Okay, they're over there. As long as 3Crow gets everything together, which I have to say is an open question because he tends to not be very coordinated with his hotkeys. Those Zealots, they can't be sitting there idling. They have to be part of this fight, but I think 3Crow's forgotten about them. He's engaging with his backline.
Well, he just had them selected. He can definitely pull them in. Okay, he is going to bring him on in. He's got 29 Zealots. You're going to go ahead and see if he can charge on in. The splash damage here going to start to be spread across Newt's army, and there's just an endless fountain of Zealots that are going to help deal with the Clerics. The Draconins and Idols dealing with the Wraiths as well. Charlatan's getting nice hits as well. The Phalanxes are just going to start damaging all the Clerics and Goliaths.
Yeah, he's trying to focus those Phalanxes, but it's hard to get back there. He takes a lot of damage from that Goliath ball. The Zealots do get eliminated, but he does have this Warden to keep helping him defend. He has a production, which he's not using. A bunch more Zealots did not get used here. He needs to bring them into the fight. Cannot let this backline get eliminated.
Yes, yeah, the backline is really what's keeping him in the game. We've got 12 more Zealots already up here. Wraith just went in and died to the engrams in the natural. Nothing to see there. And he's just trying to see if he can make another hit happen. I mean, the Charlatan's definitely multiplying the damage, but all of those Zealots dying at once, that's a little bit of a misfire. The Phalanx is doing well to target the backline instead of the Zealots. That's Newt manually targeting them instead of the Zealots there. So the front line is falling, and 3Crow looked away. His army is melted.
Yeah, he did chip away a little bit, though. This Terran army's getting smaller and smaller. If he can stop this attack, he's still doing all right. There's a fourth base up for Newt, 3Crow, though, and he's starting the Gorgons. Rip Idol. Yeah, he was not able to keep his production up while he was fighting, unfortunately, and so it's hard for him to do anything here. Wraiths really do not want to go into that natural. That's going to be a bad time. But if you look at what Newt has here, it's actually not that much if you can overcome the healing. The DPS is not enormous. So if he gets a few rounds of Gateway production out, a few Vagrants coming out, I think he can still hold here.
Yeah, it's
very hard to deal with that.
That's the thing, is there's not that much damage in this army, but the Phalanxes are going to be efficient. They will start to splash out onto the engram there from a distance. The Clerics being... just encouraged to heal each other through that engram splash. But yeah, the biggest problem is you can't get through all the 14 Clerics that are here. He's trying to kill the Phalanx, it's just not going to be enough. He doesn't have that many units. Where's his production?
Fortunately, he needed to engage with the engram there, but the engram's already dead. I mean, these Wardens still going to do their damage. Yeah, the production's been a bit on and off, because during the fight was microing, he was not able to use hotkeys for that. But he's massing up again. He's going to use his third, it looks like, but reinforcements have arrived, actually. Maybe this is over indeed.
Yeah, I don't know. I think he needs to finish. He definitely needs to hold this at Nexus, like, for sure. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Using the Zealots again to get good splash damage onto the Goliaths. They are just right-clicked onto the Nexus for the time being. More reinforcements coming in. Newt trying to make a death push happen here.
There's a lot of Goliaths in the back there reinforcing. What else has he made? There's a bunch of Gorgons sitting at home. They could definitely turn this fight decisively, but he's banking them up for now. Looks like the Nexus will fall, although 3Crow did make a fourth one, which I think is a good move, despite the fact it may get killed just now.
Yeah, I'm not sure that Newt will be expecting it.
If I were him, I definitely wouldn't be going down there. You want to just push in on the high ground, right?
That's right. He's done the hard part of busting the ramp, and I think a lot of that is just down to the Zealots not being in the right place at the right time. They come in and they still are super, super cost efficient, but...
Well, 3Crow also tried a bit too aggressively to... He tried too aggressively to push forward and focus the Phalanxes when it was not a moment to do that. The Goliath just absolutely shredded. Man, if he comes in now, though, he could pick off all these Phalanxes really easily.
Yeah, I don't know if he notices, right? He doesn't look like he's figured it out.
He's not going to.
Yeah, that's a missed opportunity to get back into it for sure. Maybe thinking about taking 9 o'clock and put down an Argosy at 3 o'clock. Okay.
Yeah, I like it, but I would love if he put some static defense there just in case. A few Wardens, you've got plenty of minerals.
Just waypointing Empyreans down to 12, maybe get some action there. I mean, he's got Gorgons,
Definitely. So... I mean, oh yeah, that's true. You got to watch out for that. Look, if you get enough Empyreans up, and though the Gorgons are fairly squishy, but they may just fly straight across and find the Argosy and kill it immediately. I think that's exactly what's going to happen. Are you kidding me?
The Zealots are coming on in, and they're kind of just sort of moseying on down.
This is a big Gateway army.
Oh, the Gorgons are starting to attack the Argosy. The Gateway army,
but Newt's army is going to get absolutely destroyed here. That's a lot of Draconins, man.
Listen, 3Crow's macro has definitely improved. You can see that he's slipping up and banking some, but Newt's actually banking way more at this stage of the game, it has to be said. The Argosy gets canceled, so there goes that plan for the attack.
The main with all these Argosies these engrams to defend it.
Yeah.
Look, if 3Crow is tenacious here and re-expands quickly, he's still in this game. Yeah. He can't be staying on 2 base. If he stays on 2 base, he is doomed. Ooh, Gorgons. Watch out.
Seeing if he can make it happen.
There's still a Phalanx at the 3rd. I didn't realize.
Yeah. Well, the big blob of Protoss units are going to try to force themselves through these thin ramps that were added to the middle. I don't know that that's going to be too efficient. And there's so many Goliaths up this ramp with Vulture anchors as well to boot.
And Ant Seals even. You can't engage Terran in a defensive position. You have to get them in the round in the open. Would love if he sent some units to 12, but I don't think he knows about 12.
He never really... He didn't reinvest in any idols, right? Because he wanted his gas to go out to other things. Now that he's making a couple of them, but the Gorgons are definitely running roughshod over here. Being able to turn
effective, though.
Yeah, well, he's sniping the charlatans at this point, so it's a little bit rough. And the Zealots are starting to thin as well. Not that many phalanxes, it has to be said. So the Goliaths are being not as cost efficient as they normally would be. But the Gateway Army being crushed here, and I don't think 3Crow has enough. He's got 3K in the bank, but he doesn't have anything. His gateways aren't blinking. He's not producing anything.
I think the critical thing here is he has not re-expanded. Big mistake there. You can't just give up when you've lost your bases. You need to try and take them again as soon as possible. He does make the Argosy, though. I mean, I don't know. Still, why does he got to make it out there? There's no defenses. Like, it could definitely happen that he loses the Naturalist hiding his main, but by making a bunch of OP Argosy units, he somehow, you know, comes back. But this way, he's going to lose the Argosy if he loses the Natural. And he still needs to take another base, though. He needs to push forward, take this third base location, and then he's still in it. But on 2 bases, no matter what he makes, I don't think he can pull this off.
Oh, with that mineral bank in the back, he definitely could have done something, but he doesn't have any front line anymore. So if the phalanxes move on in...
He takes 3. At least it's something.
Yep, he's also moving up to the top right, but that's where Newt is already starting to take his...
All the better the cannon rush.
There it is.
Oh, his army in a blob here. Did not re-secure this third base ramp for too long. Now he's pushed back here. The Gorgons want to fight. I don't know if they want that fight, really, but they think they do.
Yep, the slows being applied. Happy to see that. Now, we do have more Draconins being made, more idols as well.
There's no big key unit to pick off here, though, so the Gorgons aren't that good. They're sort of just trading every time.
Yeah, I think they're just kind of like cheap air units, so you might as well try to mix them in here and there. Well, there's the big swing. Flying on in, the air support has arrived. Draconins being zoned away. Ooh, Anseal's getting picked off. Okay.
Yeah. It's only Goliaths, man. Can they really fight this? Well, Rico a bit hesitant with the eye positioning, and he's still just stuck in a blob, not spreading out for a concave. Looks like he will get gunned down here over time. More Zealots come in. They'll be a very key unit against those Goliaths.
Absolutely, yep. There's no crowd control with this army. All the phalanxes were engaged elsewhere. I think Newt maybe was a little bit overconfident. Now floating almost 8,000 minerals.
Yeah, it looks like he might well get pushed back.
Yeah, I think he's resting on his laurels a little bit too much. We got an aquifer coming down here to cap gas. Top right being
not being used yet, though. There we go. Starts the Empyrean. That is the unit I wanted to see. I mean, double Didact, of course, could have still been a play here, but
not enough gas, right?
Yeah, true. Vicar needs to clear this position, though.
Listen, another round of Zealots will help him clear it, but the phalanxes are still doing damage to his Draconin army.
The doomed Vagrant retreating with the army. Like, I'm going to be okay, right, guys? You're going to get me home and heal me up, right?
Yeah. I don't feel so good.
If you have clerics, you can keep that alive forever, right?
Yeah, probably. I think you need
probably the strat. You kill all your Vagrants before the fight, and then have them go in death mode.
And then on top of it... Oh my god. I don't know.
5 Anseals.
5 Anseals? At once?
Just showed up at the
oh, I thought you were saying he was making 5 at once. I was like, what?
That'd be a play.
Yeah, listen, 5 Starpad Anseal? I like it.
Alright.
Hamster in the chat just said, haha, Newt has my bank.
Is it like his real life bank account, man?
No, looking at the money.
That to the prize pool. Yeah, that is a lot. That is a lot. And no more production has been added. He's adding Palladiums, I suppose, but I think he's walled off his main now. Is that right? Let's see.
Don't know how he's
waiting for something to come out of the back Fulcrum to see what happens here. The Gorgons step forward again, but that is the unit he's not going to lose right now. Now that he knows the Empyrean's there, losing those Gorgons is not good. It'd be pretty good if you got the Rotaries and the Sundogs. I think it'd be quite effective. You're not the Gorgons are bad. Now let me see. This Goliath's going to pop out in a minute. I got to see if it's stuck there. Okay, the engagement happening though.
Oh, Anseal's not going to help
us.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the Empyrean as well.
Splash damage going straight through. Yeah, the Zealot count is a little bit too low for my liking, and some of them are kind of sort of drip feeding here as well.
Anseal's annihilated, by the way.
Yeah, all the Empyreans, there's only one of them right now. If this was 2 Empyreans, I think this attack is so different. The Goliath's not stepping forward to attack it either. Here's the second one arriving in the battle. Is it too much, though? The Gateway army spread very thin right now, and the Goliath count is just so high.
Yeah. Well, he pulls back, though, away from the phalanxes. He needs to keep those Empyreans alive. Okay, Goliath's going to do a lot of damage. Can they pick it off?
The stutter step is good for 1.
Yep.
Third one not even close to being done either. I think this is actually the death knell. He held on. He spent his money a hell of a lot better than Newt did, but he's going to call GG, and that'll be Newt stepping in to second place.
You macroed hard, but not hard enough. All right. Well, results as expected.
They were, but honestly, 3Crow impressed with the ability to play to a better level than I expected. Like, if you took the nameplates off,
really well.
If you took nameplates off, I would have thought, whoa, that's a new player or something. You know, is that like, who is that? I don't know exactly who I would have said, right? But he did a very different style, right? So, gotta hand it to the guy. Wow, and that is the conclusion of our Group A. We have about an hour ahead of us before Group D starts. Although I suppose we could theoretically accelerate.
Well, that gives us time to watch the hype video again.
That's right.
And maybe another time. Let me link it there. Go watch it. Look, Acropolis is starting. Oh my god, we have our first results. So Hamster 4-0 as expected. Newt, yeah, I'd say pretty much the expected result. Lost to Hamster, beat 3Crow, and unfortunately 3Crow not able to steal a single game, but he had good attempts.
Yeah, I think the thing for me is looking at the way that 3Crow worked that one out. I was very surprised that he was able to play to that level, and I think Newt was also kind of surprised at that end game there.
Definitely.
And
well, yeah, it's not a good look when you're floating that much money, right? It definitely could have gone smoother for him.
Yeah. And he said his macro slipped versus Hamster as well. He wasn't too happy about that, but yeah, there you go. There it is.
All right. One Protoss, one Terran in so far.
Yeah. We like to see Terrans succeed. I didn't talk about the race breakdown for Acropolis, but as far as those who qualified, we had 5 Protosses, 4 Zergs, and 3 Terrans. So to see a Protoss eliminated early on is almost kind of like by volume, by number, percentage, or whatever, you would almost expect it. That next group, though, I don't know. I mean, it's a split where it's a Protoss, a Zerg, and a Zerg. It's Shambler, Art of Turtle, jakulangski. There is a world where Shambler gets bamboozled, but I feel like his Gateway army, I don't know how jakulangski and Art of Turtle, I don't know how often they've played against Protoss, right?
Can you imagine if Shambler doesn't get in? That'd be crazy.
I know, yeah. And especially since he decided... The whole reason he's decided to switch away from Terran, a race that he said he was initially enjoying a lot, is because he's like, no, I need to win a tournament, so I'm going to switch to a different race. And, you know, like, switches to a race that he thinks he can win more with or something. And so the Protoss comes out. But, you know, I mean, I'm not saying it's likely. I think you still have to select him as the favorite, but still, that's a lot.
Yeah, for sure. Look... I think switching race just for the tournament is not a good move, though, perceived balance aside, because you're not going to have much practice with it.
Yep.
But it would be crazy if he doesn't get in, because Shambler's been, like, at least the number 2 guy up until, like, Ascension 7, right? Like, he's always been up there. Him and Mystery Meat definitely going back and forth sometimes. So we know the times are changing if he doesn't get in, but I still want to give him quite a good chance here.
Yep, I would say so. And he does have, he has a positive record versus jakulangski and also a little bit versus Art of Turtle, but not as Protoss. That's the thing, is where it comes into the experience, right? Like, his Terran was positive versus those players. But, you know, Jack was able to take some games versus Shambler's Terran. And the idea of the way that Jack has been playing in general, I think he's shown a lot of improvement. Now, most of that improvement has been with ZBZ. He qualified on the back of taking Art of Turtle to a 5-game set before capitulating in the upper qual for Gauntlet A, and then makes it into the lower qual versus Tacocake. So he's ZVZ'd up, basically. That's what I'm trying to say. He's done a lot of ZVZ, a lot of action, and that's how it went for him. If we look back to all the way to the Gauntlet A results, in fact, jakulangski did take a 2-0 over Alexander, which was also ZVZ, and then a 2-1 to Biddy B when he was still playing Protoss. So he has a little bit of Protoss experience. But for everything else, it's just been Zerg, right? So that's where I'm not sure about Jack. Like, I think he'll definitely threaten Art of Turtle, but I'm not sure about the versus Protoss. Right? Yeah.
It was 3-2 before, right? As you say, it's the re-chance is this group. Can he take him out this time?
Right. Yeah, absolutely. Could be the option there. So that's what we have ahead of us. And then, of course, tomorrow we come back with Neblime, your group, Tacocake and TopRamen, waiting to take you on in Group C. And then,
I'll be casting and playing at the same time.
Yeah. Well, you could do what Mesk used to do, which is he would play his game, obviously not while casting, and then he would join up for the games where he's not playing. So you could maybe.
No, I'm probably bad at that group entirely. So
there you go.
Feel free to get anyone else in you can find, but I will help you with Group D.
There we go. Okay, Hupsaiya, GeneralAnakin, the Beaver 99. I feel like there's a lot of interesting stuff at play there. Now, if I had to go with my, obviously based on the seeding, right? I actually think the only thing I would change here from the seeding, and this is not to single out anybody individually, right? But I'm thinking you probably have to say that the top 2 in each group would like as they've been seeded up, would qualify through to the throne room. However, I do think TopRamen will get in over Tacocake because TopRamen himself has won the best of 5 that Tacocake did against him. It was a 5-game set, admittedly, but I feel like that experience goes towards TopRamen a little bit more. And he's also taking games off of you, so there's even a chance that he does an upset there, where you maybe not get in there 4-0. I still think you'll get there first place, but maybe you don't get there flawlessly, right? There's always the chance for that, so we'll have to wait and see that. And I
went 4-0 the last time, so I'm hoping to do it again. I guess we'll see.
Yeah. And man, it's so funny because I feel like every one of these groups gets more and more competitive, right? Like, I mean, technically the last group we did was Urbon and Benno.
Every tournament.
Yeah.
True. Every tournament gets more and more competitive, though, for sure. I mean, I was saying in the last Ascension that, like, man, this is so much, like, harsher than the last one, but this one is even another level above that, We have people like Hamster, right, where we look at it, it's like he's not even, like, definitively going to make it through when someone versus Newt is against him,
Right.
So this is really tough, really cutthroat.
Yep, and honestly, the fact that 3Crow played as well, I hope that the Beaver 99 also plays, to a higher level than what we've seen to be in keeping with that, and then we can basically just say that there were no easy games, no walkovers, no somebody was just underpowered or underskilled, and they made it here because of like the weakness of the field or something in their gauntlet or whatever. That's the kind of thing I'm looking for, right? Because I think you can make those kinds of arguments in previous Ascensions. You can look to specific players that were invited for legacy reasons, but no, 3Crow and Beaver qualified here to get back to a tournament that previously they were just able to openly sign up for because we had so few players back then. And now here we are in Battlements. They make it through by like blood, sweat, and tears, so to speak, in the lower qualifier, and they're able to take that chance away from other people, right? Eventually GeneralAnakin made it through anyway, but 3Crow denied him the first shot, and the Beaver 99 just he was able to do a pretty good fight versus Tacocake, and then against Protoss gets Benno out in a 5-game set. Like, that's crazy. So on paper, I'd say that all these slots were deserved, right? But I think the play so far is backing them up. I really think that 3Crow impressed me with the way he was able to switch it on. And even though he didn't score a win, some of these were close. I think in all of the games he had a real chance. And that hasn't been something that you've been able to say about his play in some of the others. Sometimes he just gets too far behind as soon as the game starts, or he falls behind with some basics mistake or whatever. But he's really turned up his macro a little bit. Obviously, still more to work on for him. But I think if he keeps on that approach, his wacky strategies will really serve him well when he's got really solid fundamentals to back them up.
Definitely. Look, and you were saying like it was sort of free to get in this time, but anyone who gets in this time, sorry, last time around, but anyone who gets in this time has proved themselves, right? There's no free rides.
Yes. Yeah, the invitations were just the top 6, and it turned into just the top 4 because of the people who accepted the invite the second time around. We'll probably just do top 4 this time as well and see what happens. Yeah. And maybe it'll be a normal thing that there'll be 8 people who, qualify through or whatever, and have that be a normal thing that we do. I'm also, I was thinking about this the other day too, is that like, it does kind of suck that people like Ecalypso and EUD and some other people who are apparently like good at the game as soon as they start or whatever, looking pretty promising, like maybe a Battlements tier player, they come in and they don't even get a chance to do the gauntlet because we're starting it up already, And sometimes that'll in fact, both in Ascension 7's gauntlet, like Ascension 6's signups was open sign up, right? And Hupsaiya joined the server and got interested in the project as that was already going on. So he signed up as a ringer, but he wasn't needed. So he didn't end up getting to play in that one. Then he signs up for the gauntlet. He makes it through nice. And, I was going to say easy, but then I remember iSarcasm bopped him 3-1 in a mirror matchup. And then, he went in over Moonhunter. So, okay, he made it in and made it to top 6 and got an invite back. And here he is. So, definitely proving himself there. But we've had that kind of phenomenon where like we start a tournament and then like, people who would be good just rock up and be like, oh, hey, I'm here. So a little interesting, definitely. But I think I think anyway, my overall point here is that it's cool to see the project get bigger, and it's cool to see more people show up. And I think we're only going to increase that. So maybe there will be like a one, you know, if somebody doesn't accept their invite, maybe I turn that invite over to like a wild card person or something. Just be like, hey, I pick you. You can just skip the gauntlet or something. I don't know.
That's always exciting, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Didn't we have one last time? Was it Veek or was it someone else?
Yeah, I think last second we had Mystery Meat obviously bow out, and but we picked up somebody from the Gauntlet who took Veek to a 5-game series. It was Sipiak,
right?
And then
that's it. That's right. Yeah, yeah. And this was exciting to get someone new and sort of untested in. But you know, like I was saying, in a way, the players who have not played in Acropolis before are sort of untested. But Newt, having come through the gauntlet, definitely shown us that he can do it. And Hamster is definitely playing.
Well, listen,
looking forward to that next group.
That's a story that we sort of skipped over, right? Newt was in the previous Group A with Veek 7 and Hamster in Ascension 7, and he did not get out of groups. He actually ended up, he won the first game versus Hamster's Zerg with a really nicely timed bio push, and he was not able to pick up wins versus Veek, and Hamster was able to eventually win the group after a little bit of that, you know, initial scarring. But he couldn't deal with Veek on maps like, you know, going all the way back to like the high water days and stuff. His mech army wasn't, his mech play wasn't as practiced at that point. So Veek got the revenge for Newt qualifying in a 5-game set for the Gauntlet all the way back in Ascension 7. So now coming into Acropolis for, you know, Veek's not here, so that storyline part isn't there. But Newt makes it here again through the Gauntlet again, and then now qualifies to the Throneroom stage, you know, for the first time. So he's not going to be bowing out.
He's in chat looking for warm-up games. He's getting ready.
There it is.
Only an hour to go.
Only an hour to go. Well, yeah, and with that, I guess we can probably send us to that break. Of course, we'll be back a little bit earlier than the hour to do pregame, but do you have any closing thoughts for Zergless Zoo as it went through here?
Yeah, I guess the crow is just not able to fly away from those ground animals. They ripped it apart. Unfortunate.
I nerfed air units too much, obviously. So.
Yeah, that's right.
All right. Well, thank you for joining me, Neblime, and thank you all who have been checking out Cosmonarchy, spreading the word, and enjoying the tournament play. Check out that hype video, of course. You can find it on the channel. It's pretty based. And we will be back in maybe 45 to 50 minutes for the next round. So yeah, stay tuned. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We are back in action here, getting ready for Group B, Re-Chance. For those who don't know, the reason why I always name a jakulangski group Re-Chance or something _ chance is because his username is technically A_chance. And he's just a really peculiar guy, so I feel like immortalizing him is fine. Welcome, Neblime. How are you feeling about this group? We got Shambler's Protoss, Art of Turtle Zerg, and jakulangski Zerg as well.
Dude, I just watched the hype video again, so I'm pretty excited.
Is that what we were waiting for? You were finishing it up?
No. I watched it before, but okay. Everyone's got to watch that again.
That's right.
Just get excited for this. Showed Shambler with a pretty spicy win there. I don't think it showed either other player because they were not in the last Ascension, though. 2 newcomers.
That's right.
Here to take their chances.
Yeah, many chances. And the thing that gets me about this group is that so Shambler is playing Protoss, and that's kind of a wild card. We'll come back to that in a moment. Art of Turtle and jakulangski are now at this point, I would say, very battle-tested Zergs. They've played a lot of games recently. Art of Turtle, obviously, from Brood War, a name that people will recognize, but also a name that I think is worth pointing out. We don't actually see, like, he plays games from time to time, but he doesn't play, you know, he's not grinding it like jakulangski has been. And Shambler himself has also only recently switched over to Protoss. So that matchup, PvZ, I don't know if Art of Turtle has much experience with it. I know Jack has a little bit, but not that much himself. And so because Shambler is only coming in with some basic ideas of how to play the matchup, and, you know, he's going up against players who maybe don't have the strongest of ideas either, I don't even know who that favors, right? Like, I guess Shambler knows the tech trees better, so surely he should be the one who's favored. And indeed, I would give him, you know, I would say like I would say he's probably got like an 80% or 90% chance to get out of this group in first or second place, and maybe that's closer to like 60% for first. A lot of it will depend on Art's form, I think, and whether Jack is here to play versus Protoss in particular. But I also think there's a chance that he could just get bopped, right?
I think that you got to give Shambler a little bit more credit even than that. I would be surprised if he doesn't 4-0 because he is adept at bringing very aggressive strategies, and I think for both our other players, they're not as used to it. And look, I know jakulangski specifically has not played very much PvZ because we've just been grinding so many Zerg vs. Zergs.
Yeah.
I don't know what AOT's experience is, but I think in Battlements, Shambler's going to bring some pretty spicy stuff, and I would be surprised if either of the other players can withstand it, to be honest. So I'm calling it 4-0 for Shambler, man.
You calling it 4-0 from Shambler. Well, Art is in the chat, and he says that despite his work schedule, he promises that he's put some mechanical work and map study in. And by the way, guys, if you are just getting here, and you, like Neblime said at the start of the segment, if you haven't watched the hype video, I just posted it to the Brood War subreddit, so head on over there if you need to find it easy, and you will indeed be able to check it out. It's glorious. It's like 5 minutes long. We'll be blagging for that time, so you can take a little bit of time here. So, yeah, Shambler, obviously the favorite for the group. He is, of course, the only returning seed. I really like how the seeding worked out, where the scheduling and seeding combined for me to be able to make it so that even though maybe we would like better race distribution for the groups or whatever, this is a group, of course, without Terran, and the last group was without a Zerg. We look at this and we still are probably feeling pretty good about the fact that, you know, you're talking about one player who is, you know, accepting the invite from the top 6 of the last tournament. We've got Art of Turtle as well here as a top qualifier player, and then jakulangski, a lower qualifier player, right? So you get that nice little spread. Now, Art and Jack had a very hotly contested best of 5 that went all the distance, and Jack was not able to cross that gap and make it happen, but he was a witty opponent. He had some ideas. I am very much interested in seeing what he can do now that there's a little bit of a rematch here.
I mean, even I have to say we haven't seen the full breadth of his ideas just from stuff he's suggested to me. He is an innovator in some ways, but perhaps inflexible in others, interestingly. Pioneering the so-called degen Zerg style, I guess so-called by myself, so I can't really say
I came up with it, and then I didn't realize you had also called it that, so, you know.
Oh, okay, I didn't realize.
It was, that was like co-evolution. We merged together in the middle.
So he definitely has ideas, and like I said, we've been grinding a lot of ZVZ games, like so many. So honestly, I'd be disappointed if he doesn't take out our Turtle Man, because he's like my protege, I guess. So I'm sending him out there. He better at least get second place, or I will be quite displeased.
Hey, I don't know. It's a tough group, and Art has a lot of really solid mechanics coming from Starcraft 1. Of course,
well, look, it was 3-2 last time, so Jack should be able to rally and take him out this time, I hope.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, there's definitely past experience to draw upon, but every time we see Art, At least for me, I see him and he does something different. He looks like he has got a different sort of understanding of what's going on. So, hey, I did see him earlier today and yesterday. I saw that his activity said playing Starcraft. That's not Cosmonarchy. So you know what? Maybe it'll be a little bit different because Jack was grinding out a little bit. Unfortunately, though, we've got another 10 minutes before the group starts, but Jack is not actually here yet. So still waiting for him to check in. Once we pass that 10-minute mark, if he's still not here, we'll probably just end up proceeding with Shambler and Art as the initial two, because they're the only people who have checked in, of course. But with all that said, still plenty of time here.
I assume he confirmed his availability for this time.
Yes, yeah. In fact, like I mentioned at the last group, for those who missed it, he was actually supposed to be playing tomorrow at this time. But he said that even though he put that in his availability on the sign-up sheet, he said that he was not available. So I guess something came up. So we swapped him in the Beaver. And as a result, that is what we have instead. So, hey, you know, that's the way it works out sometimes. Dude, every time I see Fartbag XP in the chat, what a name.
Who is that?
I don't know.
That mysterious man?
Sometimes he comments on YouTube videos, too. He said that Tacocake is good at sandwiching, so...
Interesting. Well, tacoing, would you say? If he surrounds his opponent on 3 sides, is it a taco?
Maybe. We could call it that. I mean, you
gotta remember he was out there, like, pioneering surrounds, you know?
Yeah, he's the guy who, if you remember, did, like... It was even in the hype video, there's that flanking maneuver where he has... like a bunch of the Zerg, like the Hydras and Bactals moving into the natural to meet jakulangski's Zerg, and then he wraps around with a bunch of Zeths to neutralize the Bactal bounces and stuff. It's really, really cool shit.
He's out there tacoing his opponents, I guess. I don't know. Will Turtle be turtling? I doubt it. He's been extremely aggressive in the games we've seen so far.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Rarely the one to tear up. He's pretty in your face, I think.
I'm very excited to see what we get into as we get into things. I mean, I know Shambler has been doing a lot of... What did you say?
He's real.
Oh, look at that. He is here. He's on. All right. He'll be chiming in a moment, I'm sure. We'll see if he's even... I mean, he might just walk in, guess the wrong number, and then get to sit out the first game and have boil a pot of coffee.
Yeah. It's like, oh, well, hurry up and wait. A lot of food and animals here. Yeah, you know, there was one zoo and there's one buffet, but wait, why are you in an Axiom game? What's going on here?
This is the group starter, so we're just waiting. I'm just keeping it
right.
warm,
I forgot we have a starter. All right, all right. Yeah. And Shambler just assuming he's going to be in
I know, yeah. He guessed 3. I mean, that's the prophesied number, sure.
The Shambler is sort of like this like monster and/or animal thing, so sort of, I guess. But I have no idea if jakulangski actually means something in Filipino or something like that, or if it's just the name.
I asked him what his name meant, and he said that it was an inside joke, which is not very explicative. Yeah. Like I said, I was like, is it cool if I just... Yeah, I know. He's definitely got his own crew there, I think. I'm not sure if he's been sharing the love with other people. I think he did invite a few people in. I don't know if that they've been super active, but... Jack is out here qualifying to Battlements. I would love to see, you know, like... I did say, like, is it cool if we just call you Jack for short? Like, how do you like that? And he's like, I think it's great because it's an inside joke or something.
Well, look, he has been a very like positive person, I would say, very keen to learn the game, and he has been playing it a lot, so you can tell he loves it. That's definitely true. I just looked, his Discord status is absorbing incomprehensible quantities of oil. So I don't know what it is with him and oil, man.
Yeah.
I guess he might say something about it in this game. Speaking of, what kind of WPM are we going to see? I feel like AOT might say something. He has done before.
He has been a
Shambler, we know, wants to say something.
Yes, yeah, he's the guy. Listen, I'm looking around, and the only I see I found a GitHub account. That's it. No info at all. I don't know what jakulangski means, but it's just there's nothing. I can't find a single thing. I did find. Hold on, where is it? Lang's ski and scuba. I don't think that's related though.
Okay.
Let's see. He's typing out his number. He's typing it out, boys. We're going to get the Jackster in here.
Typing. jakulangski typing first. Who'd have thought?
I can't believe it. Yeah, I mean, at this point, wow. Is that the number? No, it's not the number. But it does mean he'll be playing against the Shambler for the first matchup. It was number 24.
All right, then. Get out of here, Turtle. What are you doing this lobby?
That's right. That's right. He's got to watch on the stream instead. There it is. Yeah, Art of Turtle gets the first break. You know, it's funny because I never know what happens with Art of Turtle. Sometimes he, like, wakes up at the ridiculous time and plays from a hotel and qualifies to Battlements that way. with like a wacky setup. I think I sent you the setup that he was using, Neblime. I don't know if you remember that.
Yes, I mean, what AOT? He keeps saying, like, he comes in for a game and he's like, I'm just finding a chair, like, presumably in, like, the internet cafe or something. Like, it's like, damn, he's working hard to keep playing when he's obviously not in a situation to do it, like he's traveling or whatever. So, respect for that, for sure. And honestly, this is like Shambler. Wasn't he playing in some, like, ridiculous setup last time? Because he had some stuff going on?
I think that was Ascension 6. Yeah, and then you and him pre-played their match in case it was... in case Mystery Meat was the one who... Or no, in case, like... yeah, I think that was it, because you were in the lower bracket at the time, and then Shambler had to bow out. If you remember, we had to like accelerate that playoffs. That was Ascension 6, so that was way back, deep lore. But yeah, no, that's when Hamster beat him in ZVZ, and that was, of course, the asterisk used in that matchup, right? It's like, oh, I was playing from a hotel, and you know what? Fair fucks, like it's not easy. So
yeah, no, it's really hard to play in a setup you're unfamiliar with. Absolutely.
Yeah. All right. Well, AOT was able to make it happen. We'll see if he can absorb incomprehensible amounts of data watching jakulangski versus Shambler. And of course we are playing on release. If people didn't know, I'm going to go ahead and let Jack know that. So
that yeah, maybe he's like waiting, like, where's the lobby? You guys are waiting for me?
yeah, or he didn't have admin on.
So what's the difference right now? Is it just the Hydralist change?
Yeah, so I guess I can talk through the very minimal balance changes.
Zeph, right?
Yeah, the Hydra was already in. So the Zethra core is now 2 seconds faster, and the Azira core is now 10 HP beefier. So that is the change.
But not in this tournament, right?
Yeah, it is. That's in this tournament.
Oh, it is in. Okay,
yeah.
All right. Well, that's
currently pre-release and release are the same, so technically it wouldn't matter. But for saying
the Zephs being faster has actually been bad for me because I want to cancel them, but then they finish too quickly.
Oh, really? Adapting to that timing. That's funny. Wow. We'll see if that happens. Oh no, Shambler turned into 3 red oofs. Oh, he's back.
He'll be right. You know, I feel like there's 2 scenarios that, like, either Shambler's listening to this and to spite me, he's not going to type anything the whole time, or he's going to come out like full swinging.
Yep.
Like as soon as his like DM in there.
Yeah, as soon as his split is like slow, he just starts typing like.
I want to see it, man. I want to see the trash talk. Honestly, it hypes up the matches.
It does.
I mean, he did it versus me as well when we played in Ascension 7, so I expect it.
It takes a different kind of person to be up against somebody who's like the Shambler, who rocks up and is playing in like an underclass tournament, and it's like, you know, the professional MMA fighter just like walks up to your practice gym and then gloats about beating you or something, you know?
Yeah.
and he walks up and, you know, he's like off racing, sure, but almost losing, and then eventually he brings it back and he goes, lay down and die. And then Jackie's writes dies, which is, you know, it's cute, you know, he's getting the digs in, you know, whatever, it's funny, but I don't know, man.
You know, look, Jack is immune to BM. He never tilts or anything like that, dude. He does not get upset.
Yeah, that's interesting. Even Hamster was starting to have some problems with the Hydralisk, funnily enough. I don't know if you were aware of that, but there was a couple of times where I saw Hamster letting it crack, which I've never seen before. He was like, I have no answer for the Hydralisk. Well, doesn't he?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, well. Yeah. I don't know. Make more vagrants, I guess. I don't know what to say. We need an answer for where's jakulangski right now. Why is he not in this lobby?
That's right. That's right. Where's he at? He did give me a thumbs up, I think. So he was updating probably.
Okay.
What? He's in a competitive Protoss game.
He reacts like mind blowing to getting the number and all this stuff. Like, he just reacts to every message, man.
Yeah. Dude, he does like the mind blown reaction, that's for sure.
Here he is.
All right, yeah, I think he was just checking his config and stuff. He's in. All right, well, I think we'll be just about ready to get rolling here. We'll probably just do exit interviews for those who are interested at that point. But yeah, we are just about ready to get started for our group. I'll ask our players to say when ready, and of course to turn off the stream if they are listening, since we are going to be casting and talking about what's happening. Jack giving the classic when ready. When I say when ready, of course he does it. Hits it with us. We are getting started.
He's always different, man.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have none other than the Shambler's Protoss in the bottom left, and jakulangski in the top right, with Axiom by BiddyB as our battleground of choice, and me, Pernogo, as well as Neblime, casting. What's up, dude?
Sup? I was going to say about jakulangski, he always says something different when you ask him if he's ready. Oh my god, he's scouting immediately, by the way. Look at this. He's going to check out what Shambler's up to, probably anticipating some kind of aggression, because that's what Shambler has been doing. I think he just wants to see if it's going to be proxy or double gate or whatever. but it's going to inhibit his economy a little bit.
Yeah, well, and
ooh, 8 pool as well.
Is it pool? Yeah.
Interesting.
Okay. What do you reckon? What's the read here? What is Jack doing?
I mean, if Shambler doesn't get a gateway very quickly, you send Zephs and destroy the pylon, right? But I think... Oh my god, Shambler. Is he going Nexus first? Because he could have got the gateway. Okay,
no, he's doing it now. He was doing it a little late. Okay. Honestly,
I'm sorry, I always do that.
Those 3 seconds, right, that it took him to put it down could actually be impactful.
When he could have 6 Zephs coming to kill his pylon, right? That could be huge.
Yeah.
No gas mining yet, so he's probably going to get a Legionnaire or a Zealot, which is better than getting a Drakon here. Not that the Drakon is bad by any means against Zephs, it's just that it takes the longest. Look that he sees what's going on in here.
He should start attacking the pylon. A little bit of predilection there, you know. Like,
a bit of a tell, though, isn't it? And your opponent might be going like, "Hang on a minute."
It could be mind game. Could be mind game.
So the way I see it, I think Jack is better off just droning here, but he does make 6 Zephs. I mean, I don't know. I don't like this very much because I feel like no matter what, when you get to this pro space, there is going to be a unit out.
Second gate before the first gate finishes means there's less money, so it has to be a Legionnaire or a Zealot. And if it's a Legionnaire, you can kill it. So if it's any melee, you kill it with 6 Zephs.
But then just another one will be out much quicker than it would be out if it was a Drakon, right? Like, he's going to get here. The Zealot will definitely be done.
These two behind the scribe is really big here.
Oh my god. Look, he's going to get here. The Zealot will definitely be done, and then a second unit will be on the way. And he even got a second pylon already. I just don't see how Jack's going to make this happen. And look, I have to say, Jack's micro has not been very good in the past, so I'm worried for him here that he's probably going to get torn apart here by the Zealot with a little bit of scribe support. We'll see what Shambler's up to. I think Shambler would be pretty calm in this situation. I think he's used to this kind of thing for sure. But what you can do here is you can constantly pressure with the Zephs and not lose them. But that's the thing. He does not want to trade them away. Almost got us around there. He needs to constantly dive in and out and get a lot of value here while he expands himself. The Derelict needs to get out of here. This is not it today.
Oh, I would say just go onto that Zealot. If he can thin the herd before the Zealots hit a critical mass, that can be really big. Reducing its HP quite a bit. Shield's going to start kicking in, though.
But as you can see, there's no way for these Zephs to really pull this off. It's just too hard a matchup for them. And now there's 3 Zealots out. He really needs to get out of here, because if he loses all these Zephs, Shambler will just counterattack for the win. He's already doing a bit more damage here. I mean, it's good that he's keeping Shambler back just by running around his base, but he cannot lose these. And where's his hatchery? We don't have a Hatcherosk at home at the natural, which is what he needs. Oh man, he's losing all of these.
I like the idea, but it definitely did not get that much done here. More Zets pouring on in. Just 2 of them. It's actually more Zealots than there are Zetricors right now.
Yeah. I don't see how he's going to deal with the counterattack, man. He's going to need a hell of a lot of Quas and or Zeph and like Circufs here, but his Hatcherosk only just went down. I don't see how he's going to avoid Shambler just moving across the map. And Shambler knows he doesn't really care about those 2 Zephs. His own Zealots will pop out, and there's not really much Jack can do here. Now, Jack finally getting a couple of Quas lists, but I think it's too little too late. How are you going to stop 5 Zealots? Well, he does go after the scribes again.
He killed one, though. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, not really much value there. Now, the Hatcherosk is relatively tanky, as we said before. He can kind of buy a little bit of time with that, but how is he going to build enough army with only 1 Hatcherosk production?
It's looking a little bit rough, honestly. I mean, he's getting Quasis, but they're so slow to finish. And versus Zealots, they really don't do it. I feel like we're moments away from Shambler steamrolling over the ill-advised 8-pool.
Yeah, he's not going to be able to defend with this Cosmos. The best he can do is trade a whole bunch of draw left, but he's already behind in workers. A lot of minerals backing up as well, by the way.
Yeah, well, no extra hatch, right? Yeah, this is as good as it's going to be for Jack, so, you know.
Great engage, but it's still just at such a disadvantage. He pushes them back, only loses 1 draw left, but there's still so many. And, like, it's very hard to get these Quasis out, and he can't engage on open ground here. They will crush him. Well, we're coming in. 2
more Zealots just peeled off from that hatch on the low ground, and 2 more are about to arrive. It's all gunning here. Shambler trying to execute his opponent before they can make any further mistakes. We got more Quasis coming off of the hatch, but I still don't think it's going to be nearly enough here. Zealots are too powerful.
Yeah, he's so outnumbered here. And I mean, the thing is, Shambler's just making scribes while he rallies, because he's not Zerg. He can do both. So it's just getting more and more diminished for Jack here. Shambler, I think, can easily take the first game, not really defying expectations at all. Yeah, the Derelicht's getting eliminated. Jack does not want to give up, man.
No, but he hasn't. I mean, he surely must know. He cannot step to Zealots. If this had to be the way that he learns, that Quasis are not it versus Zealots, at the very least, he's figured it out now.
GG.
All right, well, Shambler on the board, nice and early. That means AOT's break is going to be cut short by quite a bit. I hope he was...
Yeah, I hope he didn't, like, stand up from his computer and go away, man, because it was pretty fast.
That's right. Listen, I agree with what Lucy said. Don't let Shambler win. He's going to start typing again. Aw, man. But hey, it's the way the cookie crumbles. And right then and there, it was Jack who hit the deck. The somber Protoss music gives way to Inozilix's excellent theme, and we will wait for Art of Turtle to select map number 2.
You know, I will say we won't see any typing if Shambler just wins too quickly, you know, because if he wins and his opponent leaves the game, when's his window to type, right?
That's right. Just going to write out the quick map list here. We've got Derelict, Fata Morgana, Germination, Impetus, and of course Sideshow, the Purgatory, and Titan Forge. I say of course like it wasn't a bit of a hard one to memorize. By the way, I wasn't sure. I think if we ever need that FFA decider, I think we will stick with Apep's Lair since that was the one that was one of them that was specifically made for it. But honestly, Axiom could be a funny one since it's a 4-spawn map. It's just not.
Well, but you don't want to do the free-player-free-for-all with 4 spawns because then 2 players will have much more of an advantage versus the one who's sandwiched.
Mm-hmm. Oh, look at that!
Going to Shambler's map, home turf.
Wow! All right, Titan Forge selected.
Calling him out.
All right.
Look, man, there's no Boscovine, so this is his new home. He built his own home.
That's right, yeah. He said that Shamblers are swamp creatures, but this isn't a swamp map.
Doesn't it live in like a dungeon or something? Because it's from Darkest Dungeon, right?
Yeah.
I don't know much about Darkest Dungeon, man. I just assume there's dungeons.
You would have to assume, and they must be dark.
Yeah, I have actually played it, but I still don't know much about it.
I have not played it.
I did not get to the point of fighting the Shambler, which I gather is pretty late game, so yeah.
He said that it's well, I guess it's the final boss music or something, so.
Oh, okay, well there you go.
Dude, I kind of miss Boscovine, but then I remember the layout.
So, this map, we already talked about it in the first group. Really, all you're going to try and do is cut off your half of the map and hold your ramp if you're not trying to win immediately. Now, AOT does really like the drops, by the way. So I wonder if he's going to try and drop in that corner base. It's quite exposed, given that the flight path is very different to the ground path. We might see that, but by the same token, Gladius is going to be highly effective. I don't know if Shambler's about that. I really feel like Shambler's going to be ground pounding with the gateway, or maybe vassals, and not really get to that point, but we'll see what he has planned.
We will see what he has planned because everybody is indeed ready. I was going to switch over to the map preview while you were talking about that, but ends up not being necessary. We go again. It's going to be map number 2 of Group B, and Art of Turtle in that maligned top left spawn. Don't worry, it's fixed. The Shambler in the bottom left, which is always the one that's been favored. It didn't have the busted resource pathing. It didn't have the missing mineral field, but I have resolved Shambler's attempts at rigging.
Yeah, that was always plan, right?
Yeah.
I'm still going to make a map where I put like a 2x2 tiles of like the highest possible elevation, like in the corner or something, and then put my magical there, and people are like, what the fuck? Why am I getting bombarded? I'm still waiting for that. But yeah, so interesting pick by AOT. I wonder if he has a dedicated plan here. He saw the early pool go bad for jakulangski, so I assume he's not going to try that. But like I said, we'll see what Shambler tries. I'd be surprised if he has a sort of long-term game plan, especially since he just switched to Protoss, and I think he believes that it's very difficult for Zerg to hold off against Protoss aggression. So you're probably going to play into that, going for a pretty early scout here before Gateway again. But
yeah, that's right. Gateway. Listen, check this out, dude. We're playing on the installation tile set. That's how based Cosmonarchy is.
It's awesome.
ASL maps could never. And that's how I got banned from Gypsy's Discord. Anyway.
That's not very hard. That's not like a badge of honor, man. You don't have to do much.
Apparently not. I didn't know that, and then everybody I told that story to were like, yeah, that makes sense. It's like, all right.
Yeah.
Hatch on the ramp.
All you have to do to get banned from Gypsy's Discord is say, like, you know, Protoss is an OP or something like that. It won't take much.
I feel like that would be more of an Artosis on brand, but yeah, you know.
Well, you won't get banned from his Discord, but he certainly won't agree with you. But anyway, we have the pretty standard opening from AOT here, the 10 hatch 9 pool. Just going in.
Yeah, and it's 2-gate blind here from Shambler. This is like his build no matter what. And so he did that versus the 8 pool from Jack. Now he's doing it versus the 10 hatch from AOT. So, you know, pretty basic.
Now he's going for the Zealots. So are we going to see the Quads vs Zealot matchup again? I wouldn't be surprised. The thing is, you want to use Circus if you can. You want to utilize SimCity or Terrain if you can. It's quite difficult. The thing is, this opening is perfectly fine against 2 gates, but it is hard to secure your natural A third gate's coming up. I would not be super surprised if we saw a fourth, because like I said, I think the Shambler believes this is kind of unstoppable here, so he's probably going to want to use it quite a lot. We see 4 sets of quasis coming up right away, which is probably a good thing, given it's Zealots coming across.
Yeah, and that'll buy enough time for you to at least get your natural set up, and that's definitely what AOT's plan is, at least that if I had to speculate. He's also getting a little bit of Vespene here, although he has... Okay, it's just for the Ovilith. I was going to say he immediately bailed off, so he's probably going to do a drop, and that's not bad versus this build, because obviously all of the rallies here are going to be towards the choke for the natural, and eventually Shambler's going to look to see if he can maybe use his superior, like, oomph to make power happen elsewhere, right? So he's probably going to be moving across the map with his army, if I had to guess.
All right, well, there were 2 pathways here, but it looks like he's going to take the natural. I'm going to say if he's going to take the natural, he's going to need to put Circus down there. You cannot underestimate the Zealots. And these 8 quasis will have a hard time if the Zealot can't get high. But he's Shambler going to lose one? Oh my gosh.
No, half health, though. That's definitely a lot of teeth defanged, right? But he's going to see if he can do a little bit of a flank.
These, though. Yeah. This is the point where the Zealots will actually beat them pretty easily. He needs to get back there, and he's not built a Kagrant to drop. The Overlap, he's just going for a scout. I don't believe he's building any more military. He just started the Quasilisks. You've got to respect the threat of these Zealots, man.
Well, the scout is really impactful. He's going to see the 3 gate. So that's at least really good. And Shambler is working up towards saturating his production with an extra Zealot in the queue. By the way, as something that people don't always notice, if you detect structures, you can see what they're building and what the progress bar is. So AOT will actually know it's just more Zealots. Yep. And these quasis can fend this off, especially since Shambler's being a little bit lackadaisical with his response timing. There's 3 more Zealots moving through the middle of the map. 2 more on the way after that.
Here, though, if the reinforcements show up, this Quasis is going to have a hard time. He needs Focus Fire here, and which he is. A little bit of a burrow. I don't know if you really need to against melee units, but whatever. It's going to work out okay. But reinforcements come in now. Can he still take this fight? He pulls back.
Yeah, well, he's got some. He has some Zets too, and the Zets are really what are going to allow the Quasis to, even just for a split second, for that little bit of extra time at the front. I think they end up adding a fair bit here. It's a little bit scattershot. He's not focus firing, and that is going to allow the flash shielding to stack up quite a bit. But the Zealots are going to start to withdraw and try to regroup. He's got 7 Zealots right now.
If he had a Circuff up right now, this is radically different, but unfortunately he does not. Now he's going to try and get in here with the Zeph, so Derelict even helping, and you know, it has 1 armor pen, so why not?
There you go.
I think he can take this fight now, but Shambler microing his heart out, pulling back the injured Zealots, doing a good job. Finally going to commit. Takes out one at the top. A couple of them are very injured here.
Yeah, they're going to start falling all at once.
AOT going to clean it out here, and that's a big lead for Zerg, because now Zerg can roll up like crazy. He has 3 Hatrosk, whereas Shambler only on the 1 Nexus. Now, he does need to be careful. It's still 4-gate production, but he still has the overlap to continue the scout. I don't know if a counterattack is going to be viable here, but that said, I guess Shambler has no army count for the moment. He's keeping the pressure on.
Yeah, one of his Zealots dying, but without it getting hardly any damage dealt as well, thanks to the right-click move instead of the attack move. And the Circuit coming up here.
AOT is getting a bit sucked in here. He has to go back to making workers at some point. Because I do not think he can win the game making Quas Zeph here. I don't think that's going to work out. And if he overcommits the military, Shambler will be able to stay ahead here.
That's right. 27 workers for Shambler. Most of them on the minerals. Getting a little bit of Draconins mixed in now. The Zet's charging forward, doing a lot of damage because he's hit that nice match, right? Like, when you get enough of them, they will start to overpower the Zealots.
This is the thing. The Zephs will always be dying in every engagement, right? You've got to be careful not to lose everything. Now he's outnumbered again, but he has this Circuit to retreat to and even a bunch more Zephs to back him up, so he'll be okay here. But like I was saying, he's not going to be able to push across, especially with Draconins coming out. It will be impossible to kill the Protoss with Draconins here.
This is a part where if you get a couple of gas workers at some point for AOT, I mean, he needs workers, period, as you've already mentioned, Neblime, but if he gets up to a nice little bit of gas harvest, I'd love to see a Vornath, because you can make Vorvs in this situation. They do a lot better versus Zethicors. They allow you to catch the army out for the Protoss by the slow. It's very, very efficient at some point, especially when you start to struggle versus the Draconin count. But with the Zets falling away, AOT's going to have to start considering a little bit of a run by or run back. He does end up peeling back off.
I think it's an overcommitment to military units, right? To keep trying to fight on the map and keep making all these Zeph. Say he had like 10 more Drolov right now and get a couple of Circus, I think he's in a very good position. But now it's like, okay, he's not going to die, but he's not that good on economy. Shambler's getting his Nexus. He's still probably, I was going to say, he still has to make another Circus, most likely. So Shambler being able to pressure him and sort of bullying him into keeping a pretty good lead here.
Yep, back at Shambler's base, he's getting a Warden for anti-drop, a second pylon, because otherwise all of his gateways would have gone down. Nexus about halfway finished. Zet's peeling off. I really like this play from AOT if he can keep it up, because now he's challenging Shambler to go towards him, but there's one Warden isn't going to stop all those. I guess it's in the mineral line, so the scribes can help it out.
Well, I think the best target is the natural Nexus, because it will go down pretty fast, man. You cannot underestimate Zeph DPS. And this many? This is like 14?
Yeah.
Like, oh my god.
Problem is, Shambler's definitely seen it. He's going to peel off all of the army.
Doesn't matter, though. I think he might still be able to get it. He's going to go for it. No, he's not. He goes.
No, he's going to pinch onto these Drakodons. This is a pretty big find because once you hit a critical mass of ranged units, the Protoss can really start to bully the matchup in the open ground until you see Hydras come out. But all of his APM going towards this, right?
I do wonder if diving the Nexus might have been better though, because I believe he could have got it. Yeah. And you know, 2 Drakodons, 14 Zephyrs, it's not bad for the Zerg, but it's not great either.
The rescout over here is going to be pretty impactful. He's going to see it's just 4 gate, you know? He'll also notice the Warden, which is going to thwart off any, like, ill-advised drops.
Oh, it's a Scribe. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Now we got that.
Listen, the DPS for those can't be underestimated. He's even going to go ahead and unload a Kagran on the high ground for the coverage on the little overhang there.
Very nice, very nice.
Making that Obelisk useful.
Before, man.
Zealot watching for the third here. That's a good shout from Shambler.
It was a decent move, but did not get super much done. Just a little bit of damage here. And yeah, he's pretty secure here, but this third base is going to be a problem, right? He has to push out of the map to take that. We're going to need to see a high drift soon enough. He's not going to be able to do this just on cores. I mean, you could try Vor for cores, but I'm not really a fan of that. I don't think it's the most efficient. And Hydras are just pretty good. He's doubling down on the defense, though. You
go for Vorv. It's going to be Zorkis here. You go for Vorv if you're like already super far into, like maybe you think there's a timing for you to kill him. Now, speaking of timings, Zealots are going to charge on in. I think that was very ill-advised. I don't know if that was just
didn't even back them up, dude. Was he like, what was he thinking? 3 overlifts though? Is he going to go for a drop?
I think so, and with the Zorkis, we could see Lakis drop. Like, that's not an unrealistic situation. You remember the Warden doesn't detect in Cosmonarchy, so you want to get on top of the Lakis, right? That could be a really big option. That's actually something we haven't seen since it feels like the old days. I think the last time I saw a Lakis drop was, like, Hamster first starting out in Cosmonarchy, and he tried that against the Shambler back in the ZBZ days, right?
Well, that's when it helped. It seemed possible to open with Zorkis. Now it's really hard.
Yeah.
Stargate, though. And this is what I'm worried about. If you're sort of in the situation where you're sort of toe-to-toe with Protoss and you can't get a base up on them, Gladius is going to be really hard to deal with, especially with no high drift, because the best thing at tier 1 is those backdoors, but he's not going to have those for a long time. Of course, it will take Shambler a long time to build up, and maybe with a big drop, he kills the Stargate. That could also be huge. I mean, there's so many ways this could go still. Oh, he's checking the flight path. Look at that.
Yep.
That's a really good move by AOT, because he knows he doesn't want to be intercepted there.
Yeah, and I don't think Shambler's actually clocked that. He didn't move his camera up there. So, you know, Zealot is going to be, like, chasing this Zethra halfway across the map, and he's going to be like, wait, why is my Zealot not in position? He's get a couple of his units rallying over here. It's all of his gateways are actually rallying by the Stargate. So he's aware of the possibility. He's actually withdrawing his army, weirdly enough. I don't know what that's about.
7 Lakizzalisks being built, by the way. He is definitely dropping the main with those, man. That's full on. He's going to drop the main and push the front. Who knows? He's
going to need to. You can only fit 1 Lakizzalisk in an Ovileth, so...
Yeah. Could maybe what lifts.
Oh, he's gonna do some two quasis in each one. Okay, I like this, honestly. This is not bad.
But the flight path is still being watched. As Shambler repositions his Zealot, he knows that this is a possibility, a strong possibility on this map. Is AOT going to be able to give him the slip? He's going right to the edge, it looks like. Oh, man.
It's tight. There is a little bit of time here. If he hugs the very leftmost edge, he might actually do it. Neblime, this is the most ridiculous.
Yeah,
he's not going to see it. Shambler has no idea. He has no clue.
But he does have an army. He has an army pre-positioned, though. He knew this was a possibility, and he saw the Zeph being spooky, so he's like, you know what? This is probably going to happen. The Gladius is going to be out. I think it's actually going to get crushed.
Yeah, you could be very, very right, but I think, honestly, if he clocks that the Zealot is seeing the hatch in the top right, he might be, you know, deciding, okay, I'm going to move my army over. The Ovileths have pretty good vision range here, so they will see that there's some guards.
Yeah.
Shambler hasn't clocked it. Yeah, it's outside of the vision range there. So Shambler
he sees it.
Okay, I thought
he saw it on the minimap.
Yeah. Okay.
Maybe he thought it was just 1. But yeah, this third base never going to stay up unless you can get out there. The Zoryus are there, and you know Zoryus Lakiz could probably push this back. You can't fight the Zoryus alone though. Although, this is the play. He cuts off the reinforcements.
Yes. Yeah. Love this. Okay. AOT is fine really conceding the top right. Zoryus, they're trading pretty efficiently with the Rilla Rokors. Remember, the Rilla Rokors have lifesteal. It doesn't look like the top right got canceled, unfortunately. So
I feel like that was a big mistake, though. He could have supported it with those Achilles and actually killed that stuff, but now he's just throwing away a big chunk of minerals.
Yep, absolutely. But hey, at this point, how are you going to get through this, right? You got the Quasis, got the Lakizzalisks, you got no detection. You're going to have to make things happen with the Zealots, which are not going to trade very efficiently.
No detection for these Gladius means they can't help with those Lakizzalisks until another unit's on top of them. But I think he's going to clean this up pretty easily.
Yeah, I guess the focus fire wasn't really there with the Lakizzalisks. They were spread out a little bit too thin, trying to cover everything. But when you cover everything with like 1 layer of unit, it's not very efficient, right? So AOT, listen, I like the play. Execution could have maybe done a little bit better. And now he's down tempo, doesn't have a third base coming, albeit the Protoss doesn't either. But
Yeah, I think it was a bit predictable though, because AOT has done this on this map before, and he seems to really like those Doom Drop kind of plays, actually. Now, I wish we'd see tier 2. There it is. Just goes down now. But he is going to need a bunch of anti-air. If there's like 6 Gladius, they could come into his main and wreak havoc.
Yeah, he doesn't have any Spraiths, right?
He doesn't have a Hydra yet.
Only now
He's just building. Oh my god. The Gladius could just come and harass. I don't know what he could do about it. Well, Shambler being timid here. Oh,
well, the third base is definitely scouted here, thanks to the burrowed Zethricore.
Oh, he's going to come out with the Zoryus again, but look at this army, man. This is going to gun him down
there's
real
like
fast.
No way. Yeah, you need the Lakizilisks with this, and you need way more than 3, so...
Well, I mean, 3 would definitely make a big impact, though, if the Zoryus are lasting for a while.
Yep.
I mean, who knows? You engage with the Zoryus and the 3 well-placed Lakizilisks, I feel like Zerg can at least force him back. Claw's going to help. Not going to be useless here, but if only he could make Hydralisks.
Okay, the Spraiths are coming, in the main at least. Okay. Nothing in the natural.
And he's going to try and just get at this third up, I think. That looks like what he's going to try and do.
I love the Riller, of course, staying alive thanks to them being right next to the Zoryus. So he's going to go ahead and take
Sometimes you have like 20 of those and like one Convalescent or something to escort them there. It's gonna be...
Underrated strategy. Too much APM. Tight ramp over here. Could maybe funnel the melee.
Don't want to be going up here. He does pull back.
Look how many Dracodon shots it takes to kill the Zoryus, though. There's only one of them went down in that whole exchange.
Alright, we're getting the Bactive Swamp, by the way. So, is he going to go for the Kaphrilosks? I think that would be quite good. Against Gladius, I think you need to go Kaphrilos, spam out a lot of Backlists. Obviously, some Vifrilisks can help quite a bit. But just in general, you need a massive Backlist, I think, to fight it.
Yeah, we're talking about 7 Gladiuses right now. So that circuit is not long for this world. He hasn't upgraded any of the static defense structures.
No Spraiths in the natural, and the only anti-air he has is Quasilis, which is just food for Gladiuses.
Hey, the Zero Cores are also here, and they got plus 10 health.
They don't count. They don't count as anti-air, man. Look at them. They're trying, but they're just going to get shot.
Look, they're reducing the shields. They made a Gladius kite back. It's like a Cyclops, but for Zerg.
Yeah, exactly.
The front line is starting to melt here. Looking really good for
bouncing.
Yeah.
The balls are bouncing, and the goons with their own blue balls coming in here. This is over, man. He's crushing through.
Man, what a sudden swing on the composition here. AOT's getting 15 Hydras. Could maybe start to snipe these Gladiuses, but...
The balls, already
softening them up. Just going to stand and fight, see what they can do. They do fall away. That is going to allow some of the workers to stay alive.
Oh, the Hydra's getting absolutely melted, though. Yeah. I don't think he's lost a single Gladius. Oh, no, he just lost one.
He's lost a few. But now,
okay,
I mean,
right.
The focus fire needs to be really good here from AOT, and the front line can just charge on in at any point. He's still a little bit scared from the Lakizilisks, really buying him a lot of time there. And it took a lot of effort to get the worker advantage for Shambler, remember, so...
Yeah. He has no witness, though, so he can't easily deal with those Lakizilisks, right? He'd have to run on top of them, that's the problem. But he has a huge army still here. I feel like he should just go in for another attack. It will be bloody, it will be very inefficient, because this is a great concave, especially with the high ground circuit as well for AOT, but he needs to just leverage this massive army, I think, and look, this is going to take out the high ground circuit easily as well.
That's right. I mean, there's 10 of them right now. 2 Stargates back at home, pumping them out pretty consistently. Third base operational. I don't know that AOT can hold it.
Oh, and the main, the 2 regular Spraiths in here are not going to do much.
Yeah, they're not Spirits, right? You need to evolve those.
Well, I'm going to say the Zork is probably like the least useful structure for AOT right now, but he does kill it.
Listen, the Iris is almost dead too.
Man, it died a lot faster than I would have thought.
Yeah.
Oh, ground forces coming in simultaneously as he's dragging his name. The Bactilists are finally here, but just a few of them. The Gladius could get on top of him. He does retreat, but he's going after the Drolets now.
Yeah, he's just going to hit the Spraith here, spread all those balls out onto the Drolets, and it's just looking unstoppable right now for Shambler. The response time not there. His drop red, AOT, going to have to go back to the drawing board with that one. He calls GG, and that is going to be the Shambler taking another dub.
Not surprising, though. Again, my predictions so far today, they've been good. Unlike that other time we were casting.
That's right, yeah. Hey, I got to say, I'm quite impressed that we had really... I think it was a close idea from a couple of those things. Like, it was really thinnest of margins where, like, I guess Shambler just read the play. And if he hadn't, that would have been very, very different, right? So... You gotta
well, that just shows Shambler's experience and
game
knowledge, right? Even switching race at the last second, he knows well enough. And AOT obviously still pretty new. I mean, he says he's been working on stuff and he's definitely been practicing, but there's still so much to learn.
That's right. Well, picking his own map against him might not have been the play, but now we get jakulangski
also true.
to select map 3.
I wonder if Shambler realized he picked that because he wanted to drop. And that's why he was so on top of that. But yeah, pretty smart play from Shambler so far. And, you know, even little things, like I was talking about in the early game, ways that AOT was a bit more behind than he could have been. You know, Shambler just got all these little edges. Really just demonstrated, you know, I think why he's the favorite of this group.
Well, the favorites have to stay on and play on if they are indeed going to continue with winning ways. Jack has an opportunity to fight on back versus the Protoss. His 8-pool Gambit not playing off very well here with the crowd. Certainly not paying off when it comes to the result. It ended up looking a little bit silly, but that's okay. It all happens every now and then. Those kinds of plays are kind of, you know, they high variance.
Definitely. I mean, I think if you make Zephyr Core, though, it has to be so fast your opponent has nothing. I feel like if they have a single unit, it's quite easy to do with as long as you have Worker Micro as well. And Shambler showed us pretty well how to use like a narrow area and really just crush them.
That's right. Yeah,
see, good army. I'm not saying Zephyr Core are a bad unit. I love Zephyr Cores, don't get me wrong, but they can't fight anything. They don't. Their job isn't to fight enemy units. Their job is to do damage and nothing's hitting them.
Yeah, and I think that's probably where we'll start to see some, you know, compositions for that feature the Carapace Swarms and like there's so many of them that they really get a lot of value from aura effects, like Ensnaring Brood as well.
Definitely, definitely. Well, and I mean, if something is there with Ensnaring Brood, hey, you've got a lot of corpses on the ground from those Zephyr Cores.
That's right, that's right. So the other thing, by the way, is that some people don't know this, but Ensnaring Brood stacks, like it does the doubling the effect if you also have it on a Vorver core. So
I did not know that.
Yeah,
wow.
Yeah, it's pretty fun.
Are you just stationary at that point?
No, but it's like, you know, it goes from, for example, if it was 20% slow, it would be a 40% slow. So
that's pretty good though.
Yeah, I think it's more than that. It's like 33% or something. But it's pretty good. Yeah, definitely.
Is Impetus going to be our pick here?
That's right. Yeah,
pretty wide open map.
Opting for
I like it. I like it for Zerg vs Protoss. You know, you can get those surrounds later in the game if you need it. And there's decently defensible bases. Not so easy to have the sort of static defense strategy, but it's doable.
I do like the ViddyB comment of Ogre Toss. I feel like there was a little bit of that with Nothing But Zealots at the start of Titanforge. But
well, I would say he was quite restrained, honestly, compared to the games I've seen. Going up only to those 3 gates initially and not going all out trying to end the game. He did expand behind as well. Just put the pressure on as well, taking up to those Gladius. I don't know. It was more sophisticated than it may appear. Well, he's here now as well.
Of course he is, yeah. Jakulangski has been waiting in the wings for the AOT Shambler game to resolve, probably hoping to go into a ZVZ, but also studying. Maybe studying a couple of strats, has a couple of things in mind, right? The good thing about having somebody else in your group as your race means that you can like think about, okay, how are they approaching it, and then maybe come to your own conclusions. Definitely. Especially if they win the match, like, oh, you're giving me a blueprint, right? Sort of like what 3Crow is probably doing with Hamster. So
pros have commented on this when it was like 1 Terran against 3 Protoss. The Protoss have a pretty good odds against the Terran in that case.
Yes, right, yeah, because you can just constantly pool your knowledge,
and you only got so many openings to pull out, right?
Yeah. Well, I feel like there's a lot more in Cosmonarchy, but you know, at the same time, who knows? It's red for Jakulangski as we get into our next match. This is the 3rd one. Shambler looking for the 3-0 start. And as we get into things, it'll be Jack in the bottom left, the Shambler in the top right, ZVP. I guess I should set up a middle hotkey for the middle of the map, and then go ZVP. So we go from like cool. The middle, you know. I did it. The stream can enjoy that.
Have the GSL style, like, you know, UI come in and like lock together, like you know.
Well, what we really want, I want the, like Mesk even said it back in the day, I want players walking out in the smoke machines and the booths and stuff.
Hell yeah.
I want lands.
They wear costumes.
Yeah. And play in them too.
Oh god, yeah. It's pure pain.
It's gonna be another fast go
for a pool again. Man, we could see a very early loss here if it goes the exact same way. Now, I hope what happens here, assuming that Shambler does get the gateway, which of course he will.
Yep.
He scouts the gateway is on time, and instead of making Zephs, he cancels and makes Drollef. I think this is fine. But if he sends the Zephs again, man, I'm not hopeful.
He's got an idea. He's thinking about it. And Impetus does have a kind of small rush distance compared to the other maps, so maybe. It's not as fast as Fata Morgana, but, you know.
I just don't see Shambler coming down to this. I don't see Shambler even being behind against this.
His SimCity's already set up for it, right? Like,
yeah, exactly. And he's perfectly astute with the micro, pulling the workers and stuff like that. And like I said, I feel like jakulangski is a bit weaker there. And if you're going to go for a strat where your plan is have Zephs in the enemy's base, you have to be prepared to micro them extremely hardly while multitasking at home. And if you can't pull that off, it's just not the strat you should be using. But he's going to go for it. He's saving his lava. It is Quas this time. Okay, now, if it's Legionnaires, it's possible. But I feel like they're a bit too slow to come across the map. And as soon as like a single Draken is out, it becomes very difficult.
Yep, and it is a Zealot at first. But, you know, I think what that Titan Forge game might have told Jack is you can make Quasis first, posture, constantly trying to move forward, and have Zeths reinforce after. They're faster anyway. They train quicker now. It's an Ovaleth, so it's going to be maybe a fast drop here. He has canceled the gas. No, he's actually still harvesting gas.
Does like that. This is his strat, man. He's going to... he might go degen defensive, or he could come and drop it in his opponent's base. Would not be surprised if he drops it in his opponent's base. But,
it's already a warden coming.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous. Well,
that's kind of just how he does it, man.
Yeah. The Shambler is being shamblered with a Worker Scout burrowed in his natural there. So
interesting. He's not trying to spot the army move out there. I think he's just trying to keep an eye on the expansion, but I think it's too far away.
Yeah, maybe it'll only narrowly see it. I'm not quite sure. But I think the main thing is he's probably just going to unburrow it and look for the army at some point, right?
Is he going to... You can't ask that in a tournament game, man.
That's like when he asked for worker count from Lucy, dude. It's BM.
I know. Right, he's going to drop that to expand, so I assume he's going to throw the Hatchros sooner or later. Wow, absolutely roasted. You know, I guess Jackie's just going to expand here. Maybe he was worried about proxy or something super aggressive he didn't really want to come across. So the game will go on. I feel like it's a bit behind for Jack, especially if Shambler comes down and puts a Nexus real fast, which he's only on 2 gates, so I think he's thinking about.
Well, we could see it, but he's also... I think he's going to add the 3rd gate instead, Neblime.
Oh my god, alright.
There it is.
Now, I mean, this is kind of good for Jack, actually, because it means as long as he just keeps defending strongly, he's got a chance. Now, I do not like the Cosmonarchy up here. You need to respect the threat of melee units. Keep them down to back the Circuit up. If Shambler runs in, kills that Circuit before Jack can react, suddenly the floodgates will open and Jack's in a lot of
look at this, though. He's pulling back as the Ovaleth.
Oh, that's smart.
Mind game.
But surely he'll realize that since he didn't empty it, there's nothing in there yet. Okay, it buys him a few seconds, though. That's pretty good.
Yeah. I mean, the Hydra thing goes down.
You know what would be good? If you bring 1 Quas and you drop it and like pretend you like change your mind, but it's full, you know? I mean, here's what I was talking about. That Circuit needs help. You can't let that go down. The Quas is hardly doing anything, but Shambler loses his nerve and runs away from it. And now the Quas can probably hunt this stuff down pretty easily.
Oh yeah, with the Circuit still providing fire support, any reinforcement zealots, but he can get up the ramp. That can be really spooky.
Yeah, this wouldn't have happened if Jack was pre-positioned next to the Circuit. Now this is a real problem because the Circuit will die easily to the reinforcements from Shambler while Jack is distracted here. And besides that, Drollos might fall as well.
Yep, one of them already going down. We can definitely see a couple more. The pull very late. More hatching as of right now, but they're actually kind of blocking the Quasis from entering on in. There's a little bit of a drill. Some of these Zealots very wounded from earlier. Back at home, the Circuit has been allowed to kill 2 separate Zealots, all because the 1 Zealot up here was not rallied in. There was a 3rd Zealot available that whole time.
Yeah, the Zealots went in 1 by 1 somehow. I'm not really sure how that happened. Causes look like they're going to clean this up now, but Jack has taken severe damage, and he needs to get a 2nd Circuit up. Draconans are on the field. 1 Circuit cannot really do anything against Draconans. They will constantly just move in and out and pick it off pretty quickly. But I don't see a K-Ring going down here.
Yeah, and I also don't see any Hydras. He's trying to rebuild the workers, but he is going to get caught out over here.
I mean, unless you want to go out on the map, I don't think you need Hydras. I think it's fine to just defend behind Circuits, but again, like I say, he needs a 2nd one, not to mention how injured this one is. The burrow can be a play, but it needs to be further forward as well.
Yep, I would say you want the burrow to be like off to the right side of the Circuit a little bit, right?
4th gate coming up. Also, yeah, he typed, confirmed the Beaver. It was inevitable.
We knew it was going to be a typing moment. Come on now. But hey, the Nexus is coming up. It's pretty slow. The worker obviously saturated back at the main base quite well here for the Shambler, so his mineral economy is doing very nicely.
Jack's going to have to play really passive here to catch up in Droll if he needs more production, and he just needs to make the workers as well. Not to say that he can't do that. Zerg has the potential to do that.
Yeah. But does he make that read, right? He's behind 10 workers. Does he make the read that he is actually that far behind?
He did see the expansion, so he knows that Shambler's going to... In fact, he's going to try and attack here, which I don't mind. It looks like he can try and pick some stuff off with the Hydras to sort of deal with the Dracon's range, but Shambler, of course, always going to be microing pretty well.
Well, the Zealots go down so fast versus the Hydras, right? They ignore most of the armor, so that's a pretty big feather in Jack's cap, and none of these Hydras being focused down by the ranged units. Very inefficient trade from Shambler, actually.
Jack needs to be careful though. He's getting kited by these Draconids. More Hydras, less Quas. He doesn't really want to commit to this fight, man. Look how much stuff died on the retreat there. Pretty sloppy by Jack, unfortunately. Getting Nafrock here, I don't think that's the play. What are you going to make from this? If you make Nafrocores, I don't really feel like they're going to do much against the cannon that's already up, or the Warden rather, and there's enough Draconids on the field. Vorphrocores can be okay, but I really think you'd be better off just making more Hydralisks and just Zephyrcores accompanying them are fine.
Well, here's the thing. If he uses a lot of... 6 Nathrocores, that's 3 pairs. That'll kill a Warden, and then run amok inside
Yeah, but then what do you have left? You have like 3 left, and your opponent has time to respond because you spend all that time killing the Warden. So he does kill a Circuit, but he loses a couple of Zealots for it. Jack will be able to remorph. Needs more Hydralisks, man. He almost has enough to sort of deal with these... Oh no, he's going to lose the Cagrit too. Too timid with the army sitting back behind the Circuit here, allowing it to be picked off for free. Shambler's pressure is increasing and increasing. Couple of Vorphrocores being made, but he needs more of Massive Hydras to back it up as well.
Yeah,
Jack
I mean...
so much trouble here.
Listen, there's only 2 Zealots. He can absolutely still do this, but the Circuit going down nice and easy. Shambler smells blood in the water. These Vorv's not yet finished. And even then, there's only 2 of them. There's a couple more joining from the high ground. 1 Hydra does go down. That's a nice slow on the first Draconid, but not enough to finish the job.
Yeah, Jack coming in single file here. He's not positioning his army to get the angle. He's constantly going up and down this ramp and getting caught coming around the terrain, which is not what you want. He's going to try and engage again here.
Yeah, this is an overextension from Shambler. There's nothing even to pick off. What is he going to do? I guess he can bleed the army. That's about it.
I mean, he's losing Draconids, I suppose. I don't know. I think he just senses weakness, not so much in Jack's actual position, but in his micro, thinking he can still exploit it. And I think he's partially right.
Still behind 20 workers here, but Shambler's not saturating his natural, so doesn't even matter.
Multitasking falling down a lot here with the bank he got there.
Yeah.
And the fact he hasn't added any production or tech, I think, is a big error. But besides that, he's still ahead here. That's just something that could have been stronger.
Yeah.
Getting a Warden for the natural as well.
Yeah, I was just making that comment because that means that most of the time the worker lead has been in Shambler's advantage. It actually hasn't really done anything, so...
Yeah.
It's worth pointing out.
I'd like to see some Lavosks. Yeah, he's getting one.
He's getting one, yeah, because he got a gas bank and he doesn't have that many minerals, right? So definitely makes sense.
Jack's position is really tough because he hasn't had the production. And once again, the army is sitting in the main doing nothing while the Circuit dies. They need to support each other. But now there's so many Draconids and so few Hydras. I don't think Jack can actually withstand this. I think he's going to die.
Yeah, well, the Hydras are still just as good as they always were versus Draconids, so maybe that will be a little bit premature, but as the reinforcements come on in, I honestly think that I'm agreeing with you here, Neblime. Shambler looking indomitable. The Hydras, the right answer, but the wrong quantity and the wrong spot to position them in as well. Jack looking a little shook.
Well, like I said, once you start losing those Circuits, it's very tough here. And yeah, the Hierophants are going to make this impossible to stop, although they're targeting the Hatchers for now. It doesn't matter. Shambler's overwhelming with 4 gates here.
Yeah, Ardent Authority coming up behind it. The first time we've seen him make a non-gateway production structure. Well, I guess the Stargates as well, but you know.
Might be the last time, depending on how next game goes.
That's right. We are going to see Shambler start off with a 3-0. Looking unperturbed as we get into the thick of things here. And Jack, starting off in the 0-2, really looking for slim chances for him to get out into the throne room stage from this point onward.
Yeah, that's not a good start, but hey, if AOT goes down 0-2 as well, we can say it's even.
Yeah, that's right. At that point, it becomes a best of 3, and we will await AOT's pick of the next map. Looks like he's already selecting it as we gear on in.
I hope he has his plans. You know, I like that he had a plan for Titanforge, even though Shambler predicted it and completely countered it. I think that's a good way to do it, though.
It is, it is. Go ahead and pop open the scoreboard here. We can see that Shambler up to a 3-0 start. He's feeling pretty good about himself.
Shambler's getting a building named after him? What is it?
The Shambler X building.
But yeah, Shambler with a lot of momentum, right? Going 3-0 and pretty quickly, too.
All right, it'll be the Purgatory. First time seeing that in Battlements. Always an interesting one to take a look at.
Interesting pick indeed. But once again, quite drop prone. Mm-hmm. I'd be disappointed if he tries the same approach, but hey, it might work this time.
That's right, that's right. Hey, I'm looking forward to when I don't even have to type say when ready and we actually have like lobby UI that like lets you mark yourself as ready.
When will that be? Like 2026, man?
Yeah, I don't know. UI sucks in this fucking game. But, you know. Hey, we're getting into match number 4 here. It's going to be Art of Turtle in the top left and the Shambler's Protoss in the bottom right. It's the Purgatory, a map by Veek7.
All right, well, let's see what the openings are here. It's pretty hard to rush early pool here because it's quite far away. I think we'll be expecting another Hatcherosk here.
Oh yeah, worth noting, we did play a match on Derelict, not in this group yet, but in the last group, and I forgot to mention that in accordance with all of the other changes, there is a ridge in the main. Can you believe it?
I think that's a great change. I do not like these guys that only mains, man. It's pretty rough if you get contained.
That's right.
And it really forces you to expand, limits the number of options to play, which I think is a bad thing.
Yeah, I mean, there's been this philosophical sort of debate, if you will, between myself and Veek7. He's somebody who believes that you don't really start playing an RTS until you hit that 2 or 3 base timing, and maybe even 3 base, where 2 base is like not really that much. And so he wants to, you know, the idea is sort of like almost a StarCraft 2-esque school of thought where you get your natural as a matter of course, like very few 1-base builds in StarCraft 2 in the current meta. But obviously for very different reasons. We wouldn't want to emulate the path they took. Fuck!
Yeah, I was going to say, man, like, this is not the place to put your gateway. Because his ridge is going to be harder to mine from.
I don't know if he can. I think he can.
Yeah, but it's going to be, you have to go at like a right angle.
Don't lose your nerves. My man. Yeah, this is actually, I would say this is the first time I've seen really poor SimCity from Shambler. Dracodons popping out on the bottom. We'll have to go all the way around the geyser to get in, or through the Nexus as well.
Oh my god.
So if
well,
the rally...
he doesn't need that reach to win this game. He can just spam out the Zealots again.
Yeah, it is going to happen. We have a hatch pool, just like normal. You can't attack my egg.
Alright, well, he's going to be the Zealot again. I assume he's going to put the same pressure on pretty much. We'll see if AOT can handle it like last time.
One of the things I got to give Shambler credit for is he's not really getting fancy with it. He's literally just feeling like, hey, yeah, I'm going to do my thing. This is my game plan. This is what I'm doing. If you can't stop it, I win. If you can stop it, I've got other things that I can think about. And the game still has play because this is going to give me an advantage. You know, if it doesn't give me an advantage, you know, then that's something where we can start talking about. What are the weaknesses to what Shambler is doing? He expands super late. He doesn't get an embassy for detection or for extra workers. His scaling is very, very pedestrian as a result. And he's very committed onto the single target, you know, path. So if you go for massive amounts of units, or if you go for anything that can deal crowd control as well, then suddenly you're going to be in a really solid position. And we saw that with AOT with the Lakizilisks. Definitely did a lot better versus the military. Delayed his death for a very long time, even after his position was pretty much all compromised. So yeah, there's definitely weaknesses. There's play here, but we need to see if the Zergs can figure it out.
I think if we saw Hatch first on the low ground, it would be quite advantageous because you get the circus up very fast. Now, as it stands, it's going to be an overleft drop in the K grid, but AOT needs to be careful. Once again, I don't think like he's really respecting these Zealots since he has 6 quads out here versus 3, but he does get some good damage with the ramp, forcing Shambler back a bit, but he cannot engage here. It'll be a disaster if he lets this engagement go down. He's
not paying attention. He's already lost 2 and some damage on the others. Meanwhile, the Zealot's barely feeling it. Circuit is more than halfway done. That'll be a target for Shambler. He is trying to click on it. Of course,
finishing. Or is it?
Yeah, it will finish. It'll get a couple of shots off, and he will actually have to withdraw. Not losing that one Zealot.
I feel like he could have committed to that, but like you say, I guess he can keep all the Zealots alive, which is pretty huge. The overlap is advantageous this year because it can keep an eye on all the Zealots coming in. Doesn't really have enough here, though. Where are more Quaslists? He's been trolling way too hard, and now he does not have what he needs to push this off, but he does...
he can remorph it. He can still kill this very wounded Zealot here as well. He's going to go ahead and cancel it. Some workers coming as well to try to surround, but unfortunately he took a little bit too far, got lost in the sauce trying to kill that Zealot that was so very low. Flash shielding coming up. Now cancel onto that Kagrant, so that's a worker dead effectively.
Yeah, unfortunate. And now, I don't think he's going to be able to hold this natural, because you can't get the circus up. It's going to be too hard to trade just with positive units.
I think the hatch is fat enough, tanky enough, that I think he'll be okay.
It is. I don't see how he's going to defeat the army, though, because reinforcements are constantly coming in. Although he's getting distracted.
Yeah, trying to use the workers. That's a nice start here.
Let's pull back.
It's not really the end of the world to lose those 3 workers compared to what else he's losing. He can work back up. He has 3 hatch.
But here's the Draken, and now it's really tough. Because you're never really going to be able to kill that as long as Shambler micro as well, which he is. You can slowly whittle down the Zealots, but the Draken will just keep getting more and more damage from the back here. That's that long. Oh, I died. What just happened?
It obviously went off creep. Wink. I have no idea, actually. We'll have to watch the instant replay for that one, please. Trying to poke at the ranged unit.
You're saying, Hupsaiya are pretty tanky, man. It takes a while to kill that.
I know, yeah. They will eventually go down. But again, Shambler doesn't have any economy behind this that's anything other than what you would normally expect, right? It's not like he's got a whopping mammoth economy like you sometimes see from people like 3-Crow or Hamster. The Zealots are starting to fall. Some Zethar did end up coming out, but I feel like the Quasis are just going to get beaten back. And we still have 2 Zealots left alive.
Yeah. And now that he's killed the natural, I mean, AOT needs a big win, and I don't think he's going to get it. Well, if Shambler overcommits here, Zeph's getting in doing the damage. Ooh, nice pullback, though. Really nice micro, but that will go down now. So he's fended it off, but at what cost, man? He only has 12 draw left. I don't think it really matters that Shambler hasn't expanded. Shambler adding a 4th gate, he knows he can just go for the kill. Zeph's trying to get in here and get these Dracodons, but they can kite pretty well.
I love the Ovaleth absorbing the Dracodon shots, too. It's a good idea, and he has already softened up by, that's 100 damage that didn't go onto the rest of the army. Nice little move here as the Circuith is going to be the target from the Dracodons. All the Zealots are gone. The front line completely missing. It's not going to get canceled, though, so it will end up dying.
It's almost worth it that he picked up that save because it's just so painful for AOT to sort of reset like that. But I mean, he has to be careful, right?
He's really trying to gun at it. And yeah, like there's a wounded Dracodon back here that's not being targeted. I think Shambler might be able to get away with all of them. The surround's not working out.
Look, on paper it seems like Zeph can work against Dracodon, but really it's too hard to catch them usually. So
this amount of latency in particular. Remember, these is extra high lat. So
oh no, come on now, don't go blaming it on lag. We gotta.
Of course you have to blame it on
the actual skill on display. It is very hard to catch them no matter what latency.
I think it's easier with the latency to slip out of the net than it is to establish the net. It requires more precision to get the net established.
Agree with that. Either way, we agree that Zeph aren't really all they're cracked up to be. He's going to try and get down here, man, but this is just going to be super pain for AOT to try and inch his way out here, and he's just going to go forward and snipe it. Yeah. You really do stop it.
Yeah, the map is not set up for that sort of crawl. You are expected to not be contained, and he's going to call GG. Frustrating for AOT, not able to get onto the board just yet, and that's the Shambler sailing in 4-0. Returning vets, making it happen.
Yep. So if I predict I'm going to 4-0, will that make it come true?
I don't know. What if everybody else... Helpful. What if I predict that you do, and that negates your luck?
No, don't. No. Tell me I'm going to lose or something. I don't know. But I'm on fire today. So is Shambler, apparently. Easily gets through to the throne room. No big surprise there, but he is going to return for another shot at the throne.
That's right. Hey, Shambler's title has eluded him ever since Ascension number 2. Way back before Neblime even knew about this whole thing.
I think I saw like a cast way back when around that time. I remember seeing one Zero Core like running around harassing a base.
Yeah, I think actually technically you were in Ascension 1. I keep forgetting that. But
what do you mean?
I think you were in the very first one, right?
Was I doing what? Playing it? I don't think
so. As a Terran? Because Benno was playing, and I think it was
that
his
was Ascension 1?
Maybe it was Ascension 3, and I'm mistaken. But I think Ascension 3 is
later than that.
I think Ascension 3 is when you were playing Zerg, and you denied Shambler his title, his Grand Finals appearance. He actually hasn't seen a Grand Finals appearance since Ascension 3, and that was because
that was 5, wasn't it? 5 Zerg. Oh no, 6 was Zerg. Oh, I don't know. I don't know. You can say.
Well,
so we're going to descend to the
It's
ZVZ.
a ZVZ best of 3.
Fight to the death.
And it's it's Sideshow, Germination, Fata Morgana, and Derelict. Dude, there's some knife fight maps in here, man.
Definitely. Well, I mean, is that what AOT's going to pick? Well, hang on. AOT does get to pick, right? Since he just lost.
No, the challenger.
Jack picks because he's the challenger.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
That takes precedent. Okay. Yeah, Protoss are a tough nut to crack if you're not familiar with them, and as Shambler's showing, you can just charge on in with a bunch of Zealots. Who knew?
Pretty good units. Only cost 100 minerals.
Oh yeah, AOT's saying he wanted to make quasis, but he made workers instead at one point. And
gotta remember, you can cancel those.
Yeah. That might not. He might not have noted that, but you can cancel eggs and.
I don't know if he's on grid, but I just want to say if he is, that probably wouldn't happen if you're not on grid because Q is kind of far away from D, you know? Just saying.
Shambler throwing shade your way.
My way?
Yeah, he says...
I didn't even say anything, man. Come on.
Yeah. Saying shit. Neblime is wrong about quasis.
Oh, I did say Zephs were bad, yeah. I did say that, because they are. Like I said, they're bad at fighting, they're good at doing damage, but... We don't need balanced discussion. We need games.
That's right. That's right. Jack has to pick the next map, but he's absorbing the oil, aka. Well, can you have salty oil? Is oil salty?
I mean, you just throw salt in it, then it's salty, right?
Maybe, but maybe it's like water and it doesn't mix.
The logic. What do you mean? Oh, yeah, it probably wouldn't actually. But the thing is, crude oil actually has water in it,
and some of that water can be salty, right?
Yeah. Probably.
Okay, all right, it's solved.
Anyway, it turns out he's not referring to crude oil. He's referring to like petrol and or cooking oil when he says oil. All right, he's chosen the hallucination, the mirage. He posts a picture of it.
Fata Morgana. I don't know what this picture is.
That's a Fata Morgana.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
That's a specific type of mirage.
Right, right. I didn't open it until after I said I don't know what this is, and then I saw the ship.
Yeah.
All right, so we are gearing up. Jack is welcome anytime to the lobby.
I guess he's not a hurried sort of guy. He'll be here in his own good time. Keeping us thirsty for it, you know? Doesn't want us to take it for granted. Alright, here he is. They're both Zerg. It's Fata Morgana, the smallest map we've got.
That's right. Let's see what ends up happening here, gearing up. Just let our players know it is indeed a best of 3 now between the two of them. A rematch!
I'm waiting for what he says, man. It's not going to be a simple ready. It's going to be something.
Well, he's got to mix in the simple ready every now and then, right? Or
does he? Is that the meta?
I don't know. I'm just sort of thinking. Maybe that's the chat meta that I would do. So I'm projecting my thoughts. But can you project? I told him, I asked him for a picture for the video, right? And you may have seen that it was like somebody petting an alembic.
Yeah. I did. Red. It's the classic red.
It's just the classic red. All right, we'll get into it. But yeah, so before he sent that in, I said, because he hadn't gotten back to me, I was like, hey, I'm just going to use this emoji. And it was the emoji. And then he's like, could you use this instead? And it's like a meme fucking void version of it. Anyway, Jack's in the top left, AOT in the top right. Rematch of our Gauntlet qualifier. That was our second qualifier from Gauntlet A, from the upper bracket. And it was a 3-2 set. Jack taking the first game. AOT strikes back. They kind of just traded, and then eventually AOT won 2 in a row. So
it looks like they're both up on the meta, man. They're both going for that 7 pool.
Ooh.
They know.
Hey, Jack is scouting, so this is a big difference here.
Yes, that is a huge difference, because what you want to do, you want to come up, and if it is an early pool, instead of making Zefs, you just make draw left. And it's actually quite hard to get enemy units across before some causeless are out. It's easy to defend with those. That said, you do need pretty solid micro for this. And then again, I have to say, Jack falls down often in the micro. It may be a problem here in this CVZ fight, but he's going to have a pretty good advantage if he knows how to interpret this, sees the 7 pool, and just goes for his own draw left. He'll be in a really good position.
Here's another thing I'm wondering, Neblime. Doesn't this work or just make a K-Grunt? No, I guess
no, because there's too many minerals and you have too little economy, and your opponent can just like kill it. It's not going to be an issue. And with its 7 pool, like if they just make 1 pair of Zefs, it won't take very long until they're out. So that is not,
especially with the latest balance changes. Yeah, maybe I'm thinking more in the old world. It is going to be 3 pairs of Zeths. And he doesn't scout what it is, but it is going to be a quaz, yeah. And we've seen this
perfectly
before.
Prepared.
Yep.
Yes, he knows what he's doing here. I want to take credit that we've played a lot of games, right, where I go 7 pool like pretty much every single game. So he knows what he's playing against here, and like 4 quaz can handle 6 Zef pretty easily with just a little bit of micro. And once you get up to 6, I mean, don't worry about it. The Zef's not going to do anything. AOT really overcommitting here, making a 4th pair of Zefs, really getting himself in a lot of trouble, actually. Even going for a 5th one. I don't think he quite properly understands the idea behind the 7 pool. He's going to get himself slapped by these quazzes if he's not careful.
Now they're going to charge on in, and he wasn't even looking at his army at the time. He's going to go ahead and zoom them up the ramp. Does end up getting 1 Quasilisk, but at the what cost, man? That's 5 out of his 6 starting Zeths.
Very minimal micro by Jack, but it didn't matter there, and they lost 1. Now, he needs to keep the pressure on, because we see AOT able to get the Hatcherosk first, because the Zefs are cheaper, but Jack's army is just way stronger, so I think he can just come across here, put the pressure on. I mean, it is a hatch up the ramp, so it's quite hard to deal with.
Well, I like AOT moving still far ahead just to keep a scouting idea. Like, what's going on? Yeah. What are you doing, right? Like, are you moving across the map or not?
And Zefs can run away pretty easily, but they do die pretty fast too, so it's going to be careful. Now, Hatcherosk at the low ground for Jack. He's going to give him an advantage here. Still a little bit up on draw lefts, and still just with the superior army. I do want to see him try and come across the map, though. Force AOT to make quaz is what he needs to do.
Yep. I mean, it's only natural at this stage, or you're looking at the way that the Hatcherosk is working out. Honestly, I kind of want to see what happens. Okay, he's confirming that there's a Nexus. Also, we have a bit of Frozen. It's AOT.
I hope it's not a crash.
We'll see what he ends up...
not looking good.
He's still playing, and according to his Discord presence, is still on, so I think he's probably just having a network trouble.
Okay. Art of Lag, says Shambler. Yeah. Rip. The ultimate turtle strat. You slow the game down with lag.
Yeah, looks like he's still in. I'm going to go ahead and pause it.
As soon as you message in Discord, that's when it unpauses, right?
Yeah.
Sick.
Yeah, when we get into these situations, I like to preemptively pause. It's a little awkward because it's like right as battle was about to start, but I feel like it's still a good.
I don't know how Brood War works, man. Sometimes it's super laggy and you pause for 3 seconds and then it just goes away and isn't laggy for the rest of the game.
It's some intermittent other network activity that's going down. Yeah. In fact, actually, something that I'm a little bit interested is I'm interested in whether or not. Okay, we're getting back into it, but I'm a little curious as to whether or not Jesse's network solution that he's working on might be a little bit better for moments like that. Now, getting our players back into things, they're going to resituate themselves, reseated into the game.
I'm a bit worried here. I think Jack has really transformed an advantage into an even game by not being aggressive enough. He's allowed AOT to make only draw left, while Jack made substantially more quasies here.
Yep.
And he did not attack with them. Now, he's going to try and scout here. But I think he's just moving out in force. In fact, that might prompt that, seeing none of these Fs stopped him. Yeah, here he comes now. Oh my gosh, AOT will lose all these Fs.
All right, only 2 left. I mean, they can still dart in and be a little bit annoying, but that's pretty much as best as you're going to get.
I do want to see another Hatros going down there. Macro is important. There we go. He throws down a Hydra. That's something, at least some way of spending your money. Draw left being rallied. Oh, he loses his nerve and turns back. Once again, I think I had a severe mistake, because 4 quads wouldn't be enough. He needs to force out more and more, but at least he did force out those 4. Takes the 3rd, it looks like he's planning on.
Yeah, that's a little curious. The egg is going to get eaten up here. Cooked and
Recommits. He's going back in.
Yeah, well, there's 8 quasis on the ramp. Yeah, so there's not going to be anything happening there. The worker does finish, but it will get bopped.
He needs to not do this. Oh, it's going to be a disaster if he attacks there. He does pull back. AOT didn't witness the sort of internal struggle of him going back and forth, but nonetheless, he did force him to make a bunch of quads, as if AOT knew what was going all along. Overleft coming out. Drop could definitely be devastating. There's no overleft for Jack here, so he doesn't have any scouting of that or the drop path. And only barely up on workers, although his positioning over here, you put a Causeless right at the top there, it has pretty good vision of the drop path. Needs to not get caught out, though. If he loses his entire army trying to fight this, that'd be a very bad position for him.
Yeah, well, he's going to poke in and see what's going on. Hey, how are you? 16 quasis. How about I only have 8? Let me get out. See ya.
I like this burrow at the 3rd. I mean, like I said, it doesn't watch the drop path, but hey, it's something. Losing a couple.
He's actually canceled this. He's canceled the hatch at the 3rd.
Okay, I think it's a good move, actually, because honestly, I didn't think he needed to put it there in the first place.
Yeah, but it's indecision, it's slowing his economy, it's slowing his production. It feels like, you know, could be doing more.
I'll put it this way. The mistake was putting it there in the first place. I think canceling it makes sense. And look, Hydra's coming out now. The thing is, AOT only just took the natural, right? So he doesn't need to be on 3rd base to get to be ahead. The draw left count, unfortunately, has evened out a lot, but his own overleft coming in did AOT's overleft fly over that burrowed worker. I don't know if Jack saw that. He's not responding yet. I am worried that if with a sluggish response, he could lose a lot of workers. But wait a minute, AOT didn't even load it up. Never mind.
Yeah, there's nothing in it. His overleft also moved back after that. I'm not sure what the deal is with that. Quasi's
probably should have come down on low ground for that, but whatever.
Yeah, well, his Hydras are still moving out. He's ignoring it. I wonder if he's just known that there's nothing in it, right?
How did he know?
Well, it does detect. If you detect it and you click on it, there's no cargo label there. This is a little bit bad, though. He's actually going to be able to see that.
And see what's in it as well.
Yeah, he notices it. Oh, hey, you've got something in there. That's interesting.
Dude, he doesn't want to lose this. Oh, but look at this. He's causing a traffic jam at that.
I know, yeah. Well, I like this play, though, because this is like a Tacocake playbook right here. You know, like pincering in with the air harassment or the drop, right? And then the front line moves in. And now, you know, that's got to be reacted to because you're natural. You just saturated this with some of the workers, and you're going to put down a Kager, and it's immediately sniped.
Unfortunately, though, this army is not really up to the task. Gets to retreat again. If the drop recommitted, that could have been good. But yeah, he does pull back. Unfortunately, AOT getting ahead in drones now. Jack really under-droning here. Trying to put the pressure on when really he's in a situation where his economy is superior. I think defending would be better.
I like the Ovalithos task that right-clicked onto this here and then starts getting tickled. Like, deploy the defense drones.
All right, well, if Jack can scale up his production, keep that 3rd, he'll be in a lead here. But, I mean, AOT still has some moves. We have the ski back coming up.
For both players.
I think he's probably... Oh, okay, I didn't see it for Jack. Interesting.
Yeah.
If they both make back the list, that definitely evens out. I wonder if either of them will try for skiffs. Probably wouldn't be that.
Yeah, but look at this, though. The Zorius. Remember, the Zorius is good against Bactylisks twofold. Very, very high armor and health pool.
Yeah.
Also spawns for the Rokors that absorb the bounces. So you can't win with that particular...
Well, even better, the bounces spreading all over them cause them all to spawn the Rokors.
Yes, yeah. So I guess it's threefold, really, if you want to think about it.
really the perfect unit. But he doesn't have the economy. That's what I'm worried about. AOT did actually make workers, and that usually leads to victory, whereas Jack has declined to do so, so he's falling a bit behind here. For 2 base, this isn't really enough, but that said, he only has very few production structures, only 2 Hatchros and the 3rd one coming up, so it kind of makes sense in a way. Finally adds a 3rd one, but he really can't make much, whereas AOT's already up on 4 here.
Yeah, that's absolutely the case. AOT is going to go ahead and head up the ski-backed ladder, getting those Bactylisks. Getting some Zeths as well for a little bit of a free front line. Bactylisk now morphing on his enemy's doorstep. The Sabalith pouring on in, just seeing what's going on. Hey, how are you? It's been a lot of hey, how are yous.
Oh, okay, no, he doesn't listen. Yeah, I don't think he should attack here, though. I mean, the Cosmonarchy will not do much, I suppose, with these Bactylisks, but he needs to wait for more Zor use. He needs more of a front line. But it's hard for him to afford it. Because, like I said, his work count's pretty low. He's gonna actually come out now. AOT is, which is not gonna go well, I think.
Yep. Well, the Zorius is caught in the back, so it's not really helping too much right now. Absorbing a ton of damage outside of those Quasis, but eventually will get put down.
Yeah, no, Jack's army's too small here. It's just gonna get crushed.
That's right. Yeah. The macro king here, AOT, doing his best to make things happen.
Yeah, really much superior play here in terms of macro. Just had so much more production. And, like, he's banking right now, but earlier in the game he wasn't. And Jack, obsessed with trying to take this 3rd really fast, has really not worked out for him. And now he has basically no army left. I think AOT's pushing for the win.
It could be the case. I mean, the worker counts have evened out now at the very least. So if Jack loses the 3rd, it's kind of just getting reset, as long as he can hold the natural. But he is definitely on the back foot. And like you said, he was advantaged at the start of this game.
Yeah, I think very significantly. Unfortunately, not able to parlay it into a win. It looks like AOT's about to win the game. I don't really see how Jack's going to hold. As well as AOT commits here.
Yeah, he can snipe these Kagrants that just went down. Only one of them currently the target. Now going after the fully healthy Circuit, but it's not healthy no more. Instantly bursted down thanks to the help of those. Obviously, the Quasi's giving it a lot of damage, but the Zeths really burned it down.
Yeah, he's going to smash through here. The Backlist doing so much damage from the back. And no Backlist. Well, okay, he just finished 2 more Backlists for Jack.
Yeah, but they're on top of him. There's no bounces coming.
Yeah. Well, it's a pretty solid win for AOT. Pretty convincing, despite disadvantaged start.
Yeah, it's a little crazy. They both went for the 7 pool, and AOT is going to go ahead and lag him out.
And now he drops, and Jack claims the win, right?
I think that's how it works.
Yeah, definitely. Unfortunate timing. I hope he didn't crash this time.
No, still playing. Just having some internet troubles. Hopefully it holds for the next couple of matches here.
You know, the fact that he was like, give me a second, is there like a button on the wall he has to press, like the stop lagging button?
I was wondering about that. And obviously, Jack can't even type GG right now. So.
True, he's trying to leave the game and give him the win, but he can't.
Yeah,
tragic.
Art of lag is correct. Listen, I mean, technically, if you are playing the game and then you lag out and then you can't finish, you know, it's like if you just left your units on a move or whatever, would they win the game? Probably.
I think certainly in this case.
But he would have to A-move correctly so that they would get all the structures, right? So
as in not to like the wrong corner of the map, like.
Yeah, I just think, look, man, I don't know. It's possible.
I think it's fortunate that if he does drop, this is the moment he drop, because I think the game is certainly over at this point. There you go. Oh, he was typing it.
He types it.
It's official.
It is indeed official.
Leave the game. Can you do it?
Jack, Control Q. I know it's Alt Q, I think, not Control Q. We were disabled.
I don't think you can do it when the lag box is up.
No, you have to do it after.
Yeah.
Well, this is a fun minigame. Can you leave the game in time to give your opponent the win, despite the fact that they are lagging?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, not only does Jack lose, he has to play this minigame. Like, oh, imagine the tilt. Okay, switching internet over, which means this game will not recover, actually, so we have to drop him.
Oh, okay, gotcha. All right, let's go ahead and give him the Canada moment. And obviously that, unfortunately for Jack...
All right, 1-0 Jack, right?
Yeah, does not mean that, unfortunately for Jack. That's all right.
Yeah.
Hey, I will say, though...
a solid opening,
yeah,
but not really the macro or the decision-making after that, I have to say. AT just kind of proved he's playing better.
Indeed. Indeed. Well, I have liked what I'm seeing from AOT. I was hoping for a better showing for Jack, because you said that he's your protege and all that, and that makes sense. But also he's like, I like Jack as a person. I think he's a cool guy.
Yeah.
You know, he's a fun character to have in the community. So
after that game, I have lost hope, honestly, that Jack will qualify because everything sort of went well for him at first, but he's still lost. So I'm feeling the AOT probably 2-0 here, quite likely. Did you ask Jack to pick the map?
I will do so now, but I have to go up because Shambler had a typing moment.
I see.
Oh, hold on, I scrolled too far up. All the typing. Back on phone hotspot. I'm sure that'll work. All right. He picked Fata Morgana, so that leaves Derelict, Germination, and Sideshow.
All right, AOT's back. He has returned.
Yep, he's on the phone. You know this realm.
Yes, I do, unfortunately. I don't have to do that anymore. My internet has been fixed, so it doesn't go down when it rains.
Ah, nice. So, okay.
Yeah, wow. What a great advanced country. So I don't have to do that anymore, but I am familiar with the pain.
Do you know, is there like a reason that you could point to that you happen to be informed on as to why Aussie internet is like a laughingstock or whatever?
Poor government policies around 15 years ago when we had the opportunity to overhaul our infrastructure. It was decided that they wouldn't basically put anything that was good in because quote unquote it's too expensive or such bullshit, you know. Internet is not important or something, I don't know. I don't know if you can tell, I'm pretty fucking bitter about it. Don't get me into politics, man.
You'll have to educate me one of these days. It's
too busy, like, you know, talking about immigrants to build internet, basically, is what it boils down to.
Well, why don't they can help? What the hell? Give them a...
That should have been the plan, I guess.
Yeah.
Import the network engineers, but no. No time for that.
That's right. Well, AOT coming in here. He's, you know, a brother in I don't know what you'd call it. I guess a brother in lag. So he's you feel
just
for him.
Today. Normally he's not. In fact, when we played in CPL, unfortunately, it has been a bit laggy, you know.
Oh, really?
Yeah. But hey, if you're playing regular Brood War, shout out. Just use Shield Battery. It'll solve all your lag problems.
That's right. That's right. And if you're related to Shield Battery in any way as a project guy, can you please make it for the better version of the game, Cosmonarchy? Thanks. That would be nice. All right, our players have connected. Our casters have connected. We are waiting for the red. Everyone using internet in-house. Ah, okay. That explains it. Should be good for the rest of the match. Good to know. At this point, if Jack does not clear this match, we will not go to a decider, and AOT will be in the Throneroom stage in second place, which is probably about as, you know, where we would place him. Again, going to script so far. But I will say, unlike 3Crow, who I thought was looking better than what he last showed, I feel like Jack has actually looked a little bit worse than the last time we saw him in a competitive match, especially against AOT, right?
Yeah, the last series of AOT was really close, but that was super one-sided, that last game, really.
Yep, yep. All right, well, it's back against the wall. Jack has one more chance to extend play, and he needs to make it happen. AOT in the bottom left of Derelict 2.0 by Biddy B. And, of course, jakulangski in the top right. I did click to the middle of the map.
Sounded like you were crediting Jack for the map. You know, Derelict 2 by Biddy B and jakulangski.
And, of course, yes. Yeah, of course. Well, we got to look at this burning ministry that's in the fog of war, and that's, I assume, Biddy B's house when his kid comes home with the sniffles.
Alright, really early scout from Jack again, even earlier than the pool. Honestly, well, I recommend if you go 7 pool, you send it just at the same time as you build the pool. You don't, certainly, it can be a matter of seconds whether you can cancel your Zevs or not, so you don't want to send it too late. But this is a little bit early, going to impact his economy just a little bit. Now, AOT not going for the 7 pool this time. Looks like it might be an 8 pool. Or 9 pool rather, which I think is quite advantageous against the 7 pool, but the early scout will still give you the opportunity to just go for your draw left and you'll be okay.
See if Jack wants to do that. In the meanwhile, I am selecting this ridge. Have you seen this ridge, Neblime?
Oh, look, it's real. It's like this is some fancy new feature, and really it's just restored.
Remember what they took from you. And there's a picture of Veek 7 in the corner.
Alright, well, he does scout it, goes straight to continuing those draw lefts. Now we'll see if AOT goes for the Zefs again or if he goes for the Quasilisk. See, the thing about the Zefs is they're really good if your opponent has nothing because they can kill buildings really fast if there's a Hattrosk or something. And they run across the map really fast. And they build quicker. But in a straight up fight, Quasilisk just dominate them, as we've seen.
Poked his head out. He said hi. And then ran scampering back in. Scampering into the base.
Alright, he's going to be Quasilisk. Now, jakulangski will have a slight draw left lead here, but he does need to produce his own Cosmos soon to be able to defend his ramp.
Yeah, I think it's pretty good if it comes out in the next larva.
That's the thing. Like, you got to take as many drill as you can, but
no more. no more than exactly how many you can. So as the quasis come out, this is a point where you need to start making your own.
And he does.
Yeah. I feel like maybe this is even a little dicey, but we'll see how it goes. Obviously, actually, AOT's not actually moving out. He's going to take the low ground hatch. That's a little curious. He had the worker scout in there and saw that there were no combat units.
I think it makes sense though, because you don't know if your opponent's like going to like rush you since they got the less economic build. And jakulangski sort of has to be careful here. Like, he got it in base because he doesn't know how much his opponent's going to make. So I think it's a good move.
Yep, and you know, part of what is bridging the gap here a little bit is AOT's worker scout is going to return home. I love his little lineup here by the sponsor call-out sign. Not a bad shout there for the 6 quasis to make sure that nothing happens. It almost looks like an AI did that, you know? Smart play. Smart positioning.
Well, I mean, is AI that good at positioning?
Did you see the Artosis video?
Oh, I mean, that kind of AI.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, CMBW AIs are not that good.
Well, unfortunately, those AI were not that good, so...
Yeah, they both have their problems.
Yes, yeah. Hey, we'll get there eventually. Something better. I
want Starcraft 2 AIs, though. They're pretty good.
I just want an AI that can contain me, you know? And, like, naturally, knows how to, like, the push and pull of it all. All right, well...
All right, Jack gonna get the third Hatros kit, so he's looking pretty solid economy-wise, but AOT looks like he's saving up for the same. Both armies pretty similar as well, so we've got a pretty even game on our hands.
Yeah, okay, I like this. And the Obeleth coming across but not loaded, so no danger for any power there. Now, Quasi moving forward, I think it's narrowly going to miss out on the Obeleth, but I think the Obeleth also missed out on it, so not really any vision advantage there. But just to scout, he'll see the firing squad over here and promptly go somewhere else. He's like, all right, I can't...
What are you doing in there?
This is Brood War pathing, dude.
Oh, okay.
Almost. Hey, I blend in, right? We're kind of similar colors.
I'm just a quasilist like you guys.
Yeah. Instantly
Hopefully sneaks right on in. Sees there's nothing much going on. I mean, another player really going for too much here. Oh, what's he going to find?
Yeah, Quasis are too slow to really move across the map with Killer Instinct, right? So you can't be like, oh, he's got less Quasis than me, I'm going to charge for it. Like, by the time he gets there, obviously there's going to be more. I think he did see the Hatchros making in the natural as well, so he will know that the production advantage is with his opponent, but there's a hatch coming for the landing pad here in the main, I think. I assume that's why that worker is there. It looks like no, it's going to go somewhere else. Still no? Okay, there's the third hatch. I was waiting for it.
Instead, we're going to have a Hydra for Jack. Now, last game, he sort of went down the road of trying to get too much tech with too little economy. So I'm hoping he doesn't do the same. He made this Kager preview for a Lavos, but now he can't afford it. Drolef not going on the natural gas yet either. Needs to be careful here with a bunch of enemy Quasis around, and his aren't really in position.
Yeah, I mean, I like the ramp play here. He doesn't have any workers actually working on this base.
If you lose that egg, like, you don't want to lose that. That's huge. And now he has quite a bad angle because he's coming in sort of single file. But that's it.
He has a superior count, So he's just fine. Phone internet.
I think it would have been better with the so-called firing squad, though, like AOT had. But man, AOT left so many quads at home for drops. Kind of crazy.
Yeah, he's really paranoid about that, and I wonder why. His rally point just off to the side there. There's the degen move.
Let's do this. Yeah, I'm not a fan. I don't think he needed to do that because the creep spread from the natural's already fine, and that would be perfectly fine to defend. But oh well, he's going to have the Circuit up fine.
I think it's also going to allow him to push out towards the natural if he wants to. There's an Unburrow, a bit reactionary. It's,
well, yeah, we see he didn't even need a Circuit anyway. Like, he has the better army right now. But once he gets to AOT's side of the map, that'll change. But Hydralisk will be coming out soon.
There's going to be a 10-worker lead for Jack. More than that, as the AOT puts down more static defense, worried about a counter push.
Yeah. Well, probably a good move. I mean, not because of these Quasis at all, more because of the Hydralisk that are imminent. Although he hasn't made any yet.
Yeah, that's the thing, is that even though this Avaleth is here spying, it sees the Hydra, it worries. Sees that the army advantage currently lying with his opponent also worries. Little does he know, worker advantage now going over. AOT going for the Zorkas.
Yeah, interesting. Is he going to try to look his drop like he tried on Shambler? I mean, he sees it. That's pretty key that he sees that.
Yeah.
I do think AOT is going to overlook his list. He does seem to like them, and they're defensively, they're pretty good against Hydras. I just think it's a big gas investment, and you can't really attack into your opponent with them. So you're sort of committing to staying back, and your opponent could take a third, could take tier 2. Like, it just puts the ball in their court, which I'm not a fan of in general. Look at that. Jack taking a third base, realizing the opponent's pretty passive on the map.
Yeah, this is good play from Jack. I think he's figured things out a little bit here. No third base, crucially, for his opponent. And we're liking this. We're liking this for our boy Jack. He's doing a little bit more.
Okay, he does back off. I was going to say, you don't want to go in there. Okay, he does put a little poke. I like that. Sees what's there. Sees the defenses are strong, but that should give him the hint that AOT isn't really thinking about attacking right now. Yeah. A bunch of Hydras are coming out as well.
Yeah, and eventually, you know, on an open field, they can compete, especially with the Hydras moving in here.
Right, 2 Lickers being made. Is there still an overleft for AOT? There is, but it's chilling in...
It's just chilling by the Hydra. Yeah, Jack hasn't decided to clear it. Hydras now arrive, so AOT will fall on back with the Quasis. Yeah, I really like what I'm seeing here from AOT as well. Like, honestly, even though he's behind in the economy in terms of the third base timing, he's evened up in the workers, and he has a superior tech for this composition. Going for Lake it is going to delay any sort of tier 2 or ski-backed play, but I think he'll be able to do stuff. There was another Ovilith made, though. That's key versus the Lakizilisk.
Yeah, I like Jack's position a lot more, though, because he can easily sort of kite across the map and pick off the Lakers as they come. I don't think there's much offensive potential here for AOT, really. As long as,
I'm just thinking defensively, right? Control. I think he'll be okay.
Yeah, I mean, he's not going to die, for sure. He's not going to be busted, but that's not what Jack's looking to do here. Jack's already ahead in economy. He's going to get more ahead of this third base. And getting more Hatrosks as well. But, hey, AOT looks like he's going to be able to afford tier 2 first anyway. I guess it's better gas mining, because Jack's not really mining from his ridges.
Yeah, and also gas expenditure been much lower. There's many more Hydras than the 2, you know, Lakis units. And also, on top of that, if you think about it, there's 2 Ovileths instead of just 1, you know, like...
Well, it had to be 1.
Oh, it had 6 Quasis in it. Oh, that's brutal. Yeah,
I don't think it's really the play to try and drop your opponent when they just turtle super hard on 2 bases. They don't have much else to look at.
Dude, turtle in the name. You know what he's going to do.
Yeah, it makes sense. We should have seen this coming, man. 2 more overlaps coming up. I think he really does anticipate Lakizilisk here, but he needs to be careful or he does not want to commit for an attack.
Yeah, tier 2 just went down inside the main, and it was not scouted by that Ovileth drop, right? The Quasi drop, rather. That no good. Hey, gas saturation over at the third.
Yeah, that's going to help a lot. He's going to catch up pretty soon. And, you know, the thing is, tier 2 isn't necessarily game-ending. If Jack is still ahead of economy, doesn't get hit by some big, like, meter attack or something, he can definitely still have the lead if his own tier 2 isn't too late. But he has not backed up any gas right now. He's going to be a long time still. And I'm worried if he doesn't have any Spraves, and AOT does just go for, like, a meter run-by, like, it's going to be hard to recover from that.
Yeah, standing, I like that. Standing right on top of the Lakizilisk, making the Zorius really worth their weight. And I'm sure they're pretty heavy.
They look it. Maybe they're lighter than you think. I don't know. But yeah, there's no way Jack can attack here. I don't think he's really thinking about it. I think he's just trying to posture.
Double Larvosk.
Oh, it's a lot of gas, though.
It is, but if you're just
already paid for tier 2.
I know, yeah.
The real question is, what are you saving minerals for? Look at AOT's mineral count and his gas count. I don't think that was really the best thing to do, but hey, he can afford it.
Guess so.
AOT really wants to get out here too.
A lot of Zets
coming up for Jack.
I wonder what that's a play for.
Well, no Betrothal. Instead, he's going for the Calcea Lake. I mean, Zeph's are kind of a little bit good with everything, I suppose, but the Brood Spawn would be the best.
12 o'clock being taken by Jack as the 4th base. Meanwhile, if he can get that up, he can really cement his economic advantage, but is it going to be enough?
He's going to go for Lyrilisks, by the way. AOT loves Lyrilisks.
Yes, yeah. Well, the Hydras are going to shred these Zorius, so that's really, really tough. Especially
no tier 2 hitting yet for AOT. He's really throwing away a lot of his army.
Yeah, he hasn't moved his Lakers up with this army to deal a lot of the splash, and as Zorius come in for Jack, it's going to be basically impenetrable. I think this contain is really masterfully set up right now.
Is he going to go for some Calculisks? No, he's moving 11 Lyrilisks. Honestly, I think like 8 Calculus show up at jakulangski's base. AOT would probably win the game, but not really on the cards. AOT not thinking about it. Another scout going in. I love his being so aggressive about the scouting. It is costing him a bit of gas, but I think it's worth it in the end. The only thing I criticize is still no tier 2.
Still no tier 2, and the Matravel Nest might have been spotted at the corner of his eye, but I don't know if he selected it, right? Now the Lyrilisks come out, tier 2 revealed.
Alright, well, they're going to do their best, but this is just a big army for jakulangski. It doesn't really matter the composition so much. Oh, the overleft tanking. What a hero.
We love that. Yeah, and look at this. Diving on in. The Zorius movement speed boost onto those Hydras allowed him to get right on top. It made it look like those Hydras were moving at the pace of Lyras. He could just move straight in here and kill him, but he falls back. Be careful, though. Watching out for the Lakizilisk.
First those Lakiz, right? You suddenly look and be like, wait a minute, I lost 20 Hydralisks, then you'll feel real bad. So I think it's a good move. He knows he's on 3 bases in an empty 4 versus 2. I don't think he needs to be too ballsy here.
Ooh, and he could just pick a couple Zorius here. AOT letting the situation get the better of him. His units will eventually smarten up. And with that Ovileth, he can swipe over and maybe see the Lakizilisk. I would like a healthy one.
Is that 3 Matroliths on the way? That could be big. Well, he's going to go in. He's going to go in.
Yeah, here's the Ovileth for detection and also for a little bit of tanking, but it will end up going down before the Lakizilisk can be occupied. There goes all the front line for Jack. He's going to have to fall back. But I think I still like his position. We'll see what he ends up doing with it.
Keep pumping the army out. I mean, so far, it doesn't matter that AOT is tier 2, because you just can't trade that efficiency. The Matroliths may help, but I mean, they're not super good against Hydras. Hydras are not a unit where it's like, oh no, he got Matrolith, my Hydras are useless.
Well, the bounce with the Lyralisk means that every bounce applies ensnaring broods, so it will end up debuffing the army quite a bit. It's just a question of can you keep your units positioned properly, because the Matroliths can get a little slippery. He's going to go ahead and preemptively lay down the Vilgalets. That's going to help him out on the front line. The Zets here as sacrifices, and those bounces coming in pretty big time. Almost like Hierophants at this point in a funny little way.
Ooh, nice retreat there. Gets those units spread out. Really destroys those Zephyrical.
Oh,
really nice move there.
Yeah, and no more Vilgalets here in the front line. One of the Matroliths getting sniped.
Didn't lose the all-important Lyralist and Matrolith. He still has those, but everything else was lost. I mean, Jack is just growing bigger and bigger. His army is
already done. Huge. Yeah, Matravelness coming. Lake coming.
He's going to hit him with the no you. I'm going to go for my own Matroliths.
Yeah, it's funny when I see, like, I think I was describing this to you offline, that we've got two battle-tested Zergs in jakulangski and Tacocake making it into this tournament. And Tacocake wants to kill you before Tier 2 is even a winkle in his eye. When he goes to Tier 2, he doesn't necessarily know what to make. And Jack is the opposite. He likes going for Tier 3. He likes breaking out the Sovrelats. He really, really likes those high-power units. But right now, taking it very seriously and in a very advantageous position versus AOT, who doesn't have a proper comp versus what's going on here. No additional investment into Lakizilisks. I feel like that's a big missed opportunity. He's going to try to make it happen with Vilgoricors.
I mean, they're a good unit. I think they're very good at attacking into fortified positions. I see Calculisks for Jack, though, and obviously Vilgoricors won't do anything against that. There really isn't that much anti-air here for AOT, if you think about it.
Yep.
He's going to go for the attack. I love this spread from Jack, and coming from two angles. His own mate's left still not on the field, but doesn't matter. Vilgoricors going to do a good job here, though.
Yeah, and honestly, those Matrolets not going down is pretty big. But here we go. Reinforcements from the Hydras. They charge on forward. Another Matroleth hitting the deck here. Jakulangski can activate his abilities anytime. He does have some Vilgalets on the field. I think he might just be able to break on through.
Yeah, he's going to crush through here. The Kizlets can still try and hold on, but what does AOT have to hope for now? It looks like Jakulangski is going to take game 2 here.
Yeah, it's looking
that way. You know what? With enough for the Rokors, I think the Kizlets can be overwhelmed as well.
Yep, he has a sight on the main with that Ovaleth in there. Jack knows exactly what's going on. He's got the Calculisks coming, ensnaring Brood directly onto the circuit, infesting them. He's taking pages out of your book.
Very nice. I love to see it.
He infested the Matroleth. He's taking one for the team.
Yes. Sick moves there. Showing AOT the game is over.
That's right. A little bit of style points for our boy Jack. We thought he was down and out, but he won't go down without a win.
Alright, well, time for my heart to be broken because I have to go. I cannot hang around for the deciding match. Make sure you root for Jack and, you know, hope AOT loses because, man, I'm hoping AOT, not AOT, I'm hoping Jack gets in.
All right.
So you have to carry that mantle for me.
I shall.
Good luck to both of them.
Everybody back in action. We are going to be going to Sideshow for the final map. This is to decide everything. And thank you, Neblime, for your casting services.
All right, see you later.
GG. Well, that means he won't be around to help me out with the interviews after this, but I am definitely looking forward to seeing what we're doing here. We are on Sideshow. And would it be a match, a ZVZ, if we didn't see Sideshow? I mean, it seems like a pretty fun map for that particular mirror. Jack taking a moment to collect himself before he pops into the lobby. We got AOT waiting here. I don't know, man. I'm really interested. I thought maybe AOT would be able to reclaim some of the street cred, so to speak. He can come on in and be like, all right, I figured it out. You know, I know how to do this. Jack took me to 5 games last time in a BO5. He's not going to do it again. I'm going to 2-0 and make a statement. But Jack steps back in. Is he out all over? Or is it just the start? We shall see. Jakulangski readying up. I'm going to take him saying I'm yellow as a way to say that he is ready. And we are going to get into the final game of Group B. Acropolis #1 has been off to a flying start. Jakulangski in the top left, Art of Turtle in the bottom right. And it's a Sideshow You know, it's a map that I have obviously built and fashioned and tried to adjust here and there. Maybe this is the last time we end up seeing it in competitive play. And close enough indeed. You know what that's about? It's because he said I'm yellow, and he's actually Sunglow, it looks like. Or no, he's Magma, isn't he? I'll check in a moment here. Just updating the match score. Meanwhile, a very more conservative purple. Oh, no, it's actually dark lavender. A little bit of an off one. We do have a 7 pool coming for jakulangski. It's Saffron here, not Magma, and not Sunglow, so I was very wrong. Sunglow is a wild pick. It's definitely not that, but it looks a little bit like Magma with the workers. The Hatrosk is a little bit different. Color names in Cosmonarchy. 9 pool for AOT. So this could go exactly the same way as the last game, right? The Worker Scout already here. And Neblime was already saying, like, okay, you scout this, you see the progress in the pool, you see that it is indeed pool first and not hatch first. You can't really do anything on the side of the worker production, so we're just going to go with workers here. Although Jack is being a little bit overly focused on this. He is going to drop a Kagrant. We've got 3 workers now pulled. 5 workers now pulled, so as long as he gets the cancel on this, I think we should be just fine. Oh, he's going to let it oh, narrowly avoids letting it finish. Is he going to reset it? I mean, it's not very worth to reset it now. We got 3 pairs of Quasis coming. And 2 pairs of his own. I think AOT is thinking about dropping a Kagrant somewhere else, maybe behind the mineral line, funneling the attention, because then you can only have like 1 worker attacking it here, and then like a couple on the other sides, right? But used to be a very fancy cannon rush spot you could do. Quasis are out. This Droleth will be destroyed. I like pushing it over to this side so that you don't have to worry about the... Like, basically, you don't have to worry about the workers or the combat units moving too far close to the map. Like, if Jack had come out here, the Quasis were rushing across the map, then they're not delayed at all by chasing it. So delaying a little bit there is nice. All's well. Nothing crazy happening just yet. Faster hatch for Jack. A little bit more on the worker production side as well, but also a little bit more military production. Closer to what AOT was doing. He's got his Ovolith out already. Not so for Jack, who is harvesting gas with 2 workers. Is he going for a fast Hydrith, I wonder? Because that could be a legitimate play. Ignore the Ovolith for now. Play defensively. Your 1 Quasi popping up here and seeing that indeed there's just 4 Quasis there. Holding the ramp. When you account for that many, you're pretty sure you're not going to get dropped, so when this Ovolith pops in, you probably won't overreact and panic, and it is indeed a fast Hydrith, so Jack's not going to be doing the same thing as the last game, but he will still be able to get up to a nice little worker advantage. We'll see how fast his production is. Now, if this had been loaded, it would have been a little bit awkward, but it isn't, and I think Jack knows that, so he's just going to keep his stationing over here. 1 Quasi on patrol for the top route. He'll let you pass, but not before he slaps you on the ass. Hatch at the ramp here for AOT, and that is faster than what Jack is doing. Spending a little bit more of his resources on the Hydrith Den early on. And again, no Ovolith until now, which means that's 1 larva that could have been a worker that isn't. Eventually you got to make it for scouting, but... You know, the position of the Hydrith Den in the build is definitely different than what we would expect, so... Unfortunately, that's Zeph not making the magic happen to try to make it past those 2 bodyguards. We got 2 workers out here a little bit early. I don't know if AOT is planning on doing something with those. No, he ends up pulling them back. I was going to say maybe 1. You could make a hatch here. Zeph once again getting bopped. Kagrant defensively at the natural. We've got that on here as well as a Circuith. Now, what does Jack want to do? AOT, on the other hand, is 200 Vespene. There's a chance here that he just goes for a fast gas harvest and goes straight to tier 2 super fast. In that case, the 3 Hydras that Jack are making, and presumably more to follow, could end up helping Jack out. He's not going for a 3rd base, not going for a 3rd hatch at all, although he does have the resources for it, so I'd like to see that. On the production side, he doesn't have the larva spawn rate to make things happen. Ferrying the Quasis over on the drop to see if he can catch the Ovolith. Does reveal that 6 of his Quasis are in there. because you can click on this transport and see it. I love that they're almost like boats, and then gives up the charade there for a moment. Quasi's moving on through the middle of the map, accompanied by just 2 Hydras right now. We got some more waiting in the wings, more of them being made. A very military-focused, heavy committal. I think if I were in Neblime's shoes here, and I had to call this, I would say that AOT is going to have the production advantage. He already has that, in fact. And he's also going to have the worker advantage pretty soon. We will see that 3rd hatch come in, and it will be a 3rd base. Very rare sight, actually, in Cosmonarchy to see that reality. Now, there's a good, healthy 26 Quasis down there. There's 1 Iziracore. It does have plus 10 health, but I don't think it's going to help you too much against this. Charging forward with the Hydra, that will end up dying alongside 2 Quasis and a couple more being bruised. Not the situation you wanted to see there. The Sovoleth is empty, so no threat. What's the answer from Jack? He can't really bust this from this position. He might be thinking about maybe moving across the ramp. No, he's going to go for the 6 Quasi drop into the natural, which could do some damage. And if he pulls all these Quasis away, then maybe he can charge forward, but he doesn't really have a good military. At this point, he got to transfer into a little bit more towards the... yeah, he needs to add another hatch for sure. He actually had enough for 2 there. And I'd say he needs to think about going for some more production in general. 2 hatches indeed coming up, and one of them is that 3rd base location. We don't have another one. Okay, we do have... No, that's a Zorkis. I was going to say we don't have a 4th hatch coming for AOT, so... Technically, Jack will have the advantage pretty soon. These workers not actually being killed here because all of the Quasis were targeting different units. And now Jack is only realizing, oh wait, I had an opportunity to kill some units. So it looks like maybe to him like AOT just did a really good job with the reaction there. Didn't lose a single worker. Some mining time lost, but he kills the Ovoleth, kills all 6 Quasis. And you really can't ask for much more than that. So Zorkis is nearly complete for our Art of Turtle. Established Brood War veteran, fighting for a chance to represent in playoffs. Still 25 Quasis out. I don't know where the 26th went. We don't like to talk about that, I guess. Many more being made. Now adding a 4th hatch. Look at this. 5th hatch here for Jack. Gonna have that advantage. Obviously gonna have the gas advantage if he wants to harvest from this geyser. He's moved in and cleared the ramp, but obviously there's way more Quasis than Jack can deal with, despite having the Hydras. He will have to retreat, and I think maybe he issued an attack move order, so he ends up losing 2 Hydras for basically nothing. A little bit awkward. But a contested match. Both players still very much in it. "47 Quasilisks on the field right now. You need many, many more Hydras to deal with that. But the Zorkis will definitely afford you some tank options. Thinking about the Zorius. Of course, thinking about other things. He sees just 1 gas worker on this base. So AOT not worried about that 3rd base just yet. He should be noted about the production, right? You can see him going for 2 more hatches to accompany his 3. So I guess he'll go up to 5 as well pretty soon. Hydra's poking at the extremities here. This is what they can use their range advantage for, but they do need to turn back around pretty quickly. Jack not respecting the sheer number of Quasis, and the stutter step looking pretty good. That attack angle a little bit awkward. 7 Lachezelisks and an Iris on the way. A lot of gas banked up and only spent all at once. That will definitely help with the Hydralisks. Remember that they do get that cliff bonus on the ramp and have for a good while. Look at this. Zeth standing up to a Quasilisk while he brought his friends, so very unfortunate there. Jack will remain unfazed. Even production for our players, but huge tech advantage for Art of Turtle. And now, spinning across the map, spilling out with all of these Quasis. No defense at this 3rd base, hardly any workers anyway. But the Hydra counterattack can be lethal. There's only the 1 Circuit, and these bits and bobs of Quasilisks will absolutely be cleaned up here. So Jack should definitely commit to this attack and just try to hold his nerve here elsewhere. But instead, he's going to try to do the opposite. And these Lachezelisks can potentially get caught. Looks like AOT will realize what's happening. He has hemorrhaged a bunch of units across elsewhere, but no, this is really, really scary situation where the spine's going across the bridge, and that looks like it was an utter disaster here as Jack A-moved his units into the 3rd. At the very least, he holds the 3rd. Burrows his own Lachezelis, not in a prime spot by the ramp. He's got another one here. Does want to get that into position. Looks like he will do so. The Lachesis only now unburrowing and making their way from the bridges. Trying to stand on top of that. Lachesis not going to get it done, though. I haven't seen a Lakis fight in years, it feels like. But hey, AOT and Jack making it happen. Plenty of spines both ways. We got 7 here for Art of Turtle and only 2 right now for our boy jakulangski. He's going up to 6 Gorger cores, sticking to tier 1. Quasi's just streaming on in. Another attempted little rally point over there, being caught by the Zoryustalets. I'm not sure where AOT is paying attention to, but it looks like he's only now going to reveal that Lachesis at the top. Here comes the Ovaleth to try to reveal that a little bit more, and that'll be the killing blow for that top Lachesis. Here comes Zoryus, but you really don't want to chance that. There's way, way too much damage here. He doesn't realize just how many there are. He still manages to kill one, which I'm quite surprised about, but here come the Gorger cores, and you just simply cannot fight these. You cannot advance very far. Now, there is no Ovaleth, but the Mutat Spire... Okay, now here comes the Ovaleth. I think this is a gross overextension by AOT, but he might be able to kill a couple of workers at the very end, especially since the Ovaleth is off to the side. Here comes the Zoryus to try to sit on that and deal with it. I think 2 or 3 workers went down. Not the end of the world there, but what is potentially the end of the world is this Mutat Spire finishing up. If we see a mass flock of mutas, we got plenty of larvae. How many are we going to see from AOT? His off-center third notwithstanding, he's been playing a very solid game, but he goes for the Sikralisks instead, thanks to their splash damage, wants to try to deal with the Gorger cores. It's been a hectic sort of situation that's transpired. A lot of idle workers. Big bank for AOT. And his Quasi simply can't stand up to the sheer might of the Gorger cores. They're actually just going to go ahead and be ignored. And this is the right move. The Sikralisk spawning at the perfect amount of time to just splash them down. And there they go, disintegrating. A couple of them will end up getting bopped here. Those expensive swarming units. Gas heavy. But they will be able to eventually break him down, even though they don't have the greatest of armor pen. But we're kind of just stabilizing here. There's not great kill pressure. The Sikralisks are very slow. Tier 2 now coming for jakulangski. It seems like it's very, very delayed, very labored. If these static defenses get up, and we get some more Lachesis, which we are lacking right now on the side of Jack, this game will definitely go on. But the Sikralisks do make it across the map. You can see they're struggling with the armor of the pitiful armor of the Kagrin alone. Or durability, I should say. Obviously, the Zoryustalets are just here to buy time. Circuits get up. They've got more armor. Going to be a pretty big impact here as more and more of the anti-surface defenses are finishing. Here come the Drolets. Those are juicy targets for the Sikralisks as they are trying to push on forward. The Circuit farm, is it going to be enough to hold them at bay? There's so many of them. 13 of them still. Putting a couple hostile Kagrins over here, trying to establish a bit of a foothold, but he has no reinforcements coming for this position. Just 20 Quasilisks, and he doesn't even have his lake up, I don't think, so he won't be able to make Lyralisks. Retreating back to the Circuits that are finishing on this side. Jack is probably a little bit puzzled, like, what the hell's happening over there? Well, little does he know it was just because of a bit of a misrally in the first place. But now the units will be cleaned up. A Scortrith, a little bit ambitious there. The Kagrin will go down. No real heavy-duty units out of here from jakulangski. He is going for the Matravel Nest and an Alcag Eteth, so that's where he's going to hit the deck on that side. And look at that. As the Scortrith finishes, it turns back into a Circuit anyway. And will only end up doing a little bit of chance damage. Now, this position a lot easier to hold. We got 6 pairs of Mutalisks being made back at home for Art of Turtle. Ovaleth just being shooed away. Remember that base here is a little bit off-center, so the minerals are a little bit less efficient here. AOT not correcting that mistake in the heat of the moment. Understandable. A little known feature of Cosmonarchy over StarCraft 1 is that the placement box is actually aligned to your cursor, where StarCraft 1 is like weirdly off-center. So that's a shout out to Veek7 for making that happen. And speaking of 7, we've got 7 Lachesis on the way. I don't know that that's the best move when your opponent is going quasi-muta. And you've got no anti-air defenses back here. My man, what do you do? Adding a Kagrin now to each natural and main. Only now putting it down for that all-important third base. Bounces. Doing well, connecting. But here, if you overwhelm your enemy's ground defenses, that is going to open up the opportunity for the Hydras to slowly chip away at this Mutaflock. They're being thinned out too fast. They're not going to be able to clear this hatch, and I'm not exactly sure that AOT has noticed. He's going to go ahead and try to take 3 o'clock. Falling on back, he can compete with the Hydras. They are being made at a pretty respectable pace. Can he snipe this hatch? It looks like the answer is narrowly yes. Oh, it's very down to the wire, but he's got it. He does have it indeed. The focus fire not there for Jack, so he is going to have to remake that, and that will massively slow down his eco, giving the economy advantage over to AOT for the first time in a while, pretty much this whole game. He has had more workers for a good amount of time as well, but especially losing like maybe 14 of them over there at the third base did not help. All those bounces being very effective. But the counterattack is coming in. It's a lot of Zoryus. It's a lot of Lakizilisks as well. We've got some Iziricors. We've got some Hydras. He's made the tech, but he's not actually using it yet. Making some Kagralisks, not a bad shout. We've got Protathalors out on the side of Art of Turtle to try to hold that from a range. I think this base is going to have to get canceled, though, and indeed, I think AOT agrees. Protathalors, they are going to get a lot of value here. The Zoryusalets can occupy the Lakizilisks, and that was a disastrous move out from jakulangski. A lot of his Vespene, a lot of his resources expended on trying to do that. At the very least, he softened up the Zoryus for the rest of his army, and there are a lot of Hydras with this force. The Iziricors are also tanking a lot of damage. We've got 7 Protathalors sounding off. These are really great single-target siege units, especially with the cliff advantage. I think maybe AOT can hold, but he's losing a lot of his Zoryus to the combined might of the Hydras. Not focus firing them, instead preferring to try to get rid of all of the melee. And the front line, despite it falling for Jack, he's got more reinforcements coming. The Kagralisks doing their best to help out as well. Hydra and Kagra are going to be more than enough to deal with the 4 mutas. And even though the Protathalor count is growing, jakulangski found his Lakizilisk and was able to get it burrowed, but his ground force will be cleaned up despite that. We got to reset. Where are we going next? Worker count still not exactly there, but it's a little bit closer now than it was before when we last looked at jakulangski's base. However, most of his workers here at the third are idle underneath all the static defense. We've got a Convolus Scout. Not a bad shout versus the ground units. Can definitely give you the advantage there. Getting some nice bounce attack here. What else does he have? The Protathalor is caught on the bridge. They are not going to be too useful on this side unless Jack decides to try to pivot over. 1 Muta harassing the 9 o'clock position. If that base can get up and established and the third base can get reestablished, we can see Jack taking the cake. But I'm not so sure that that's going to happen because 6 o'clock has been up and running for a good while. Pretty big tier 1 army here for Art of Turtle. Very large bank as well. Has to be said, not spending his money very expediently here. Jack's been in these kinds of mid-game situations before. He's going to go ahead and make 6 pairs of Nathracors. I assume those are for Calculisks, and he hasn't really had the Vespene to make Kaffrolosks to get those directly from the eggs. 21 pairs of Sikralisks. That's what Art of Turtle has chosen to spend his money on. Another situation where you would absolutely be thinking to yourself, hey, I'm going to need some more siege, I'm going to need some more anti-ground, some crowd control. Calculisks can do that, but Sikralisks are great for crowd control as well. Unfortunately for Art of Turtle, he's just suicided, it looks like 12 of them. Well, maybe not. Only 4 of them end up going down. That could have been a lot worse. Trying to get across the bridge. Going to be a little bit of a bloodbath here. ZVZ often is. All these Sikralisks massing up. They did pretty well for AOT earlier. He's going to need to see what more he can do. Trying to charge on forward. Use the movement speed as well. And of course his phone's hotspot. There we go. Coming back in with the hot connection. Convolus trying to add a little bit of value. The Zoryus just being so damn efficient for Art of Turtle. The Nathracor is not exactly the choice that you wanted, but you only had enough Vespene for 2 Calculisks. That's not going to be nearly enough. I think the anti-air is definitely strong enough here. The Kagralisk not exactly the weapon of choice when you have so many ground targets to deal with, and you're being outranged by Protathalors on the other side. But the Nathracors will pick 6 o'clock. That's going to force out the attack over here at 9, and I think that's going to be more than enough because there is not going to be any defenses there. So our enemy, our Zergs here are definitely going to be stuck on just a couple of bases. Well, I say that, but this base looks like it's going to be okay after all. No, I think the Nathracors might just decide to suicide. Jack ends up thinking better of it. You can see how long it takes this army to actually kill the heavily armored targets. We got some Avigralisks out, a great choice to try to deal with the crowds and stay alive doing so. But they need more firepower behind them. We need to see Bactylisks. We need to see Lakizilisks. Something that can deal with the crowds without relying on a front line that will take ages to die. And so far, that's been the story of this match. We got Matrolets up, but they're not actually spawning too much. Only 1 Vilgoricor, or Vilgalith, excuse me, with all of the Sikralisks charging on forward. More than enough to deal with that. He's got a Zoryus in that Ovaleth. Not for long. The Vigoralisks coming out to pop some damage. See what they can make happen. If you keep them moving, they can target multiple units at once, but not while they're stationary. Using them to focus down the Zoryus, not a bad idea. It's just, there's so many units that he's going to have to deal with. No Lakizilisk at the ramp, but look at how long these Vigoralisks are holding on for. I don't think it's exactly enough, but it's an admirable attempt. I think AOT might be able to push forward to Throneroom stage on the back of this alone. ZVZ, where he plied his trade to qualify to this place to begin with. Jakulangski looked pretty damn good for a while there, but unfortunately for Art of Turtles, nemesis, those who prey on his downfall, my co-caster Neblime, who's not here to see this. What it comes down to is the composition, and that was on Art of Turtle's side. GG called. AOT heads to Throneroom. Well, that was a hard-fought series, boys. At the end of the day, AOT making it in. I gotta say, great stuff coming out of Art of Turtle there to clinch the match. And it was a clinch. It wasn't very, you know, simple or easy. But let's bring in the group winner. It feels like a lifetime ago, but it's the Shambler who's going to be joining me now for an interview. Hello, sir. Welcome, the Shambler. You've topped your group. Didn't take you really hardly a sweat. You just built Zealots, right? What's going on?
Well, a lot of practice. Do I sound all right, by the way?
Yeah, you're fine.
Okay. It's not just build Zealots, you build Dragons too. But there's more tricks up my sleeve. It's This is yet early on. And Neblime knows I have some other builds that I'm not going to go into here.
Sure, yeah.
For ZVP. But what works, works.
Yeah, that's actually something I speculated about during, I think it was your 4th match. And, you know, you're just going back and back to the 2-gate opener and then 3 and then 4. And I was thinking to myself, well, obviously what he's doing here is he's saying, I have more things up my sleeve. I played this game for a while. I have dabbled in Protoss, played it in a tournament way back. And, you know, the game's changed meaningfully since then. But still, I've played this game for a long time. I've dabbled in all the races now. I'm just going to do this thing, and until you can beat it, I'm not going to change my style. Was that kind of your mentality coming into this?
Exactly. I had Jack's number from the get-go. I knew he was aggressive. I knew he was itching for a fight, and I felt that 6 or 7 pool coming in my soul. And so the commitment to 4-gate all the time was very much in response to him. Art of Turtle was more of an unknown quantity, but yeah,
yeah,
it was many games.
Right, yeah. Listen, talking over that particular aspect, it was a talking point for me going into this group, was that you switching over to Protoss, seen by some as a spur-of-the-moment decision, but also something that it's like, okay, he's doing it late in the game, right? He had been practicing, he'd been playing multiple invitationals as Terran instead of playing them as Protoss, and you come into this with comparatively minimal experience and practice. And then we take a look at the rest of your field, and I think Jack has played maybe 1 recorded best of 3 versus Protoss, and it was against Benno, went 2 for 1. Jack does take the scalp, but Benno not the most proactive of players compared to your playstyle. Very different night and day, you'd say. Art of Turtle, I'd say the same thing. I don't think he's played against a Protoss yet, at least in a recorded tournament match, right? So on the one hand, no data to go off of. We don't know what their reactions are going to be to what you're doing. And maybe you're not as practiced as that, but I mean, you're playing against Neblime. That's going to be pretty good PvZ practice in general. Now we come into this and thinking like, okay, yeah, at the start of this group, I have no idea what to expect from their ZVP. So you said that you expected Jack to be aggressive. Did you expect what AOT was cooking up?
I expected AOT to play more standard in the Neblime sort of fashion of high hatch, which he did regularly, and that is the correct call, but I disagree on Neblime's assessment that you need quasis. In fact, I think it's the opposite. As a Zerg player, Zeths all the time, and what allow you to take your natural. Once you take your natural, then it's a game. We never got to that stage.
Right, yeah.
I basically prepped for Art of Turtle by treating him like Neblime.
Okay. Okay, and then for Jack, you just kind of expected. It's funny because your build order didn't meaningfully differentiate in any of the games until, you know, there was the Titanforge game where you went for Stargate. That's the Gladius move. That's pretty commonplace in PvZ. Hamster been doing that. Veek been doing that. But when we think about and you know, there was a game at the end there where you were also fielding an Ardent Authority very late into the game, but it wasn't even used. It was won through with gateway units. I was on Impetus versus Jack. So it's funny to me that you stuck to the same build order, but you mentally prepared differently for like what your timing for the move out was, you'd say.
Yes, it was very much that. Because if you're thinking a 7 pool's coming, you don't send that zealot across the map, and you think they're going for degen Zerg, well, then you go all in on that Kagrant no matter what, even if you have to lose a zealot for it, because that just opens the gates.
Yes.
Of hell.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Well, the Gates of Hell have been a much talked about point. We actually didn't see it in this game. Another thing that I noticed, a lot of players doing a lot better with their SimCity, placing their gateways away from their ramp, at least enough so that they wouldn't block it when transferring workers and responding to drops, which is something that has actually been a little bit of a nail in the coffin a few times for certain players, sometimes in the gauntlet matches, most often just in more casual matches that are just pickup games or whatever. So I was very delighted to see that, for example, Hamster didn't have that placement on maps like Germination or Impetus. He was much more, I think, studied about that. And for the most part, I mean, there was the Purgatory game where you may have blocked your ridge, but that didn't really come into play. Besides that, though, you had pretty solid SimCities as well, I would say. So yours were a lot more, I think, close to the home. Was there a reason for that?
Well, because you can't do what I'm doing against a 7 pool. Jack, if I decide to try and take something a bit more aggressive in terms of building placement, then there goes my pylon, and Jack wins.
Yeah, right. Okay.
You have to respect the 7 and 6 pool when you're playing Zerg, no matter what, because there is no real recourse if you have 2 gates out by your just by your ramp, really, and they slip through, and you don't get that pylon in time. So it's the conservative play that just, you can't go wrong with it. You know, your first 4 structures can fit just fine in 1 pylon field if you put it to the side of your nexus, and you don't really to waste resources on an extra pylon or anything. So works, and that's why we do it.
Makes sense. Makes sense. So coming into the rest of the tournament, sort of zooming out here, you do exit in first place. That means you avoid the first round matchup with other first place contenders, such as, for example, Hamster, right? So did you have a chance to take a look at Group A? Do you have any thoughts on that?
No, I haven't looked at it. Let me see. Is there an image I can go to?
The results were, I can just read them off for you. The results were a 4-0 from Hamster and a 2-4-2 for Newt, with 3Crow going 0-4. But the stat line doesn't necessarily tell you the whole game, because surprisingly, 3Crow was actually in it for all of the 4 games he played. There was never a game where it was like, oh, he's obviously gone. Even the one that was the most like that, he actually held on pretty long and could have threatened to come back. So I think he impressed us with his ability to dial in his macro a little bit, even though he's got more work to do there. But the narrative that you can step away from that one is Newt coming out in second place, not able to take it to Hamster. Do you think he's going to be a scary second rounder? Like if you, for example, were to match up against him, would you actually worry about whether or not he's able to power up for the Throneroom stage? Because he seems like a pretty good player overall. He's another Class 1, the most recent induction into that rank. What do you think of him?
If anyone was to break the Terran curse, it would be Newt. That's what I think. If I do end up facing him, be a shame, because I'd like to see him go a bit farther. And I think there are some weaker hands that can be dealt with by Newt, but in terms of the big 3, you know, in this tournament, I don't think I'll see him there, but I definitely think he'll go deep if he doesn't cross either me or Neblime.
Okay. And a matchup we didn't see, obviously we only saw your PVZ in this particular group. Your versus T might not be tested until you face Newt. Obviously there are 2 other Terrans in the tournament, the Beaver 99 and TopRamen, still yet to determine whether or not they qualify. They'll be playing tomorrow. But when it comes to your versus Protoss, your mirror matchup, are you feeling like Hamster is going to be somebody to watch out for? Do you reckon he's going to be strong in that mirror?
Definitely. He's the because he's the one who I think is setting the Protoss meta right now, because all that, as you said, I've been not having a lot of practice. Well, some of that's quality of practice, because every time I do practice is against people like Neblime, but a lot of that is also that I've been really paying attention to Hamster's games against Neblime and Newt when I get a chance. And I definitely think he has the soul of Protoss, pictured in his head. It's just he needs to stop doing some of the weird things that he sometimes does, like stealing command centers.
Well, when he does it, it tilts Newt off the face of the planet. So maybe that's his plan.
Maybe that'll get Newt. But I think something more orthodox would do just as fine and probably be more reliable.
Well, the Zealot drops that he showed in the mineral lines definitely threw Newt for a loop on Impetus earlier today. So if you end up watching that group back at some point, you'll see that. Did you end up checking out the hype video, by the way?
That was great.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, I loved it.
I thought your call out.
Old guard.
Yeah, right.
Old guard will stand.
Well, so far so good, right? First place for both of the two players that were re-invited. I think we might do that again in the future. Actually, the way that I was thinking about it is that if you enter top 6, then that you're eligible for an invite, but there are only 4 that can go. So the first 4 will get an invite, and if one of them can't make it, then that would be the point where we would say, oh, okay, they declined their invite, that passes on to the 5th and 6th place or something like that, right? So I feel like something like that would be pretty cool. We'll keep it to top 4 because I like this balance that we've been able to strike with this tournament, where we seed a top, former playoffs, a former throne room player into each group as separate from each other, and then we get the challengers from the gauntlets, the top first place qualifiers and second place qualifiers on there. I think that ended up working out pretty nicely, and so far it's gone to seeding, right, with Art of Turtle being the upper class qualifier and jakulangski being the lower qualifier, and that being how it ended. The same for Newt and 3 Crow. I think the one place that will probably be different, or at least certainly could be, is Group C, where we have Tacocake, who actually recently lost a best of 5 that they just played for experience, for practice, against TopRamen. And TopRamen is technically the lower qualifier there. So that might be a flip script, especially since he's versus Zerg seems pretty good, and he's also in a group with Neblime, but we'll have to see.
It's looking pretty good. Zergs.
That's right, yeah. Yeah.
Hey, okay. I understand where some people come from in that first stage as a Zerg, when you have to figure out how to deal with early aggression. But once you do, okay, Zerg just opens up in this whole new world, okay? So it's I know this because I felt that before, and all these green Zergs, they're getting slapped around right now against, Protosses and Terrans especially. But I think if they really drill down, maybe look at some past, some past casts and stuff, do their homework, notice the patterns.
Okay.
You'll start seeing some more Zerg dominance in this tourney right now.
We'll see. I mean, the scary thing is TopRamen has been taking Zerg TVZs off of Neblime, and same for Newt. So, like, if Neblime is currently the highest ranked Zerg player that we have right now, if he's dropping games to these guys, I don't know how regularly. I'm sure he has their number on the more normal stage. Although I think he said that he's very much afraid of Newt and hopes somebody else can knock him out. In that situation, we could definitely see a little bit of a different look where somebody else has to maybe return to their Zerg roots and try to solve that matchup. But that'll be for another tournament, I assume. Sir, I don't know if you have any final words, but we are, of course, coming to that end, and I'll be bringing in Art of Turtle after you to talk to him and pick his brains. Congrats on qualifying. Do you have a closing thought for us?
Oh, I look forward to seeing this tournament progress. I'm looking forward to finding Neblime in the grand finals. I hope he gets to face Newt in that particular storyline, before I cross paths with Newt and shove him down. And no, that's about all. I hope Hup gets destroyed. And,
okay, good.
That's about all.
Good. All right. Hey, we'll see how it goes. I mean, the Beaver is very much an underdog in that group, but he plays pretty much exclusively practice versus Protoss, and he did qualify by beating a Protoss, and he's in a group with 2 Protosses. So, I mean, he's got his work cut out for him, but he might be able to make it happen. We will have to wait and see. Shambler, thank you for your interview, and, of course, for playing. GG's, and we'll see you next time.
GG.
And now I shall take this opportunity to bring in the second place qualifier. It's Art of Turtle. Hello, Sir Turtle. How are you doing?
Hey, Pronogo. Good to see you. Again, thank you for inviting me out to the tournament today. And it didn't go quite the way I had hoped, but that early aggression is something that I'm really gonna have to muddle down on.
It's a tough one. It's a tough one, and I was a little quizzical of the way that Shambler was playing, but it kind of makes sense if you sort of break it down the way that I did in that interview and indeed on the cast. Is if he doesn't have to change his game plan, if he's just doing the same thing and it keeps working, then he doesn't need to reveal too much. But he did reveal the Gladius to you, which that's the flying unit that throws the balls everywhere. Have you encountered that unit before? Have you practiced much versus Protoss before at all?
I've had a few games to play against some of the Protoss, but on the more normal, I don't quite play as much during the week, and so it really comes down to more weekend and Friday nights and random tidbits when I get the chance to.
Gotcha, okay. And the other thing I was curious about is obviously the first matchup against jakulangski, when you go down into that best of 3, it's a rematch. You beat him in the last one. It was a best of 5-game series, a hard-fought effort. This time it's kind of the same, where it ends up as a 3-game affair. But that first game, it seemed like you just had everything your way. I mean, technically, if you look back at it, it's actually a little bit of a build order loss for you, not in the sense where the game is over, but in the sense that Jack has the advantage. He's a little bit too timid. He lets you get back into it, and then you just kind of crush his army. At that point, did you think you were in for smooth sailing?
No. Jack definitely has a much better knowledge into the tier 2, and so if he were to break into that point, I was a little more worried, especially in that first game when I knew I was going to have that build order disadvantage. It felt like he had some type of 8 or 9 pull set up, and just from hearing you talk about there being a 2-second difference with how quick the lings come out, I thought maybe I can try to hit him if he tried being a little bit more greedy, but that wasn't the case, and so I had to try to save whatever lings I could and try to slowly crawl my way back into the game.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, and funnily enough, Neblime was the one saying that the faster build time makes it so that he can't cancel the Zeth fast enough sometimes in the early stages, so it ends up not being helpful for him after all. But in aggregate, I think it's going to be something that people still need to figure that matchup out. And funnily enough, we had a lot of ZVPs earlier when Hamster and Neblime were playing all the time, and we kind of hit a drought right before the tournament where most of the matchups were, PVT, or it was TVZ or ZVZ, as you obviously experienced when you had to deal with Tacocake and then jakulangski in the gauntlet. So it was like just a murderer's row of mirror matchups for you, and both of them now in the tournament. So maybe add some even more legitimacy to those victories at that point. Looking ahead, though, you have qualified in second place. You're going into the Throneroom stage, where it's essentially a double-elimination playoffs bracket. We'll schedule those matches as we figure out who else is joining you guys in the next 2 groups tomorrow. But how are you feeling about your overall situation now? Do you reckon that you'll be able to practice up and get a little bit more well-read and feel like you can come back with an even stronger performance? Or are you just sort of happy to have made it into the Throneroom stage? Like, how are you feeling about that?
I've been playing a lot of... I play competitive games for a long time, and so I actually had a friend recently ask me more about how do you deal with the pressure, the anxiety, the stress of being a part of stuff like that. And at the end of the day, you have to have this mindset that you're either the best player in all of the tournaments, or whoever you're going to play is going to make you a better player. And so if you can combine those at the exact same time, there really isn't any fear I have against anybody that's here. What I do know is that somebody like Hamster and Neblime will be a very difficult challenge. Shambler, I really didn't get a chance to test too much against him because he was correct in predicting that I didn't do a well enough job of dealing with a lot of his early pressure. In the back of my mind, I was definitely thinking that, okay, I can hold this, I get my circuit down, I have the extra quasis come out and kind of deal with that 3-gate style opening, and once that circuit comes down, I should be able to hold it. And it was a little disappointing that I collapsed on that second game against him.
Yeah, it was looking like you were pretty good with the general timing, but as you had mentioned in chat afterwards, the missed worker buy and stuff, and then I know it's 25 plus years of playing StarCraft 1. You can't cancel eggs, you'll just get nothing. But in Cosmonarchy, they turn back into larvae. So that's one thing that, like, if you don't catch it in the moment and they finish or they get close to finishing, you're like, I just got to deal with this, right? Because that's the Zerg sort of like ingrained mechanic in your brain after so many years of playing it in the older world, so to speak. So coming into this, it's very different, right?
Yeah, I mean, when you get into situations like that where you're already in pretty bad losing positions, the only thing you can do is try to push forward. And so, even though I made that mistake, you can't come into the mindset that when those 2 drones happened to pop instead of quasis, you still got to fight through it.
Yep.
You never know if he makes a mistake or if you're able to catch him off guard, or even if you manage to still hold that, because I feel off of that 3 hatches that I was slowly building up into, I was going to have a way better mid-game, but it was very, very good move for him to continue to keep the pressure, rally his gateways right into my natural, and just bust that down, because that's a losing situation from him, and I should have definitely been a little more dire on that.
Yeah, and there's a couple of times where you almost got the Circuit up on the high ground as well, and then maybe you could have just continued to try to push forward with that. So it was closer even with the 2 workers instead of the 2 quasis, but the 2 pairs of quasis, that is. But it's still, either way, tight games, tight openers. You managed to make it through in the ZVZ sort of qualification there at the end. How were you feeling about that last game? I wanted to ask you a little bit about that, because I felt like Jack was having a little bit of tempo advantage for a while, but that was like a very back and forth, like I scout you, you scout me, I go for this tech and this counterattack. I even saw a couple workers start turning into static defense by his 3rd. What was your sort of overall synthesis of that match? How do you feel about how that one went?
I was actually starting to get a little more worried as we got into Tier 2, because I felt he would have a much better knowledge on that. But overall, I was able to kind of take the map into account and into my advantage. I didn't really let him attack me too much on my side of the map. And if he was on my side of the map, I was really quick to push away. And so holding those 2 little ramp areas,
yes,
the little uphill areas, made all the difference in kind of predicting positioning. And even though he's got all of those hydras, it didn't matter with the amount of quasis that were already in his face, and so I never really let him get up tempo on something like that.
Yeah, there was there was a really key moment where he had a bunch of hydras on your side of the map, and you were attacking into his 3rd with a horde of quasis, and he was starting to pick apart your reinforcements. That's when you had the 7 Lakizalisk push that you're trying to make across the bridge. I feel like if he had tried to attack you there instead of trying to defend, and then he seeded his 3rd, but at that point your 3rd hadn't come online yet. Were you worried about that moment? Do you recall that moment in the game?
Yes, I do recall that moment. I was ready. I was actually ready to take out that 3rd, and then it came to my attention that, oh wow, if I don't come back and defend, I may have an issue. And so after I pulled back away from that defense, I saw that he didn't want to commit to his attack either. And so we had this little stalemate of not committing to anything. But overall, I think he had defended that 3rd base, and if I hadn't made that little mutaflock just to try to pick that off, I felt like he would have had a way bigger eco advantage, because he was doing his best to try to just defend that out, got as many circuses as he could.
Yep.
The drones were kind of a mistake. They just rallied that way, and I was like, I'm just going to use them be a part of the attack.
Sure, yeah.
And I was really trying to get that 2nd tier circuit to come up, whatever that one was called, and it would have been really cool to have that set up and kind of use that as kind of a staging ground, but that didn't happen out that way, and I came to the realization that I needed to get a different type of tech. And so after switching over to the Zergless and just trying to find ways to give them the room that they need, it became really apparent that I was going to win that game.
Yeah, a lot of momentum slowly building up, and here you are qualifying into that 2nd round. You've had to make a pretty long run of it, obviously going through the gauntlet, but you were all the upper bracket the whole way through, so no worries there. And here you are, 2nd seed out of the groups. That means you will be playing a 1st seed qualifier at the end, so it won't be the Shambler because you already played him in this group, but it could be somebody like Hamster, or like, say if Neblime or Hupsaiya, who are like the favorites in their respective groups, qualify in 1st place, then it could be them as well. But like you said you fear nobody. So, and it's double elimination anyway. You'll get a little bit more experience. You reckon you can go a little deep in this match, because it's top 4 to guarantee an invite to the next one without having to go through that gauntlet again.
I can see myself picking off any one of those guys with just enough preparation.
Okay.
I felt like I prepared the best that I could with the time that I had.
Yes.
If I can try to get a little more of a dedicated partner going in a specific matchup, I can really kind of hyper-focus that down, but most of my practices either come from me messing with the units and trying to kind of mess against the AAI, as well as just random little matches here and there, where I don't really want to show too much of what's in the back of my mind, but more about trying to get mechanics down.
Right, yeah, and feeling out what the defaults are for different people's openings and how they're thinking about the game state. Yeah, because it's like, I mean, it would almost, you kind of think about it like, what if there was no pro meta for 25 years? And like, what if we had no real idea how these units were? Would you see people using like ghosts in StarCraft 1 or whatever? And like scouts and stuff? Like, what would the strategy be? That's kind of what we're at right now in Cosmonarchy, if I can make that analogy, right? So super different, super unsolved, right?
I mean, Brood Wars, even today, I don't think it's fully solved. I feel like there's still potential to take it on to the next level. It just happens to be this game is young enough that you're going to be able to find a lot more little, how do I put this, little tricks, little points in the game. But they just haven't been explored as much yet. And so I'm hoping to kind of take that exploration a little bit further. Something that I was really looking forward to, even in the back of my mind, is that I want to connect my bases using a lot more of the oh my goodness, all of a sudden I'm forgetting the one that just you morph it not into a sunken, but you can transport your Nidus canal.
Yeah, Nidus, okay.
I want to try to incorporate that to see how well that goes in terms of trying to defend bases or getting to positions even quicker. That's an untapped advantage that I'm not seeing very many of the Zergs really use, which I think I kind of demonstrated it in one of the TVZs that I played.
Yep. You had an offensive one. Yep, you were up against Grunge, Urban's little brother, taking it away from him.
Yeah, no, shout out to Urban.
Of course. Yeah, I'm surprised to not see him in here, but you know how it is. Maybe we'll get him next time.
He may just be a little bit busy, but I promise you, you'll continue to see him all over the place.
That's right. Hey, he runs a great stream, so people can always check him out there. Well, as of right now, yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to if we can get those Niduses up, because that's something that, like you said, not very many people are doing. In this match alone, that Sideshow match where there were Likizilisks on both sides, I don't know if I've seen that. If I have, it was a long time ago, because Zorkis kind of fell out of favor for a while, and now here it is returning to the meta. Not just for versus Protoss, but also for versus Zerg. So in the mirror, seeing those spines firing on back and forth, that was pretty sick. Pretty cool to see. You know, there's a couple of things that I saw today that I hadn't seen yet. And when I'm the developer saying that, like, it's cool to see that. It's always a feel-good feeling. So very nice, and I appreciate your play.
I'm definitely trying to stick away from much of the Hydra play, because that's what everybody is seeing and expecting. So if it makes a difference, I'm really exploring down your third tier, really seeing how it goes. I'm finding little unit combinations that I really like for the Zorka, grabbing the Spire and getting the Proletathor artillery, and using them as kind of a shield and battery style of play. Of course, understanding the weakness that's the Protelathor doesn't attack upwards, you're going to have to do something about that, which, luckily, Quasis are still pretty good with dealing with the air.
Yeah, especially if you have to commit to attacking the Prothathalor in the back, and then you think about that artillery, like, oh, I got to get in there with my air units, and that neutralizes the range disadvantage the Quasis have, so could definitely be big.
I'm seeing the potential out of that, especially going into the tier 2. I feel that it does a much better job while being able to move a little bit quicker as compared to the Hydra and the whatever the Hydra upgrade is, the Bactylist. Yeah. The Bactylist, no, they move pretty slow.
Yes.
They are great. They're a little tanky. They deal that damage at the back, but they don't quite match the speed of what some of these games are as compared to some of the other units. And so I'm kind of realizing that, you know, for a sieging unit, it's fantastic and great, but only if you're already in position. And I find that a lot of players are doing a much better job of pulling their armies around, getting around armies, moving themselves in positions that are just nearly impossible to chase down without the speed to begin with. And that's in all of the matchups.
Yeah, that's right, absolutely the case. You know, you might be able to encourage a Terra into Turtle, and then maybe you can benefit from morphing on the spot or something, right, to get the Bactylisks up, especially versus Bio. They can be very good, but, you know, that's actually one of those options where maybe people are over investing in them, right? Because that's what's familiar, that's what's understandable. And sometimes it takes somebody to step in and think, hey, I've got a different idea. I want to try something that's, different than that to change the meta. So, well, if there's nothing else, I'd say that's a pretty good takeaway from here, is that the way that you got ahead was not by sticking to the game plan of every other Zerg that's already been in there. And that's a good shout, too, because Jack has done a lot of ZVZ practice, but doing so with some of the people who are maybe a little bit more meta followers in some way. Like Neblime, he doesn't exactly innovate per se, but he plays the basics very solidly. And then Tacocake, a little bit more on the new side. Jack had his number by just playing the meta better. And you can't really do that against somebody who's not playing towards the meta.
Well, you're going to find over time that this game is going to change drastically as it continues to move and go on, and as long as there's some type of multiplayer-based scene. Or it really only just takes one good streamer to completely turn this around and make it into a popular game. And I think we can easily bank on somebody within any of the scenes to make that happen.
I'm hoping so. I'm definitely hoping so. I think now that we're getting serious prize money as well, I haven't revealed the pool for the tournament yet, but I think it's the most that we've had so far. And the other thing too is that I'm definitely down to sponsor up a couple of other like invitational matches, sort of like what we had when we first invited you here. It's just like, hey, let's just do an invitational real quick. We don't need any qualification. It's a one-day event. You're done. That's a lot more attractive to some of the people who maybe are aware of it, but they're not. Like DeWalt has been like, I've been trying to court that guy for a while, and he's like, yeah, I'm interested, but then the timing doesn't work out. That's an easier sell for him. Just be like, hey, one day, right? So.
If he wasn't so invested in the BSL, then I think he would take some time. But at the moment, he's going to be getting really, really deep into that, and he'll be looking at his practice partners. Any extra time is going to hit that. Also, he's living in Korea right now, and looking to kind of prepare for an even further run into one of the pro scenes. And so you're asking for a big name to have a little influence on there, and of course to be more of the Russian scene and kind of the European scene. But if they see DeWalt playing something like this, they'd find that, what the heck is he doing?
Just immediately start asking a million questions. And, that's the kind of thing that we like to see. So I'm sure it'll happen eventually. I was planning on waiting for BSL to conclude this season and start reaching out to some of those people. Like, there's I think you pronounce it Mistrz. He's like a Polish Protoss. Looks like Mr. Z. Yeah. Okay, that's
Mistrz.
Okay, gotcha. So, he said he was down to do like a one-day event style thing as well. So, but he specifically stipulated, hey, after BSL though, this is what we're all doing, and that makes total sense. That's their bag right now. And we'll see if we can get him in for some more stuff later on. But it's growing, man. I don't know if you've been able to see, because obviously you've been busy, but like I think it was yesterday, we had non-stop games from dawn till dusk, which I've never seen before, where there's like 2 to 3 games running all the time. And even though that's only the one day, okay, maybe that's an outlier. Sure, it is right now, but we're getting that player base up. And there's people who look like they could be playing at this event as far as their skill level goes that only just started recently. That's always heartening to see, because it means that next time around there'll be even more people who can start to gentrify the game a little bit with their play skill.
Yeah. I mean, there's too many units and too many buildings for me to remember at all. There's really just a flow that you're trying to go for and a plan you're trying to execute. And even if competitive scene isn't for people, going through just the units, going through any multiplayer-based things, your guys' AI is actually insane with how strong it is. In fact, too strong for anybody who'd be considered kind of a casual player.
Yeah.
But perfect for anybody who's got a little bit of a competitive edge in any RTS. So it's really exciting to see you be able to expand on the units. I see you're also trying to create more units. You're trying to get more sounds. You're always kind of pushing the boundary of the game.
Yeah, trying to make it better, trying to make the especially the audio visuals, because there's some behaviors. Something that I noticed earlier today that you have to find all of the graphics or make them or whatever for all of the ability effects, but like the Gorgon, the Terran ship, it slows you down when it attacks you, but there's no read for it. So do you even know it's there if you're not like reading the tooltip or looking at the website, right? So it's little things like that are actually making a pretty big difference when you figure out ways to make it happen and find the right graphic for it. Even if it's just a placeholder, like, hey, we'll make that better later, but at least there's something so that you can know what's happening. And so stuff like that is a big deal for sure. And we're getting up there, man. I think we'll continue making this better and better day by day. And today, it was all about the competitive stuff. It was all about who is going to go for glory. And while we see Jack bow out, we will see you and Shambler move on. Thank you very much for the interview and for the games, man. I appreciate it.
Yep. Congratulations to Shambler, Hamster, and I believe that's Newt.
That's
Newt
correct.
was the one that Newt moved on. Looking forward to playing you guys in the tournament. Whether I go up or even head into the losers, it's not a big deal for me.
That's right.
You will find good competition against me, so best of luck for everyone who qualifies and makes it through their group.
All right. Well, sportsmanship words, you know. Shambler out here saying he hopes Hupsaiya gets destroyed, and you're out here saying hope everybody has a good time. Very different rules. That's it reminds me of, you know, Keen, of course. Keen was playing in these for a little bit, and he was like, Shambler, I can't wait to play against you. It's going to be a real honor. You seem like a nice player. And Shambler's like, I will rip your throat out. It's he's the villain of the whole community, I guess.
I do hope I get another chance to play against him too. Because I feel like I didn't really get a chance to explore ZVP the way I wanted to.
Yeah, sure. Absolutely.
But that just comes down to committing just a little bit more time.
That's right. That's right. GG's. And hey, we'll be back, of course. I'll let you guys know when your matches are scheduled. We'll get that bracket set up and filled out tomorrow because we're going to be qualifying 4 more people then. So, Art, thank you again and take care. GG's, man.
Hey, GG's. We'll be glad to tune into the next cast. Have a good night, man.
You too. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that does it for today. Day 1 of Battlements is a wrap, and so far it's gone to plan. Throneroom and jakulangski bowing out of A and B. Honestly, some nice performances from them despite it. Jack a little rocky in his first CBZ and not so competitive versus the Protoss, but Throneroom, on the other hand, really surprising with the macro. Definitely went to school, so to speak, on that. Went to the dojo and trained up. Wasn't enough to get him over the line, but he was in, as Neblime called it, the group of death. Hamster and Newt moving on. That's kind of what you would expect when you look at that. That is how we're seeding the tournament. Makes sense when you just assess, you know, who got here and how did they get here. And the Shambler, not being tested yet on Protoss. Art of Turtle getting the better of Jack in the ZVZ matchup. That's the narratives that happened, that unfolded today on day 1 of Battlements. We'll be back tomorrow, same start time. You know, you can watch the hype video, but there's not another one coming. There's only one for the Battlement stage. And, of course, we'll be working hard on what's coming next. So, the Aussie Buffet. Neblime will not be joining me on the cast for that. He'll be taking on fellow Zerg Tacocake and newcomer TopRamen. That'll be a ZZNT group. I'm definitely looking forward to that. And, of course, to close things out tomorrow, and indeed for all of Battlements, we'll have Hupsaiya, GeneralAnakin, and the Beaver 99. There's going to be some bloodshed, and some of it's going to be a little brotherly, and the rest of it will be kind of just normal bloodshed. But, hey, that's that. That's a wrap. GG's. We'll see you next time.